All right, y'all. What's up? Oh boy. Bradford ugly as hell per usual. What's up with you though, Ali? Golson, my boy. What's up with you? SG. What's up with you, Demarcus? So I think we got some very interesting ones for today, good people. Very interesting one I'm looking forward to. Right now, Todd should be here. I don't know, any minute now, next 5, 10 minutes or whatever. So, Cairo, the same. I don't know about the time period, but maybe another 30 minutes to an hour for her. Anyways, though, how's everybody doing so far? Solo, how we doing?
I'm doing all right.
So, uh, how you feel about LeBron James and Bronny? See, I don't feel nothing about him. See, to be honest with you, I don't think about them folks. What's good? Man, hell nah. Fuck them parlays, bro. Fuck been whooping my ass. Fuck them damn parlays. Them fuck been raping me. The good days, Ali, yeah, before all the drama, when we used to just kick it, everybody used to, everybody used to just vibe and, talk about stuff. Yeah, we got to get back to them days for sure. Hey, speaking of which, hey, I ain't gonna lie, and it looked like Grandma did too. I fell asleep like a motherfucker last night. Oh, hey, I woke up. It was like 3 in the morning. I was the only one still on the Discord. I was like, damn. I'm guessing y'all probably ended it on the last episode of the first season. Yeah. Yeah, I did see that that they was showing that Bronny gave LeBron an assist. They were trying to hype it up and shit like that. But I mean, at this point, I'm like, hey, that's what I expect them niggas to be doing. They anything they do, they gonna overhype it and make it a huge deal. What they should be talking about is how the hell they done played 2 whole seasons together, and this the first time this shit didn't happen. It means somebody's trash. Hey, Anyways, though, shout out to everybody that's up in the chat, man. Super shout out to the people that's up in the Black Chat Chronicles chat. Appreciate that. You know, make sure y'all hitting that like button as y'all get in. We about to go ahead and get started. All right, so we got four, in my opinion, really good topics. You got you are in charge of your own happiness.
Oh, sure.
High brain man, resent the sisters, when to protect our black women. And the last one, which is the one that I'm probably the most excited about, is China being the next great superpower. I ain't gonna lie, Ty, your background super noisy. What's going on? You getting something straight? I have to mute that. Yeah, what's up with you? What's this? Let me see what name is this. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know. I don't really know what to call this. What's good, Florida? Black Rain. I'm just gonna call you Law because that's the last three letters. I'm just for now. If you got a different name you want to go by, let me know. Celtics and the Magic. I mean, sure, I don't really care, but the Celtics don't really got no seeding though, so I'm guessing the Magic is probably fighting harder for it. The Celtics probably not even playing their top players right now. Money, but we get paid until next week. All right, so Taj, you there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and dive into this first.
All right, let's do it.
So basically, this is something that I know has been going has been going on for a while. And Solo, I'm glad I'm actually ready to ask you this one because with your experience with family court, you probably be able to answer this question from your experience on because I be seeing on more so on social media on topics where some of the times a divorce may be initiated, right? And some of the times you ask them what's the reason for a divorce. Some of them will say, well, I just wasn't happy anymore. And that kind of reminds me of the Will Smith and Jada Pickett situation because Jada used to always have this bitter, look and demeanor towards Will for like quite a while. Like this kind of been going on for, I would say, the past what, maybe 6 years or something, whatever it is. And Will constantly used to say, it's not my job to make you happy. It's not anyone's job to make you happy. He said, my job is to provide and protect. Your happiness is solely based on you. So I guess one of my questions would be for you, just from your experience. Have you ever encountered something like that where a couple, it could be male or female, but I would say more so I see more women saying this, where they saying they just wasn't happy anymore, so that's the reason why they divorced?
No.
Well, she answered that question. So from your experience, what's the number one cause of it?
Right.
The number one cause for divorce is usually financials. That's usually what it is.
Okay, so you say financials, like, can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, like I think in my experience, a lot of people want divorce because they feel like um, they're getting, they're not getting, really, they're not getting the bang for their buck, especially like especially for women. Sometimes women, I would say that if they, it's really financials. I think when you say happy, um, I would say that it's not that you don't make me happy, is that you're not doing the things that I'm asking you to do in a marriage. That's just what it is. That's what it is. So finances become a result of that. That's where I think um from the financial side, like men, they think that the only time they really think they're getting cheated in a divorce is when they feel as though mom isn't doing what it is she's supposed to be doing in the house. So they feel like, I've been taking care of you and you've been sort of sitting back doing nothing. Um, for women, it's their men not wanting to work to help them go 50-50 with him, or they just refuse to carry what they would consider to be their weight
Yeah.
around the house.
Right. So it sounds like women love money more than men.
Um,
You said especially for the women. That stood out to me. I
yeah,
didn't.
yeah, because the women that I see, when they are the breadwinners in relationships, their husbands aren't helping them financially, and they feel as though they're getting used by him. Just as men only feel that way once she stopped doing the shit around the house. Like as long as she's raising the kids and she's cleaning up, cooking for him and all of that, he isn't gonna complain about her not working. But once she stopped cooking and cleaning for him, then he resents her because he thinks I'm been sitting here taking care of you and you sit around the house and not do shit,
Right.
essentially. So it's not women like money more than they like men. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm not assuming that's necessarily a bad thing, but um, that's not what I mean.
I mean, there's always, it kind of goes with what I be saying. Like, men are very simplex. Long as you handling the basics, we're really not gonna complain. It's when you're not doing it or creating unnecessary chaos that's interfering with our peace that we kind of start to be like, yeah, I'm sick of this shit.
Right, and we've
Yeah,
also
but you guys individually decide what it is that you expect from your wives, though. So it's no blanket. I just want you. All men just want you to do this. Is you guys individually pick and choose what you want your wife to do. So it's not always simplistic, as in you guys just want us to cook and clean. I mean, you guys. I think it's more than that.
Okay. What's up, Cairo?
Cairo,
What's up, everybody? My bad. I had it on mute because we have static, so I was on mute. But I'm good. How's everybody?
everybody good. You right on time. You right on time.
That's what's up. I was stuck on the subway, so I apologize for my tardiness.
I'm good.
Well, you ain't the only one. I wasn't sure if we was gonna be on today, because I knew Jamie was going to Memphis, but I'm in here saving. So y'all carry the convo. I'm listening.
Me too. I'm listening too, but I'm ordering me food. I'm listening.
So it's the Jamie Solo show right now. But I was happy to hear Solo say, especially for the women, because it's like we don't break up with women because they don't have money. But when you said they don't want to carry their weight of the deal, I'm still waiting for our women to present a better deal than what we put on the table. And basically said we'll carry all the weight, and all we expect you to do is handle the kitchen nutrition and some affection. At the end of the day, a man just want to feel good at night. I'm back quiet. Hold on, put it on mute.
The times you guys are not offering that because you guys can't afford that. We gotta split the bills because you guys don't make enough money to pay all the bills. So you expect us to go 70-30 with you, 75 with you. I mean, even if we go with your position, Taj, you still want me to I have to pay for my hair and my nails, right? So I mean, you expect some income to come from me as the woman, but how am I supposed to work and cooking and cleaning?
Great question. So, not to give Candace free promotion, but I think Candace is one of the best examples, because Candace's husband provides her with the time wealth. And what did she do with her time wealth? She created a podcast that's now she's making buku money off her podcast, being a housewife. So that's the first example that comes to mind. I'm back on mute. Let me hear what
But
you
we
guys
but
think.
we talking about normal Keisha and Ray Ray. We're not talking about Candace Owens, who is wealthy, and her husband, who is wealthy as well. We ain't talking about the number one podcast in the world. So you're saying you want her to get a cupcake factory, a little cupcake stand where she's selling cupcakes, or she's doing whatever she's passionate about, and I mean,
Right. Yeah.
but look, Taj, that's still work, Taj.
Right.
That's work. That's work. You
But
expect me to work
you
because I
missed.
gotta help with the bills, and you expect me to cook and clean and take care of the kids.
But you messed up when you said the word passion. So as soon as you said passion is not work because you love doing it, you can tell
But that's
Candace
time, Taj.
is
That's
still
time me
passion.
doing it. I have to put in time to do that, right? Just like Candace got to put in time for this podcast
And
that
she's
she's
passionate
hired help for.
but she's self-made. So with the time wealth her husband provided her with, she like, what can I do with this free time? Hey, I'll start a podcast in one of the rooms in the house. And she built that into whatever it is today, however much is worth today with the super chat she get and all that stuff. So I'm just using that as an example of what a housewife can do with their time wealth. When you study wealth, there's like three categories: time, money, and you got to spend time to make the money. So when someone is already making the money, they give you the time wealth.
Taj,
Just-
you want me to work. Bottom line, that shit Candace doing is work. So you want me to work. You want me to take care of the kids. You want me to cook and clean. And all you got to do is
All
work.
right, well, let's give Sabby Sabs some free promotion. We gave Candace enough free promotion. Sabby Sabs has the same story. So the answer to your question, Solo,
They
are
don't have
the
kids.
huh?
They don't have kids.
Candace got 3 kids.
But Candace was wealthy when she started that podcast. We talking about normal Kiki, Keisha, and Ray Way.
Candace
Like, if we
is
got money,
Keisha.
but
Candace,
we're not talking about in that room where I can pay somebody to come over here and watch my kids. No, you expect me to do it. You
all right. So,
expect me to do it. So we talking about this couple makes $100,000 a year, right?
all right,
This
so
is a normal couple. They're not broke. They're not rich.
all right, so who are the top 5 housewives? And let's just use podcast for example. So you got Savvy Savs, you got Candace Owens, you got Tasha K. I don't know if Tasha K is a housewife. But my main point is they're using their time wealth to create wealth. So the wealth you have to put Candace in Keisha category because you see what she did with the time she had. Now, if Keisha just want to sit on her hands in the liver or whatever and don't clean up the house, of course the husband, as you said, in court is going to say, Your Honor, she ain't doing shit. I'm busting my ass every day, going to work, keeping the bills paid. I come home, I don't even have a sandwich made on the counter.
You still want me to work.
Passion is not work.
It is work. That's time that I have to put into that.
How many times have you heard, if you love what you do, you won't work a day in your life?
I'm talking about reality. Okay, once she starts with her passion, now it's a business. Is that not?
Yes.
Oh my God, Todd.
All right, let me get in there real quick.
Go ahead, Jack.
I got a question with. I'm gonna have to not to be ganging up on Solo, but I gotta ask this question because you have told me on more than one occasions, Jamie, you don't work, you don't have a job because of the stuff that I do. So, I'm just saying, you done told me that a couple of times.
What is your point?
Huh?
What is the point?
The point is you're saying he's trying to tell you that passion is not work, basically. And basically what I'm doing is sort of falls under that same umbrella. I'm technically not doing no hard labor work, but the things I'm doing generates income. So
are you cooking and cleaning and taking care? I mean, I say that to you, but obviously you make money from this gig, right?
Yeah.
So obviously you're working for money. I'm talking when I say that you don't have a job, I'm talking about you don't have like a 9-to-5, someone you report to, someone you can pick and choose to do this. I can't pick and choose to do what I do. If I could finish my response to your allegation.
Wait, Jamie, I have a question. After she
let her finish.
So that's what I mean when I say you don't have a job. So you do something for money, just like I do something for money. So when I say you don't have a job, I'm talking about you don't have someone that you report to. You can pick and choose to do it. So that's what I mean. But what Taj is talking about is me essentially starting a business based on something that I'm passionate about. That requires me to put time and effort into that. I mean, this could be long, but that's work to me. Whether I put 4 hours a day, whether I put 3 hours a day, that's work. Then you want me to cook and you want me to clean and you want me to take care of the kids. That's still work just because it's part-time and I'm not getting compensated for it because I'm passionate about it. That's still time and energy she's having to put into that. So that's my response. And to make sure that I was clear on what I meant by that and how it doesn't relate to what we're talking about now.
Okay, go ahead, Kyra.
I forgot the question.
Dang, sorry. It'll come back. When it come back, just go ahead and bring it in. But yeah, to back into that. What I'm saying is that typically, like I get it, you guys have to work stuff, but it's just a new. I mean, it's to be quite honest, it goes both ways. There's things that men does now that they weren't doing back then as well. So this is the new system, to be honest with you, that was fought for by women. So like in certain things and stuff like that with the kids and stuff like that that men back then wasn't doing. It was like, bro, nah, that's your responsibility. And shit, white men and shit like that still do this shit. I'm not doing that. That's your job. And black men, we actually do that. Like, it's a lot of stuff. We're very much involved in our children's life. Obviously, we're not talking about the deadbeats, but we're talking about the ones that's actively in their children's life. They're, you know, picking up their kids from school. Some of them helping them with their homework. You know, checking on things involving the children that a lot of the other ignorant groups of men deems to be the woman's job. So I'm just saying, I think it's happening on both sides. The roles are has just changed based on the economics of today's society.
Yes, the roles have changed because y'all still want us to maintain our traditional values and work because we fought for it. We fought for the right to work. So now we have to contribute, work, take care of but we still have to work. We still have to take care of the kids. We still have to raise the kids. We still have to cook the clean, all while we have a husband
You went
who
out.
only responsibility according to you guys is to
I don't want you to.
protect and provide.
You got to repeat that because you went out for a second.
What?
You went out for a second, so we didn't hear that last part you said.
Oh, I was just saying that. I mean, I think that in today's society, men fully expect women to maintain traditional values such as the kids are our responsibility, the house is our responsibility, cooking is our responsibility, and you guys expect us to work. But you
Oh,
guys expect us to work, which is, according what we fought for. But and I think that's the difference from now and then.
I'm disappointed.
I don't know why. And who?
I just think on Black Chat Chronicles, we got every mentality of the black woman's experience covered from Solo to Cairo to Talia. I don't even have to read the comment section. I can name the women that's connected to Black Chat Chronicles from Darla to Ali C. You know, who I'm missing, Jamie? Help me out. My brain's starting to fail me. So, Solo, for you to kind of be, and I ain't trying to put your business out there, but you're doing all right. And I'm still waiting to hear what's a better deal than what men have offered women. We're saying we'll take care of everything. And we're gonna give y'all the time wealth to figure out what you want to do with your free time. And I'm giving you
But
examples. Huh?
but Taj, I'm wondering when is the free time? When is the
What?
free time?
Candace don't need her. I don't want to promote her no more. I think she don't need our promotion. She's one of the most successful part, but I think she's a great example because she she's unapologetic about being a housewife. She's shown us what she's doing with her free time. She don't need her husband to pay for her hair, nails, and what I'm missing. Yeah, I think that's the main the nails and hair. Like she done, she's empire, and she can handle her beauty bills as her husband covers everything else.
But Taj. Okay, so let me just say this. Well, Candace is not a good example because Candace was wealthy. We're talking about regular people. Candace was wealthy. Candace wasn't worried about where her next meal was when she married her husband. So I'm talking about the regular middle class. I gave you 100,000, but we can go down to 50,000, 60,000, 70,000. We can go down these people's income, but you can't compare regular people to people with $100,000 just sitting in the bank that they have saved. I mean, Candace wasn't broke. Candace came from $1 million contract, was making money. I mean, she wasn't like wealthy. She could make some changes, but you need. I wanted to. Why is that a good? What type of business, or why is that a good deal for normal Keisha? Keisha and Ray Ray, they married and they got 2 kids. Let's just say two. They 3 and they 5. What what type of job or passion or what type of job do you want her to do? When she's staying at home with the kids, she cooking and cleaning, she doing all of that, taking care of the husband, taking care of the house. What type of extra time is she gonna have? And what type of extra, like, when is she gonna have time to sort of, and when is she gonna have her own free time too, where she doesn't have to worry about building an empire? So that's what
I,
I'm saying. What type of business would that be for Keisha and Raylan?
I'm I'm gonna say this. I think a major
Anybody else before I
problem.
chime in? I mean,
Yeah, you hear me? Hello. But yeah,
y'all there?
yeah, he can't hear us. Solo, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know why he can't hear me. But
Mic check. Y'all get me?
yes, you can't hear us. I guess. Can you hear us now? Also, your background is like extremely loud. Goodness. But anyways, what I was getting ready to say is, I think when it comes to us, and it's very unfortunate, and it sucks, and it's a major reason why we're struggling as bad as we are struggling, is that we got to start doing
What
whatever is
happened?
best for the family. And unfortunately, in today's time, and like I keep trying to tell a lot of people, and especially on this podcast, it's not just black men; it's the entire ethnic group. No matter what ethnic group you goes into, the way the economy is right now, the women have to work. It's not no ignorant group of men that makes enough as a whole. Obviously, it's certain ones in their groups that do, but as a whole, on the average, no one makes enough that they can take care of an entire family without the contribute of their women. So, with that being said, the difference is they are okay with it because they understand, hey, we just got to do what else is the best thing for the family. So I don't understand why the same rules don't apply when it comes to us. Do whatever it is that you got to do to get the family moving. Like if I'm doing a certain job or something like that, and you might got to pick up something, a side job, if that's what you think, or find a way to possibly help your man get some more money. Because I can see a lot of time where they just want you to just bring it in, and their job is just to use it. Some of the time you gotta think outside the box. Like the shit is getting super, and it's only getting worse. Especially with this war shit that's going on. As you can see, it's only getting worse. It's not getting better.
I would say that, so if that's the case, and all men and you guys cannot afford to take care of families these days, then why would it be the woman's responsibility if she now has to work to help you? Because you can't uphold your bargain, right? Because you can't afford to take care of us, right? So that was one of your that's one of your duties as a man, is to provide. So you can't do that. So now I got to help you, right? Now I got to blend into your traditions, and now I got to help you financially. So wouldn't it make sense that you now start helping me with some of the tasks that is traditionally something that I would be responsible for doing, like taking care of the kids, taking care of the house, cooking, cleaning, doing all the shit you expect women to do? If I'm now responsible for 40% of the bills, then wouldn't it make sense that now men are responsible to now do some of the housework? Because I think the reason why a lot of women are filing for divorce is because men expect exactly what you're saying. They expect them to work. They work, the wife works, but then they also expect the woman to cook every day, clean behind them, clean behind the kids, take care of the kids. When the kids are sick, you got to take care of them. Like, that's the issue, is that women feel like they're doing it all by themselves. So now, would you agree? And Taj, I want to hear your opinion on that as well. is if a man cannot uphold his bargain that his traditional values that he's supposed to be paying, he's supposed to be providing, and I'm supposed to be taking care of the house and the kids and all of that. But now you guys can't do that. Then wouldn't it make sense that now the man is responsible for some of the woman's duties?
I think you're missing a very key part of what I said.
No,
Because
I'm not responding to you. I'm asking a question.
yeah, but basically judging by what you said, you're kind of missing a key part of what I said.
But I want you to answer the question and then you can tell me how I missed the point. Should men now start taking care of the house and taking care of the kids and cooking and cleaning and all this shit y'all expect women to do?
But see, that's what I'm saying. I already said at the beginning that Black men do that more than any other ethnic group. We do that already. It's the white men and the others men that really don't do it. So where the issue lies, like, bro, we're already doing it. Some of the parts that you're talking about that the women do, we do that already.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the issue? Why are y'all getting so
Okay.
mad when we already do that?
Okay, so I think if you can prove me wrong if I'm wrong about this, but I think the study that you're talking about is when parents are separated. Like we're talking about husband and wife, and I think that's the difference in it because now we're living together and we got kids together. So I understand you guys are the most involved group of race of men in the world. So I get that and I agree with that. Yay, Black men. But we're talking about you being in the household and your responsibility is to cook for the kids, clean up after the kids, doing all that shit that you guys expect us to do, and now work. So, yes or no, Taj? Maybe you can jump in because that's not exactly what Jamie brought up. Is not exactly what I'm referring to. I'm talking about when we have a married couple living in a house together. He can't provide fully, so now she has to work. Doesn't it make sense that if she has to work and contribute financially, that the man would start doing some of these cooking and cleaning that they expect from the wives and taking care of the kids that they expect from the wives?
If she's the breadwinner.
No, if she has to work, period. Not
Oh.
that she a breadwinner.
Right. And I understand that's the most normal situation with Black families or probably families in general. I'm open to hearing what's the best dynamic to that. I prefer.
It has to be that the man helps. What is wrong with that? I think that's fair. That's not. What's wrong with saying that now the man has to work in the house, cook, clean, doing all that shit that he expects from women? Now, but because she has to work, that ain't traditional. That ain't the values that you guys want us at home taking care of the kids. But we have established that men can't do that. Not just Black men. All men, none of you guys can afford to take care of your families. So now that she has to work to financially support the family, doesn't it make sense that now he's going to be responsible for some of the household stuff?
Well, we got some data. Let's see what.
But what's wrong with your opinion
At
on
this
yes or
point,
no about that?
I already did, but I'm telling you what it is, and you're trying to dispute what it is. So
Okay. So what if I concede to that? So I concede that Black men take care of the kids, but I am talking about cooking and cleaning. Do you guys supposed to contribute to that if she's working?
look,
Yeah, but she trying to put us in
Yes.
panties.
No, I want you guys to be fair.
no,
Because
we
now,
are, and I'm trying
no,
to tell
listen,
you.
listen, no, because I'm asking you guys a question and I have yet to get an answer out of either one of you guys. I think you guys are, I don't know what's going
I
on,
need
but I
time
think
to
this is
think.
pretty. But
I don't
Ty,
need time to
think
think.
about what? If you cannot provide and she's now having to provide, why is it that you cooking and cleaning isn't a part of your responsibilities now? It's definitely hers.
Again, I'm about to explain this again. Black men, Black fathers, Black married fathers are way more involved in their children's lives, stuff around the house and stuff like that, than any other ethnic group. And what I'm saying is they're doing some of the stuff where most of them will probably would deem to be the woman's job. So the most women that complain the most are getting the most assistance from them. And on top of that, you're talking about cleaning and all that. So you're working. You're not paying the most of the bill, but you're paying, let's say you're assisting on some of the bill. You're saying he should do cleaning, taking care of the children, and all of that as well, just because you have to work. But on the flip side, he's still taking on majority of the bill. He's still going to be expected to fix stuff around the house. He's still going to be expected to be the protector. You're not contributing on none of that shit. He's doing that full-fledged himself. So basically what it looks like is y'all want a better deal.
Right.
Yeah, of course, because it's not good enough, and that's why
Wow.
black
It's good enough for the other groups.
well,
That's what
because
I'm
when you
talking
were
about.
talking, I didn't interrupt you guys.
Wow.
Like I
What you
said,
mean?
I understand that black men are more involved in their kids. I conceded to that before you started speaking, and I said, what about the cooking and the cleaning? Because that's another thing that you guys expect from women and still work. If you were taking care of all the bills, I can spend all my time at home cooking and cleaning and taking care of the kids. You would have to come home and not have to do shit. But if I have to go to work, I don't give a damn if you paying 89% of the damn bills. But if I gotta go to work and still work, come home, cook, clean, and take care of the kids and do all of that, then it makes sense that you would maybe not that number, because that may be like that's less than part-time, girl. You're not really working. But if she's going 40-60 with you, even 70-30, I still think that black men should expect to help around the house if she's having to work. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. But like I said, I conceded to the fact that black men are more responsible. But again, you guys cannot provide, so she's having to help you. So why is it that you guys helping around the house, not with the kids? You guys help with the kids, but around the house, cooking and cleaning, because that's every day. What's the problem with that?
Okay, my problem is I have with it, real quick. I'll let you go, Todd, real quick. My problem that I have with it is the other ignorant group of women aren't having that big of an issue of it. That's what I'm saying. They understand that they have to, that this is the new world. We got to do the best thing for us to survive. That's the best thing. We have to survive. This equals survival.
It is so important.
Basically, hold on. You keep saying how you don't interrupt, but you do. What I'm saying is that they're doing the best thing for their families to survive. And on top of that, they're not receiving the same stuff that we're offering. You know what I'm saying? The white women aren't getting the I'll help little Johnny with his homework. I'll help don't worry about it. I'll take him to basketball practice.
Yeah, I got
do
that.
this and stuff that traditionally the women used to do. We're pitching in on that. Be like, hey, baby, I understand you might be a little tired. You've been working and stuff. I'll take care of that. The other men, they're like, no, you do that shit. So you're receiving that. They're not getting that. And yet they're still okay with, I have to work. They're not complaining like that. But you're on here telling us it's not fair that y'all have to work when you're receiving that type of assistance.
Okay, so that, to me, in my opinion, that's not good enough. I'm not gonna look to another group and say, oh, you're getting treated terrible, so I'm gonna accept bad. No, absolutely not. I'm looking for a better deal than what you guys are offering. And if that is what marriage is, I completely understand why black women ain't going for it.
All right, let's go to the comment section. All right, DV said what's good. UAN TV, Cairo, Solo, and Taj. Jamie, of course. All right.
Ali C, UAN fam. So I scrolled all the way back to the top. I'll read 5 and then we'll get back to the show. SG said y'all hit that like button and subscribe. Ghostin, what up, Ghostin? Ghostin said bet. All right, I guess that's enough for now. And I keep looking for comments that relate to the conversation we having. Did Cairo speak yet?
She fell off now.
Oh, damn. So I guess it's just Jamie and Solo. Solo say our deal is not good enough.
No, because and the reason why, Taj, really quickly, is because I feel like you guys are expecting a lot from us, and all we can guarantee on you guys to do partially is like work. It would be easy. I don't know why it's so easy for you guys to expect us to give up on working, cooking, and cleaning and taking care of the kids. But why isn't that you guys can say, well, baby, you know what? I'll take over this. I'll take over this to make it easier for us to get along. You guys expect us to cave in and not for you guys to give up on anything, especially if you now expect her to work. I mean, black men really don't get like no dad, regardless if they black or they're white. You're not getting kudos from me because you're involved in your kids' lives. That is something you should be doing. That's a reasonable adult. That's the bare minimum. And I look at black men as the kings of the planet. And I know that you guys can do better than that. And you guys can offer us more. What you say is for our survival. If it's so detriment, then you guys should take the initiative to offer us more and do more as it relates to us being around the house, especially if you guys expect us to work. If it's so detrimental, how about you guys take on the sacrifice? Because what you guys offer us is to provide, which is working, and to protect, which happens once in a million. I mean, how many times someone is gonna approach us violently? How many times are somebody's going to try to break in our house or harm us as a family? That's not something that we deal with every day. But that y'all want from women is every day. So why is it that you guys can't take on that sacrifice and do that extra since it's so detrimental?
Well, first off, we are doing that, in my opinion. I think we're already doing that. But okay. And on top of that, we protect y'all more than just physically. There's a lot of times where men have to protect women from themselves. It could be them just wanting to make a bad decision, and we got to protect you, like telling you, "No, you ain't doing that. We're gonna put this in place to handle that situation." There's a lot of things, but you got.
My bad, Jane. Keep going.
No, I was in anyway. Go ahead.
All right, I'm just gonna read a comment real quick. DV say time is more important than money. I guess that's speaking to what we was talking about earlier about providing time wealth for our women, but that's not enough. Then Bradford came right back and y'all sure DV, well, I ain't gonna stir the pot right there, but I'm reading 2 comments back to back, 1 minute apart. One is from DV, the other comment is from Bradford, and Bradford said time is more important. I think he typed that and forgot that he switched over.
Copy and paste.
All right, don't forget about Kendra G. All right, so that's the y'all see that? All right, so, all right. We're gonna act like we didn't see it. So DB say, don't forget about Kendra G. So that's 5 housewives we've named that has taken full advantage of their time wealth and created financial wealth from them having time to focus on what they like to do.
I know a few others too, but I don't want to get up into that.
The DV say it seemed like Solo was influenced by Candace Owens, but Candace Owens leans more to my ideology of she took full advantage of her housewife. Of course, she's taking care of the kids and all that stuff, but then with the downtime, it's one of the biggest podcasts in the world. You know, it ain't like her husband gave her that job. Hey, I want you to do, here's also what you have to do as a housewife, run this podcast. No, that was her intellectual property.
I know
Right,
another
Taj. So we
amazing
talking
story.
about regular Keisha and Ray Way. I asked you, did you want her to
She
open a
was
cupcake
Keisha
stand?
Solo.
Taj,
That girl came up
Candace
from nothing.
ass
Now,
was
that's
on
like,
TV.
who else she got, Jamie? Because I don't want to. She don't need our promotion. This girl is a
Yeah, no,
millionaire.
I mean you can do Savvy, but again, Savvy was campaigning for Bernie Sanders. These people, I'm talking about regular people. You're talking about celebrities. So I'm wondering, I get what you're saying, but that is also work though. I think that's more so what we disagree with. I mean, if I was at home, I probably would work on something that I'm passionate about as well.
There
So
you
I
go.
get that, but that's work though, right?
It's work you don't mind doing. Anything I'm passionate
Oh my
about.
God. If
It,
I now have to contribute to the bills, then I mean, so tell me this, Taj. So what if she starts working out on her business in the first 5 years, it don't make no money? Do you continue do you support her during that time?
I'm paying all the
Financially, you the
bills.
one paying to get her hair done and all of that, or she need to go get a real job.
I'm using that as a motivational factor for her to say, don't get lazy. You know what I'm saying? Do
How can
something.
she get lazy when she taking care of the house and the kids? She's sitting around the house. She is not sitting around the house. She got two kids. They 5 and they 3. She's a housewife. She's cooking and cleaning and taking care of toddlers. She's not sitting around the house. How
All
can she
right.
get lazy? See, I
Right.
think in y'all minds that she's sitting around. That if you're a stay-at-home mom, you're not unemployed. You are employed. The business is the house that you're running,
Right.
right? I mean, this is every day. I have to
Mhm.
cook for the kids, clean up after them. I have to do laundry. I have to do the house. I got to mop. I got to like this is every day and every week. Then let alone I got to take care of my husband, make sure his work clothes together. I got to earn it, wash that. Like this isn't. I would be lucky to
That's
get
a
this done
full-time
Monday
job.
through Friday.
All
I
right.
would be lucky to get it done Monday through Friday, and so I can have the weekends off. But do I really get the weekends off, or do you still expect me to be walking around the house following up behind the kids?
What's wrong with being butt naked and pregnant? I mean,
But
not
you, but you,
barefoot. Is it
but
barefoot and pregnant or what's
there's nothing wrong with that, Taj. But not if you expect me to work too. Now I just laid out all the shit
That's
she
not my
done,
motto. I didn't say I
and
expect you to.
you expect her to work. Come on
No, I
now,
agree
that's
that
not
a
fair.
housewife is a full-time
That's
job.
not fair. It is a full time job. I mean, even if you, I think if you don't have a kid,
I can give you another example.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to talk anonymously though, because I don't want to put her business out there. But she was involved with a major NBA basketball player, had a child with him. Then she ended up marrying someone else, and pretty much this individual was into film. He didn't have it like that. But they trusted the process, trusted the family, and what she did for him was she handled all his casting. Like they wanted to create a film or something like that. She would do the casting. She would do the scouting, the the location scouting, looking for the cast, the ads and all that and stuff. And then eventually it grew. He's working for a major production company. That production company is Paramount, and she has a major nonprofit organization that she's working for that's generating a lot of money now. If you want to look up the company, the name of the company is they specialize in helping kids through film. The name of that organization is Kids in the Spotlight. And they are living well now. But they had to go through that grind. Another example of that is Ryan Coogler, which is one public that y'all know. They basically practically did the exact same thing. So it's examples of that happens. What it is that you trust the person that you're with, you love them enough, and you like, this is the best thing for us to do, for us to survive. It may be rough for a small period of time, but eventually hey baby, you're gonna be good. If you want to keep doing that, you can. If not, you don't have to. That is for the betterment of the family to survive. That is the position that we are in. And what I'm saying is that, bro, we can go to the animal kingdom. You know, I mess with the animal kingdom. The lions been doing that since the beginning.
Yep.
They understand. Hey, they not complaining and stuff like that. They're like, hey, we gotta survive. So, hey, I'm gonna go out there and catch this zebra and stuff like that. I gotta work hard and do all that. But hey, I understand that if I don't have protection, the hyena's gonna come and take us to hell. So his protection is that valuable to me that I rather have him along with me. He gonna come and take over the kill after I get it. But he's gonna protect my children. He's gonna protect me, and that is our best way to survive. Animals all around do that. I just use the lions as an example.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is that everyone else, it seems like, understands survival is the most important except us.
Ali.
What I would say is that I completely agree that survival is most important. So I fully expect men to start stepping up in the household. If they
are, that's what I'm trying to tell you. We are.
Did I interrupt you?
I don't care. You don't interrupt me plenty of times.
No, I interrupted you once, actually.
No, you didn't.
I actually interrupted you once. But like I was saying,
A little healthy drama don't hurt. Y'all go ahead. Yeah.
Nah, I ain't staying Jamie's ass.
Right.
Like I said, if men expect women to help out in the house, help out working, we got to help with the bills because y'all can't provide. If it's so detrimental and the primary goal is to keep the family intact, men need to start doing more in the house. Definitely in the house. Definitely in the house. Definitely in the house. Why is it that I have to help you with the bills financially? Again, I have to help you with the bills financially, but the house and the kids is solely on me. That is, if it's so important, men take over a sector of the house. Take over it, or share. I'm asking for it to be shared jointly. But Taj, would you agree with that? If I now have to help
No, I'm glad you couldn't ask me that. You couldn't ask me that at a better time because, to me, Solo, my instinct said that's your way into splitting the power. So it's like a power grab. Like,
well, you need to pay. You need to pay up. You got to play to pay, baby boy.
Solo, that's my motto. I gotta pass the mic.
I know, but I'm talking about the men who
I gotta pass the mic.
No, I'm saying, but in that scenario, I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about in the scenario where you're a man and you got a wife and 2 kids, that if she now has to help you with the bills and she now has to work, doesn't that mean that you have to help out in the house? Is that not fair?
I have to say yes, because the neighborhood I grew up in, as Ali C said, and I'll go ahead and read her comment real quick. To be honest, because her comment answers your question for me. To be honest, when have Black women never not worked in some capacity? I believe in balance. I would love to help my husband to not be stressed. And I grew up in that type of neighborhood. My whole block had father figures, with probably the exception of a few houses. And I have to say, without knowing all their in-home business, they worked most of the mothers did go to work. And I'm going back to my childhood right now. And I don't know what the power dynamic was in the house. You know what I'm saying? But
I just noticed she said that.
Yeah. So so it just seemed like, the power struggle and the challenging of power.
The power should be where the fact that she got to help you with the bills. That should be where your power is disintegrated. The fact that you, as the man, you're supposed to be the provider, you need to be paying up to be the provider, not sharing the bills, but then also want to be King Tut and you dictating around the fucking house. You do that when you pay all the bills, when you're financially providing for these people, not when you sharing the bills. Of course,
yeah, I'm with you when you're right. You're right. You can't be King Tut if you ain't paying all the bills.
You need her to pay. You need her You need her to take care of the family. That's where
Right.
your power should be
Uh-huh.
affected. That's where you should be offended. Not because she wants you to help mop and clean the toilets and shit. That's
Oh,
ego.
damn. That's
That's
so.
ego shit. The power shit should be with the fact that you can't afford to do it.
So say
That's
clean
where
the
you need to
clothes.
work and figure it out. I'm just
Oh
saying.
God.
I'm just
Mm.
saying. I'm just saying.
No,
And
I hear you.
that shit comes from you guys wanting to instill power, right? That's the power shit. But y'all don't want to do what it's the sacrifices that it takes to be the boss. You guys want to share the responsibilities. I'm just saying, y'all want to share the financial responsibilities and still be the boss. That shit ain't fair. And now compare now imagine it. Now imagine it. I have a husband that I go 40% on the bills with. I give him 40% of everything. I give him 30%. We got 2 kids, they 5 and they 3. I gotta work, he gotta work. I gotta cook, I gotta clean, I gotta take care of the kids, and I gotta ask him to do stuff around the house when shit get broke. Right? Now
Right.
compare that to a single girl making her own money, paying her own bills, sitting in the house by herself. Why would she give up that to
To become, I hear
that?
what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I see. Yeah,
Why
it
would
should
she?
be a, yeah, it should be an
I'm
upgrade.
just saying, it should
It
be
should
a
be an upgrade. Yeah,
upgrade.
it should
Okay,
be an
so
upgrade.
look,
Yeah.
here back to what I was saying. I'm gonna say this one for the last time, then I'm gonna direct another one. First off, we are doing it. That's what I keep been constantly saying. We are doing it. So I don't understand why in the world she's constantly saying it. I don't think I know any household of black people where they men don't assist at all in nothing like that.
Right.
But that's to direct that. But to move on back to what I was saying with the survival thing. She's saying something about it's better for them to live single and stuff like that because they paying their whole bills and stuff, but they ain't got to worry about the extra part as far as the children and you know doing certain things with the husband, whether it's pleasing him sexually, whatever it is you want to say that comes with being with a man, right?
Right.
Here's the thing. If that continues, that's what this whole system was created to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that continues, what happens? The disappearance of the nuclear family structure, the disappearance of our race will go into extinction eventually if this continues. That's what they want. It's all about population control to some
Yeah.
degree. Whether
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
them pushing birth control, whether it's them pushing abortion, whether it's making it more difficult, whether it's making it more difficult for the family to survive, whatever it is, they don't care. All what's important for them is to slow us down so that we can't get it together to make it. And then we can start prospering. Because that's what I'm saying. Everything that has ever happened, somebody had to go ahead and take that bullet for the rest of them to make it. Our grandfathers and our grandmothers did their job. They did the heavy lifting to get us this far.
Good
Now
point.
we're declining. Why? Because we don't want to do that no more. I don't care about the future, which is basically what she's saying essentially. I don't care about the future because when you're sitting at home not wanting a man, that cuts off our group, our race, and now we're declining in numbers because we're not doing what it takes for us to keep us going. Eventually, our kids, whether it's our children or our children's children, whichever one it's going to be, they're going to find a way to move us forward that doesn't have to happen anymore. But the problem is we don't think about the future generation no more. Unlike the other ignorant groups, when they do things, they're doing things for their grandchildren and their grandchildren's grandchildren. That's how they think. We're just thinking about us right now. And that's the problem.
Well said. Solo.
You know what? I think it's what we watched growing up. I mean, it's really what we watched, and that's just That's just what it is. We're not willing to do that. What we saw our grandparents, our parents do. Then I mean, I would say yes. That's if you can find a good one. I mean, you would get to that point. Cause I always make this joke with my family, with my friends and my cousins. I always say that even if you find one that makes the money that you want him to make, or he got the resources that you want him to do, or he got the job that you want him to be doing, you still have to meet him and get inside of his brain. Is it going to be a normal person? Is it going to be a normal person, or is he going to be expecting you to do all of this? So that is it's just like a filter. You get the dudes that isn't qualified, you like hell no. Then you get a dude that is qualified. You say, okay, he may be financially qualified. Let's get to know him. Let's get to know his mind, and you get to know his mind, and you be like, it could never be you. So
Mm.
so that's, I think that's the issue that we're coming up with. After we meet somebody who is could be an eligible bachelor, he could be the one. Then we talk to him and we be like, damn, you
Yeah.
could never be my husband. Look how you think. Look
Mm.
how you are. Look what you expect from your wife. I don't want to do that. I mean, that reminds me when people say, "Oh, my granddad, my grandmama worked 2 jobs, took care of all the grandkids, did all," and it's just like, that sounds miserable. That sounds like something that I don't want to do. And why would I make all these sacrifices and I can't reach out to my husband and say, I don't want to make that sacrifice. I don't want to do that with my life. I don't want that to be. So if you're willing to offer me something different than me working, taking care of the family and cooking and cleaning, that's possible. He could say, well, baby, how about this? How about we agree that I take over all the cooking, or I take over all the cleaning?
You might as well just put
I don't understand what the problem
the
is. If
problem
it's
is
so important to our survival, why is it that we can't share the low? We already sharing the finances. I gotta work. You guys can't afford to take care of the families. I now have to work. Why is it that to save our race, why isn't that you can sacrifice more things for this person that you want to be your wife so you guys can start a family? It's easy to tell the other person, hey, we expect all of this from you, without being willing to make a sacrifice. Now, I that's all I have to say. So if it's so important, and the person that you're dating is offering you something that you're not willing, that's not your idea of marriage, then you need to decide whether you want to take on more to loosen the load, because she's taking on more. She got to work and work and pay bills. So why is it that she can take on sacrifices? Now she got to work and take care of the bills, or help you pay the bills. Why is it that you can't then trade off something and take care of cooking or cleaning? That's I mean, if she's like, I've been saying, but we have established this, but I'm saying that if you can afford to take care, if this is what you want a housewife and a house mom, I mean a stay-at-home mom, you need to be able to afford it, so that that can be her job. That's gonna be her job. But if she now has to help you with your end of the bargain, then you should probably help her with her end of the bargain. It's simple, I think, in my opinion. It's simple as that.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and move to the next topic. The next one is, in your opinion, do black men tend to? And honestly, I think I'll do this one vice versa. I know I said it on there because I wrote this topic down, I think last week sometime, when they was talking about a lot, the reason why a lot of the black men tend to end up not liking the sisters is because they don't like their moms. Because
mm.
they can have a bad relationship with their moms, But let's go ahead and add to it as well, because we do have sisters that don't like black men. I think we might got it, and who y'all can let me know what y'all think in the comment section and the panel. I think we may have it worse. It's just my opinion that
Yeah.
black men probably dislike black sisters more than sisters dislike us. But let's do both sides. So, in your opinion, what do you think the lead cause of why for the black men that don't like the sisters, like for the ones that say, yeah, I don't date black women, and they may give their opinion on what it is.
They've been rejected hard and bad growing up, from middle school to high school and beyond. I'm confident to say that they started out crushing on black women, and when black women wasn't feeling them, that's where their resentment come from. If I can just make this about me just for a few breaths, y'all, just to make a point. I had the opposite effect, middle school, high school, and college. And then I didn't start experiencing with the guys who I was just talking about experience until probably like after, I can't even say after college, because the 20s was lit for me as well. So maybe in my 30s is when I started experiencing what I believe a lot of black men have been experiencing since middle school. But because I had such a great experience from middle school till beyond college, I don't have the resentment, but that is just not about me. So back to the brothers who do have the resentment, I think that's where it comes from their adolescence, middle school on up to now. They are naturally attracted to black women, but black women have rejected them, and they get their lick back by going to other cultures, white, Spanish, etc., Asian. I think that's the root cause of it.
I think I have two different perspectives. I think that um a lot of black men, as it relates to like they don't date black women, I really think that uh I think black women dating white men, white black men dating white women. I think that them dating outside of their race gives the public, I would say, or gives them some type of ego boost that they're one of the good black people, because white people do differentiate between whether this is a YN or one of the good ones. And so in their minds, when they're walking around with their spouse, with their non-black spouses, that tells the public that they're a good one. Oh, you can trust me in your bar, you can trust me in their store, and it gives them a sense of superiority, I think, amongst black people, and that's who essentially they they're trying to shit on when they do that, and then they want validation from white people. I don't really buy that. Oh, they tease me at school. I really don't buy that. I really think that that is something that they want to make it our fault. Like,
Mm.
oh, it's our fault. It's black women's fault is why I don't date white women. I mean,
Mm.
why I don't date black women. I just think that is something that they came up with to make it our fault. But it really is the validation that they need in themselves.
Mm.
Then I think it's another group of black men who have serious issues, who will always date a black girl, but they have serious issues with their moms. I think that a lot of times black men, when they're raised by, especially when they're raised by their moms, that they have this perception of what black women is based on their experience growing up, and they have sort of a disdain for black women. And so they are never, they may come out and say they hate black women, but there's definitely a group of black men who will never come out and say they hate black women, but you would hear it in their normal conversation about their perception of black women. It's always a negative connotation to black women, and it's always we're doing something negative. Even when it's something positive that we're doing, they're gonna spin it to something negative. Those are a group, that is the group of black, I think, black men who will never come out and say they hate black men. But if you just sit there and just talk to them and talk to them and talk to them, you will learn that they have such a disdain because of the negative sort of connotations that comes when they speak about them. So it's sort of overt, and so it's just like racism. You have some white people that will say, I hate y'all, and then you have some white people that will never come out and say that. But if you look at their behavior, what they agree with and what they don't agree with, you would see obviously you don't like black people. So why comes that's why I think we're romantically and just in platonic relationships.
Well, I can agree with some of what she said, but I'm gonna lean more towards what Todd said is very true. I get it. You may not want to believe it, but I'm telling you, if you listen to a lot of men, they will all contest it. All of us don't have underground hatred for black women. It's just what it is. If you was not, like Taj had shared with us a lot of times, that he was the type of guy in school. He was the popular guy. Girls liked him. So he didn't have that experience.
True.
But for the guys that wasn't that type, they experienced
Yes.
a lot of teasing,
Yeah.
getting talked about, telling you you
Ignored.
act ugly. They experienced that. You can't tell them that that's not what it is.
Yeah.
Like I tell people, the moment I seen the shit that happened with Shannon Sharp, I instantly thought in my head, that's what it is. Look at Shannon Sharp. And then if you go look at his pictures when he was younger, not meaning to,
Keep it real, bro.
but he was a big black, probably as they would think, probably was a big black ass nigga. So they probably made fun of him a lot. It wasn't until he became a huge NFL prospect that they started looking at him differently to be like, okay, this dude is, and now he has the Mike Jones approach. Mike Jones didn't just make that for no reason.
Yeah, for real. That song didn't come out of nowhere. Yeah, that song came from somewhere.
Look at Mike Jones, another big black ass nigga that probably got made fun of a lot.
That nigga made a song about it. You ain't got to guess that. He made a whole song about it. Back then, they didn't want
They're not making these songs just because they want to make these songs.
Right.
These folks aren't saying this stuff because they just want to say it. You got niggas who made it to the top saying it. You got regular niggas that are saying it. It's not that it's not true. That's what it is to a degree, bro. They got made fun of. And think about it. They all came from poor areas. If they came from poor areas, more than likely, it was an all-black school. So who was the one making fun of them all the time?
I've seen it.
The blacks.
Even just being ignored, being treated like you don't exist.
But you get treated like that from black people, from white people all the time. Are you not dating white people? Is
No,
that, I mean, because the thing, this everyone was teased in school. Everyone got teased in school. So you telling me that in the 3rd grade, in the 5th grade, in the 6th grade, and the 7th grade, you got teased from black people, black girls, and now you in your 40s, you in your 50s, and now you still hurt by when you was teased?
Yes, trauma is a motherfucker.
Yes. Who fault that you're still dealing with a 3rd grade bully or a 5th grade bully or a 6th grade bully? That is no reason to still hold this grudge against black women that you're gonna spend all these millions on white women because they didn't treat you bad when when you were younger. That is something you need to work on within yourself. Then you look at the point that you're talking about. Let's just say it's 200 students in his school. So let's just say 5 of them teased him. 10 of them teased him. So you're going to blame all 15 million, 20 million of black women? Is their fault that those little 40 girls in fucking elementary school is the reason why you still holding this damn grudge against black women in your 40s and your 50s?
Well, like I was saying, trauma is a motherfucker. Yes, bro. That's like
I would probably say you would go to therapy for that shit.
Maya Angelou agreed with what Jamie just said, though. Our great ancestor said this, people would forget what you said to them. They would never forget how you made them feel.
so.
I
This is what
That's
I'm
Maya
saying.
Angelou.
This is look.
I don't. I think that is a damn excuse again to make it black women's fucking fault. I mean, you
All
could
right,
say
hold on. First of all,
the
let me
same
finish
shit
the whole, and you can
about.
have it after that. Let me finish what I was about to say. You can have it after that, whatever you want to say. But what I was saying is those guys who got made fun of, trauma matters. It matters like hell. Folks hold that and dear to them. Like, dang, bro. I remember some of the stuff that they said. Now think about it. Let's transition over to the Shannon Sharps of the world. They went to all black schools. Their experience, more than likely, they probably was shy. Like you just got through saying 15 out of, let's say, 200, right? Let's go with what you said. 15 out of the 200. That's fine. Let's say, but the problem is, let's say out of the 200 in the school, let's say 100 of them are women. Did the other 85 women try to take up for him? No, they didn't. They probably laughed too. They may didn't directly say anything themselves, but if the jokes were funny, they probably laughed too. Maybe one out of the group tried to actually defend him. I know this because I've seen it done several times. I even had times like I was funny looking when I was in like middle school and high school, but the difference is I had two major things on my side that it didn't happen to me as much. It was one, I could check my ass off so you would get your ass fired up for trying to come at me like that. And two, I could fight and I had the whole school of vice lords on my side. So that you came up to me with that bullshit, you was getting your ass beat.
I heard that.
That's the only thing that saved me from it heavily. But I've seen this shit happen many times.
Salute, bro.
So you can't tell me that's not a thing. And back to the Shannons of the world. Think about this. They got made fun of. He became a big-time NFL person, and he went to school. What type of school did he go to? A white school. So his first acceptance was white women.
Damn. That boy
that's the reason why he was like, they're the ones that are good. They're pure. They're cool. But his only experience is they treated me bad, and as soon as I go to another environment, they treated me good. Well, let's not talk about what their intentions were. Their intentions could have been just because they looking at money, but a dude like that is not looking at that. He's looking at, bro, I'm finally getting some acceptance and some affection from a woman.
That's key. Those 2 points there.
That's what it is.
Damn. Hey, and thanks for being vulnerable, homie. Jamie didn't have to share that. So, Jamie, you pretty much had the Pookie Ray Ray energy in high school, and that's what
I told you that. I did.
Yeah. And that's what made them not treat
about
you.
it, but yeah, shit. You go to my neighborhood, they'll definitely tell you. Hell yeah, the whole Vice Lord city was around me.
Wow.
All of my brothers and folks I'm affiliated with was in that, so they knew that if I fuck with Jamie, I'm gonna have to fuck with the whole hood.
Oh yeah, I heard that. And the females knew that, so you got respect from that.
They didn't fuck with me because of that.
But it is.
Here's another thing, real quick. My 9th grade year, I went to a side of Memphis that I wasn't familiar with. I went to North Side my 9th grade year. I know you don't know what that is. Solo does. I went to North Side my 9th grade year. I got way more teasing and stuff like that going to North Side than I ever did going to Fairleigh, because they didn't know me on that side. So I had to earn it there. When I went to Fairleigh, they seen who I rolled with. They already knew what was up.
That's interesting, bro.
So, my response is, so Dr. Umar has made a video about this, and I used to watch it. He was talking about Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco. They decided to get on a podcast together and talk about how they prefer white women because black women tease them in school. Like, so we hear this. This isn't nothing new as to why black men are not dating black women. But I think Dr. Umar made a great point when he was talking about it, and I'll just say it here because I think it makes complete sense. Shannon Sharp grew up in a small white town. He went to school with majority white people. So Dr. Umar asked the question, so if black women made fun of you, does that mean that white women was attracted to you in Georgia in the 80s, in the 90s? I mean, that's hard for me to believe that you never experienced racism from these students at this school that somehow you don't remember, but now when you were too teased by black people at the school, that somehow sat with you and traveled with you all the way. It's stuff that we've went through with black people all the time. We've been robbed by black people, shot at by black people. Black people have broken in our homes. Where people are not still holding back saying, I hate black people because they broke in my house one day, or they teased me at school one day. It's just I just don't buy it, especially to that now determines what I find to be attractive. I think that both Shannon and Ocho Cinco, both of them, seem to only date white women and I would say non-black women because Ocho Cinco like Latinos. But
Yeah, they both of them.
I don't buy it that
Ocho.
Black
you
as
were
fuck.
teased in sixth, you were teased in sixth grade, you was teased in fifth grade, and now you're in your 50s and you haven't thought to go fix that. But now you have took that upon the whole black community. Now it's black women's fault that you were teased by other black women, and now you're not now you don't date black women in the future. Now the 50 black girls that teased you all through your elementary schools and primary schools. Now you're gonna take that out on us 50 years 50 years later. I maybe that's you guys' opinion and I would accept that, but I just don't think that is something to be true. I think that him going to Savannah, I mean, I do understand the logic that, well, I understand the logic that, well, the only people around me is black, it's only white girls around me, so I had to pick one of them. I understand that more than I understand all black women tease me at school. Right, that's why I don't date them now. But even with that argument, I think it's flawed because I mean, if you're not interested in white women, you're not gonna date white women.
That's
If you're
me.
not interested in Latino women, you're not gonna date Latino women. They're not gonna all of a sudden be attractive to you. They're not all gonna be something that you're now seeking out. Like if your values is you don't like these women, which is fine if you do, but you're not gonna then go seeking them. Or if you see one of them, you're not gonna say, "Let me go approach her. She's cute." If you don't date outside of outside of your race, and that's probably where I would probably end it because um, I don't necessarily think that you just fall in love with girls of other races. That's something that you make a decision to sort of do. So I don't think white women just fell into Shannon's lap and that's how he ended up just dating white women. I don't think that Latino women just fell in Ocho Cinco's lap. It's an intention on their part to date women of that race, which I mean, what am I supposed to say? They have a right to do it.
Okay, so first, what's up to Liam? Glad to have you come on. But I'm not saying necessarily that's what their experience was. But all I'm saying is if you did grow up in an all black area and you got made fun of, and then you go to a white area, your first experience from them, even though it may be bad intentions deep down embedded in them because they're trying to use you for your money, all you looking at it is this is my first step to women. So you're saying not being attracted to whatever group of women. I think those brothers were just attracted to women. Had nothing to do with I'm not attracted to black, I'm not attracted to the Latina, I'm not attracted. It's women in general. And they so happen to be the group of women to give them acceptance. Like if Latina was the first women to embrace that, let's say the school you went to, it was a bunch of Latinas there. And the Latina women were the first ones to be looking at, damn, he's a football star, he's a basketball star, he's what, whatever it is that they see generates a lot of money. They tend to clinch to you because of this. And those who happen to be the group that clinching to you, you're going to be attracted to possibly think, damn, these group of women are different, because that's your experience with them, and your experience with the ones that look like you was they made fun of you.
Okay, Taj.
Yeah.
Question: which one is worse? Black women teasing you in 4th and 5th grade, or you getting 18, getting this big contract, and now they after you for your money?
That don't make sense.
You said black women teasing you in 4th and 5th grade, or you getting a big contract at 18 years old. And what's the second
now
part?
Now white women are after you for your money.
You said which one? That's shit. Damn. So
we know which one is right.
No, it's easy. It's easy for me because I love black women. So that's an easy answer for me. I was trying to think on a cultural level. So the white women wouldn't have a chance for me. And my track record reflects that. I say that with a lot of confidence. When you look at my yearbook of ex-girlfriends, I'm very proud of my yearbook of ex-girlfriends. So that's easy for me to answer. They wouldn't have a chance with me. But I understand the pain. And even Jamie was vulnerable enough to share his experience of being in high school, transferring to another high school, and then he had to endure the experience he didn't endure from the first high school because he had the homies, making sure the chicks like, nah, that's the homie. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna put some respect on him. So which one is worse? I'll pass the mic to Jamie on that. What's up, Talia, by the way, and Darla. I see Darla.
We know which one is worse, but to me, that's not. There's no relevancy to that, because what I was saying is that regardless of them having bad intentions, we know they probably have bad intentions. They're not actually interested in you. But what I'm saying is, if all you know when you was growing up is that you kept getting made fun of, and you always wondered and wanted to have a woman of your own to actually see you as something other than this big black ugly ass nigga that was walking around school, and somebody finally gives that to you.
That matters.
Even if they got ill intentions. They're not going to reveal to you they got ill intentions. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to reveal that to you until later. When they get ready to divorce you to take your fucking money. But you got finessed into believing that they were, they were the better group of women.
Taj, I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
So because I think Darla made a comment and I agree. So if a black woman was teased by black men in childhood, does she grow up and now it's okay for her to have a preference? She only date white men? Or is that still frowned upon?
She's making it more broad, and that's not the way.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a Haitian girl back when this is like when the Haitians first started coming to South Florida. Pretty Haitian girl too. I'm gonna say her name, Raquel, and a lot of the American homies was making fun of her. And shout out to Zopound. Zopound put that shit to an end in the late 90s. And but I remember that. Y'all got me going way back to the elementary school. So to Darla's point, it was almost like you had to have a strong mind to look past what I'm gonna say I didn't do it. Let me be, I'm not pleading guilty to that. I didn't do that to them. But if you wanted to be in the in crowd, you wouldn't go against what the crowd was doing to say, man, forget y'all. That girl cute. I don't care. I'm gonna see what's up with her. You know, I don't know how she turned out. To answer your question, Solo, Darla is speaking, and Darla is saying we have to ask Darla how did she bounce back from that. I know that shit exists though. I've
Okay.
looked over.
So Taj, that's my other question. All right, so now she 4th and 5th grade, and she is overweight and she not cute. She ain't got it together yet. So now through middle school, she teased by black men. Go through high school, teased by black men. She goes now she didn't work out. She played volleyball or basketball or something. Now she fine now. She going to college, right? She going to some white school, and now white men accept her, right? And then she gonna go be this fucking NASA astronaut or some doctor or some shit, and she fine. Does it excuse her to only date white men now that her whole
No,
life black men have been teasing her? Is that an excuse that she can carry with her till she 50? Oh, I only date white women because I was teased all through school by black men. Is that an
It's not.
excuse to date? It's not. So
No.
that's no excuse for her. I think, and again, I just expect
That
equality.
don't make Jamie wrong though. You ain't about to have Jamie's
No,
not about
I'm
to.
That's
not.
what I'm
No, I
saying,
have
bro.
no input.
That's
I
the
have
thing.
no intention.
What
of-
you
I'm with you, man.
described.
No, she making some
my
good
point
points.
that I was
She
making.
made a great point.
Yeah.
But what you're
My point
saying
that I
is
was
basically the
making.
same thing
I
of what
was
I'm saying. It's the
talking.
opposite way, though.
My point was that Taj, if you
Mhm.
say that that's no excuse for her to be 50 years old talking about she's only dating white men because she was teased in school by black men, there's no excuse for a black man to be teased in primary school by black girls, and now all of a sudden he in his 50s talking about I only date white women because I was teased in school
That
by
shit is
black
reality, Solo.
women.
I hate to say it, Solo. And I hate name
No, I'm
drops,
saying
but
that is no excuse for you to be dating
okay, I'm with
a
you on that.
non-black
But the
person
pain
in your
is real.
50s.
The pain is real, Solo. Take the brother. What's the brother name? Jamie. The actor and rapper dude. Like he said it. Like let's be.
Childish Gambino.
Thank you. Thanks, Talia.
Thanks,
He
Talia.
said it. That shit is real. So I hear your points. You making a great case. That pain is real. Now,
Taj, it's not if that pain is real. My question is, does that make it right? She's 50 years old and she's talking about I don't date black women. I don't date black men because I was teased in school by black women. Is that right or no?
well,
Yes, it has to be yes, because you agree that Shannon Sharp can be 50 years old talking about I don't date black women because I was teased by them in 5th grade. It has to be the same. If you're saying that that's okay for Shannon Sharp, it has to be okay for the astronaut.
just,
Yes
Okay.
or no? The
So
question
I'm
is yes or
gonna
no.
address it.
Taj.
Jamie,
I'm going to address it.
No, Taj, I want you to answer the
No,
question.
I'm telling you,
Is
I'm
that
going to
right?
address it because I
This
see.
nigga is swinging tonight, boy. Damn.
What
Taj,
I'm trying to say is
I'm
what
not,
you just said. What you just said is essentially the same thing. I actually, if you would let me get it out, I agree with you. It's you basically put the mirror on the opposite side. I'm glad you did it
You
the way
did.
you
I'm
did
glad
it.
you said it, Jamie. I couldn't even
Yeah,
formulate
that's
it.
what I'm trying to say. But she's so full of trying to direct it to you and not listening to
No,
me.
well, I think
no, because no,
I'm
that's not the point.
I think so.
I'm not making a point that this is a mirror incident. I understand that it's a mirror thing. Of course it's a mirror thing. I put it on the woman. My question is that acceptable at 50 years
The
old
answer
for
that
her to be
already
talking
know.
about, like, just like Shannon Sharp? Shannon Sharp is talking about he's 50 years old, talking about he was teased in middle school by black girls. He's not dating black girls. He only date white girls. Is that an excuse for a black woman to be 50 years old talking about I only date white men because I was teased in primary school? Not if it's mirrors. The question is that right? Is that an excuse for her to only date white men?
Answer that. We both saying
No,
no.
I didn't hear that from Todd.
He said that shit about 3 times.
Well, you
Why
making me
can't
think
you?
about
Why
you making
I
me
don't
think about
understand why it's
Supreme.
turning into that when I'm just asking Todd a question.
Well, you
You said that he
Because
answered it, and I said I didn't hear that.
well, you making me think about Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown. And I guess you, like Jamie said, you exposing the reality that even some white men can see the value beyond looks and be like, man, this lady is intelligent. She got what it takes to be a Supreme Court justice, and she got a white husband. So, y'all got to forgive me. These are public figures, so hey, it is what it is. Serena Williams, she gave the brothers a chance. She gave the brothers a chance. You cannot, history recorded that very well. And I'm not name dropping them niggas who dropped the ball on that. But she gave the brothers a chance. So when her ended up with a white husband, I'm not mad at her. So I take it from there, Jamie. I think so. Get a kick out of making
now that I get to say what I'm trying to say, you articulated it very well. At first, the first thing you say, I was like, you're making it too broad. Then you kind of switched it. That made it perfect. Because you can't compare a woman that got made fun of, like Darla's point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, say she got made fun of for her hair or whatever it is, and that makes you not. That's not the same thing as you getting made fun of, and then you become rich, like for a man. And then you go to another area where it's another group of different ethnic groups of men, and they embrace you. Obviously, their intentions for embracing you are different. But, the fact is, how you looking at it is, but we know love blinds you. Like women know what they're doing. When they know how to capture you in certain ways and stuff like that, to the point that it can cloud your judgment. She looking so good. She's saying the right thing. She's smelling so good. You a virgin. Let's say you a virgin, and she's willing to go where the other sisters never would go with you. I'm just saying that there will make you be like, this is all I want. And keep in mind, I don't fall under that category. I've never dated a white woman. But I'm just speaking for, I understand for the ones that do. So what I'm saying, and also shout out to Takari.
Yeah.
Glad he came through.
Yeah.
Because
that's for you, Solo. Yeah.
This is a millionaire that's married, and he said he handles a lot of the stuff. A black man. He said, Solo, I clean up and handle most of the kids' appointments and take them to school and pick them up Monday through Friday and make more money than that. So that goes to my point of what I'm saying is we're already doing it. But anyways, I just wanted to catch his comment on that. But what I'm saying is the way you reflected it and saying the black girl that was fat, out of shape, she wasn't attractive, black men made fun of her. Then she so happened to get in the gym, fix herself up. Now she's looking good. And she goes to school where it's a bunch of white guys. And those white guys like her because I'm glad she was able to separate the difference between what the values of the opposite genders are. Men, they know, oh, he's playing football. He's a prospect for the NFL. He's going to generate a lot of money. Women on the flip side, oh, she's in shape. She looks good. She, her hair always looking good. She's smelling good. All of that. So the white men may be looking at her like, damn, yeah, she looks really good. And your first experience from men, now they're white men they're not making fun of me. They're embracing me. Although it may not be the same.
It's not. I'm glad you said that. It's not the same. Go ahead.
It's not the same.
It's not.
But it makes sense to the point of why she may, come up with that conclusion. So that's why I said, I'm glad you put it out there like that to make it the same.
Yeah, because white men are not, let me get this out real quick, Jamie. This brain getting old. White men are not throwing themselves at black women the way white women do. Can y'all with that? Is that fair to say, right?
I don't know, because my experience is that white men throw themselves at black women. Now, whether or not they want to build a family with her may be different than they want to.
I'm glad you said that.
But if black women wanted white guys, all we have to do is go out to a primarily white type of environment like Nashville or some shit. White men will be throwing themselves at black women.
Yeah, but they not. I can say this with confidence because I heard it from a black woman. A black woman who I used to date straight up told me they just what you said, Solo. They not taking you home. That's a big difference. Yeah, you said you can't go back on your words now. You said it.
I think when you said not taking you home, they'll take us home.
No,
I
and
think
you
it
know what I
is
mean by
that.
home. Like they not taking you to they not taking you to
See,
their mother.
that's where I wanted. That's where I said, because I'm thinking like, yeah, they'll take us home to fuck us.
That's what my girl was saying. She
Right.
was a nurse at a
But
hospital,
is
and
that not the
she
same thing with white women though?
No.
no.
White women date black men because the other white men don't want them. Literally, you guys get the sloppy seconds of white women. White women prefer to be with white men, but they can't find one that is readily available that they're willing to marry. So they're willing to settle with a black man, especially if he halfway got his shit together. That's
I
why I
would
don't.
you got for
That's
that,
why I
Jamie,
don't
because
understand.
I'm
You
not
got some
so
money, them white women and Latino women will jump on your ass so goddamn quick
yeah.
while you sitting there hate, but they jumping on you because you provide stability.
Uh-huh.
You one of the good ones. You got some
Or
money.
nobody didn't want them. You was right on with that. I've seen that.
I'm just
I've
saying they
witnessed that.
prefer to
Yeah,
date black women. They
right.
prefer to
They the
date
ones.
men of
Right.
their own
I
race.
think that's real.
If they could find one of their own race, they wouldn't be interested in black men.
Right. I think you're right about that because it's very rare to see a regular black guy with a badass white chick. That
Especially if she like blonde blue eyes.
oh, you can forget
Oh
about that.
hell
Yeah,
no. You definitely not getting her. You
you can yeah.
definitely not getting unless you got some money. I mean, if you one of these football players, you may pick up one of these
Right.
blonde
Yeah.
hair, blue eyes.
Right. That's what they
But
I have
want.
a
regular
question.
old Ray
What's
Ray
up, Talia?
that's making $25 an hour at the warehouse,
And forget about it. Yeah.
she gonna
So
no sir.
she said, what's worse, black girls teasing a boy in elementary or a white girl trying to use him for his contract? But once that man becomes that athlete with that contract, wouldn't those same black girls who used to tease him now want him because he got the contract?
They
Well,
will.
I would argue, yeah, because women are after money when they marry. That's priorities. Just like men are asking for fine ass girls, women are after money when they marry. They want stability and they want somebody that they know they could provide and they don't have to question. So of course he's now gonna be in the spotlight because he just got $100 million. So I think any woman of any race is gonna flock towards him. That's just not black women, the Latinos, the Asian, any woman is gonna be after him now that he's making money.
But it's only a problem when he picks the white girl.
No, it's only a problem that black women now want him because he has money. That's the problem. That's the problem. We understand that white
But
women are only after our athletes for money. I can't believe
without
they keep falling for it. But the
right,
only reason why that white girl is with you is because you have money.
right. But
And you're one of the ones that I mean, I'm talking to you. I get your number. You're a prospect. Now I'm going to work overtime to make sure I'm number one and I'm the one that you're going to marry.
without the pain of picking on them, teasing them, and rejection. So that you left that out. So good point, Talia, pointing that out.
So
So it's not like the
I
white
mean, I
girls
don't
treating
have
them
a
like
problem
shit
with
too.
I don't
Huh?
have a problem with white women going after black men with money. To me, that's their problem that they're dumb enough to fall for something like that.
Well, you
So
leaving the point out, Jamie made. Go ahead,
what's
finish your
the
point.
point? What's the point?
See, is the white women, they're both going after the money, minus the white women treating them like shit in their
But
younger
white
years.
people have treated black men like shit forever. But that's not the trauma that you guys carry into your relationship preferences. You only carry the black trauma to the relationship preferences. I mean, as much as white women have done to black men wouldn't get 12 feet close to a white woman. I'd be like, let me cross the goddamn street.
That's what
But
I
you
do.
guys don't take that trauma into your relationship preferences. It's the little 6-year-old that was in class with you talking about your nose big because she's under the same demonic, the same oppression that you under. She hate her nose, she hate her skin, she hate everything about us. That's what she's been taught. But that's the trauma y'all want to carry 50 years, not the trauma that white people have done to us for 400 years. So
I got
there's
a great
no
response to that.
excuse for you guys talking about, oh, they teased us. White people have oppressed you, has incarcerated you, have lynched you, have killed you, have murdered you. I don't understand how that is somehow you can forget all of that. But then the 5-year-old, the 6-year-old, the 7-year-old, the 8-year-old that teased you is something you're gonna carry with you for 50 years.
Because that's something that actually affected them personally. Black
But
people
it,
today
Thank
don't
you,
go
Leah.
around saying
but
You,
it
you did it
actually
before I
affect.
got there and
Is
get
it
to it.
is it not affected? So is it not affecting us now? Are our fathers in the home? Are our families
It
together?
is, but it's
Are
not
we? I mean,
personal.
I think that is a way to, let's sweep that under the rug. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the 6-year old, the 7-year old, the 8-year old black girl that teased you.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna actually give a good example with it. So we know all of the stuff that came with racism throughout slavery and stuff like that. But let's use this as an example. Keep in mind, we're well aware of what happened through slavery. However, God forbid this to ever happen to anyone. But let's just go through something that will traumatize you. If you have an experience, because this actually happened with Oprah, to be honest with you, but if you have an experience where black men was to grape you, let's say a bunch of black when you were somewhere and a bunch of black men raped you, that traumatized the hell out of you. And when that happened, a bunch of white guys came and they protected you, they shielded you, they saved you from that. And your experience with them was good. I think it would be disingenuous to say that you couldn't understand how a sister may decide, yeah, I prefer white men because she's still thinking about the trauma of what happened to her with those men, and her defense was the white guys. And what I'm telling you in this situation, for the brothers that do what they did because they decided, oh, the first great experience they had with a woman so happened to be a white woman. That's the reason why they think like that. It's the trauma. That's where it's linked to. We get that the slavery stuff happened, but that didn't happen to us directly. If it would have happened to us directly, to the point that, let's say they just freed us 10 minutes ago, 10 years ago, and we still know that, of course we would think like that. But it didn't happen to us personally. So that's why.
But I would also say that we're living in the post-slavery syndrome. Like we're still suffering from shit that we went through from the curses. And I'm not talking about, I mean, went through slavery. I'm talking about, we can even just use this as an example, when we were taught to hate our futures. So we as black people all were taught to hate our futures. You're teasing me about my features, I'm teasing you about your features. That's something that was put in on us. So why is it that you guys cannot forgive black women for doing that, but somehow you guys could forgive white people for instilling that into society, instilling that into us as a whole? I think it's easier for black men to say, you're the problem, you're the problem, you're the reason why I hate black people because you tease me at school, than to say, oh, we were under a whole system of oppression from these people that were oppressing us. It's the same. I'm not saying that we're going through slavery. I'm saying that in school we're teasing each other about being too black, our noses being too big, our lips being too big, we doing this, we doing that. That's some shit that was instilled in us in society from the oppression that we're under. That's some shit that was taught to us. So when these little girls, because I mean, again, we talking about 6, 8, we talking about young people,
Go
young
to high school.
kids.
Mhm.
We're talking about kids in school under 18. Let's just say 17 to
Yeah, yeah,
5.
yeah. Start in high school. That's when,
Yes,
yeah.
start in
Middle
high
high school is
school.
when it
I
really,
mean, these are still kids. I
yeah.
mean, what do
Start,
we
bro.
expect them to understand that you're making fun of me? And that is going to now project into my views when I'm 50. I would
I know
that
people right now don't have solo. They don't have no problem getting white girls, and this because the black girls they like from school on up, just wasn't feeling them. I know people right now, and they can get white girls like that.
but if they wasn't feeling you now, you mean to tell me they still not feeling you now? They wasn't feeling you then. They're not feeling you now, or is
No, they're
it that
not.
you look out for white women now?
They go after the fish they can catch, and I
But
don't
that's what I
look at
think.
them no
Why would
different.
you want to go with some? This is the thing. How it's looked at. It you didn't want me then. You talked about me then, and now I actually got my shit together. Now you want me? Like we looking at it like, bruh, that's some fake shit. That's how they.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah.
it's
But we're talking
perceived.
about some 15, 14, 15, 16, and 17-year-old girls. You think they're looking into the future? You think that we're focused on whether or not he's going to be a provider or not in high school?
Yeah, you're not, but it still
Of
don't change
course
the
we're
point.
not. So why are you now mad that we didn't understand that in high school and then projecting that on all black women
Trauma.
in the future?
That's the key word.
So if it's trauma, then it's something that you need to work on. It's not black women's fault that you 50
Whoever said that was
and
their
you're
fault.
it's because you guys blame black women for teasing you. It's our fault that you're dating white women now that you got money, Shannon
No one
Sharp,
said that
because
though.
black girls teased you in high school.
No one said that. No one said it's your fault. I'm dating. I don't think I've ever in life heard any individual say it's black women. It's your fault. The reason why I only want white women.
But
That
you
just so
guys,
happens
but you
to
guys
be.
use the basis of not dating black women in your 50s, Shannon Sharp, because we're using him as an example. You guys are saying he's 50 years old. He don't date black women because they teased him in high school. Because
I'm not
black
saying
girls
that's the case
teased
for
him in
him. I
high
just use you
school.
for an example.
That's why you're not dating them in the future. I mean, any girl, any girl that you guys are saying
Because
that
you do know
it's
Shannon
because you
Sharp
guys were teased in high
children's
school.
mother
That's
was
why your
black.
preferences at 50 is this. Like
I'm just saying Shannon Sharp's children's mother is black.
that, but did he marry any of them? Did he create families with
He
any
didn't
of
marry
them?
none of the white woman either.
But so we want to praise Shannon Sharp for creating kids out of wedlock, out with all this money that he got. He refused at 50 years old not to submit, not to commit to having a family and providing.
Like I say, I don't know the whole storyline of all that, but
But he
I
not
Yeah,
do
and I,
know
doing.
he got black kids.
yeah, I forgot about that part. Yeah, so he procreated two black women, and I saw one
He
of them when he,
created a
huh?
broken home.
So it's a broken home because the father's not in the home?
Absolutely. We're talking about traditional family values. It should be mom and dad living in the
Don't
house,
nobody
raising the
give a
kids
fuck
together.
about tradition.
Oh
Just
well. I
because
mean,
he ain't in the house don't mean he don't take care of the kids. Don't mean they
but
don't.
yeah, I mean, but he didn't create a family of what we expect families to be. We expect dad to be in the
Who's
house, mom
we?
to be in the house, raising the kids as a unit. We need the masculine energy and we need the feminine energy to properly raise kids. So that's this is how they said it's better to raise kids with with two parents. So that's what we should be striving to.
But
All
there's
right.
still two parents though. Just because he's not upstairs don't mean she can't call him and be like, "Hey, your son on some bullshit."
Well,
He's
I would
still
prefer
the
that the
father
man is
figure.
living
He
in the
just
house
ain't at
with the
home.
son. But yeah, but I mean, I get it. But when I say he didn't create a family, he didn't create a husband, a wife, raising kids together in this house together. I mean, I think that's what I meant. That he didn't create a family, a traditional family.
But
Let
it's
me
still a
address
family though.
real quick. Y'all can keep going, but let me address these super chats real quick. So, Demarcus asked Solo a question. He said, "Solo, would you leave a tip on the first day?"
It depends on a first date. No, because I didn't ask you out. I'm not paying for
Yeah.
anything.
Okay. And the next one, he said, "What's the difference between a covenant marriage and shacking up with someone?"
I mean, the first difference is a covenant marriage is a legal marriage, and shacking up with someone is not a marriage.
I never heard covenant marriage. What's that?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is either. That's like with a regular marriage.
A covenant marriage is a type of marriage where I know in Arizona you have to have a reason to get a divorce. It's not like something you could just walk in court and say I want a divorce. It usually has to be a reason, like adultery, having a baby out of wedlock. You got to have a reason. So it's like sort of a more serious divorce type of divorce than like a regular marriage. A regular marriage is a regular marriage and you have a covenant marriage. A regular marriage, you can just walk in and get a divorce. It's called a no-fault divorce. You just walk in and get it. A covenant marriage, you have to have a reason for why you're divorcing this person.
Yeah.
There you have it.
She would be the one to explain that. So, hey, that's her field. She knows about it. Anyways, let me catch up on some more comments. Shannon didn't even want to pay for his daughter's wedding, but he retired an OF chick. Hey, I did hear that. I did. That's bad on you, Shannon.
What's the OF chick?
OnlyFans.
She played his ass.
Yeah.
She played the biggest heist in history.
Yeah,
She
absolutely.
played his ass.
He
Gave
would
a 20-year-old $20 million, and then you got fired. I'm gonna tell you how ESPN ain't shit really quick. ESPN kept him on board, thinking that if I settle this real quick, I'm gonna keep my job. As soon as he gave that white girl $20 million, ESPN fired his ass. I'm just saying.
Unfortunately, yeah. But that goes to what I was saying about although they may have ill intentions, it's still you're not thinking about that at the moment. It's like they say, when you're in love, you make bad decisions a lot of times.
So, Jamie, I got a question. Who you forgiving first? The 7-year-old girls that was making fun of you back then? Or let's just say 14, 15, 16-year-old girls that was making fun of you back then? Or the white girl who married you and took half of your fortune?
Well,
And
obviously,
didn't want to marry, didn't really use you for your money and took half of your fortune.
the girls back then, because they were immature and they were just doing things that they didn't really think much of at the time.
Okay, right? I agree. So now that, let's use Shannon as an example. Now, does Shannon get to now continue to date white women, or does he go back to black women? What happened with him with that white girl? Is that going to be trauma for him to go through?
Well,
Yeah.
for Shannon, if we're talking about Shannon, I believe Shannon did do that. That's just my opinion. I believe, I don't think he's ever revealed this. If he did, I just haven't heard it yet. But I actually believe he did because, like I said, he had his children with the black woman. And then it didn't work out. And as far as them saying he did that with his daughter or whatever, who knows? It could be something related to the hatred he might have for the children's mother.
If you put me in that situation, I would want that 20 million to stay in our community. It's gonna hurt either way, but if
I agree.
Yeah.
But Taj, but now does Shannon Sharp now that he's went through trauma with this white girl, she just stole money from him, 20 million, far more than the girls that teased him in high school. Does he continue moving forward to date white women, or does he date black women moving forward?
He should come back home. I heard your question the first time, and he should come back home.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah.
Like it's just very ironic. It sucks.
Because we could use that 20 million.
Because only thing I disagree, I disagree with the narratives that they were pushing. I didn't like the narratives they pushed, but Monique did on his podcast tell him that he needs to. You too old for this shit. You need to sit. You need to settle your. She basically said you need to
Yeah, she
settle down.
did. Damn, she was almost prophetic with that, right? She said that
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, he was saying you don't
I
need to
remember that.
settle
Good
down.
point, Jamie. She did
Young
tell him.
girls and stuff.
Yeah.
You need to settle down and have
Dang.
somebody. Now and then they use that. A certain community of people use that as leverage to try to say it was because of the age and all that. But actually, I don't think age had nothing to do with it. I think it's who the hell he. You got to think about. Look at her. First off, I think now I could be wrong. I think especially when it comes to a big black ass nigga like Shannon Sharp, the likelihood of somebody doing something to you like that between a black woman and a white woman. I think this is just me. Now I ain't got no proof of this. I don't have no statistics or nothing. But I'm gonna take my chance with the sister on that because I just think the likelihood of her doing me like that is significantly lower than a white woman doing that to me. That's just me. But I think where most of it lies is who he chose. She was an OF model. And then he just wasn't smart with what he was doing. Like you saying certain stuff that he was saying over the phone. Like she had audio. She was recording this nigga while they was having conversation because it seems like they were into kinky, crazy shit like him choking her and all kinds of stuff. They were into that. And she knew that if she could capture him over the phone talking about choking her and doing all kinds of foul play stuff that I think was just some kind of foreplay thing that they did. But she used that to leverage it, to make it look bad and pretty much force that nigga to give up 20 mil. He got cooked for sure.
Yeah, he got cooked.
Hey, laugh at you. I feel bad for the nigga.
Hey, I'm glad you said it, Jamie.
I was like, damn.
Hey, it's interesting how the mind operate, but I'm thinking about when he had that chick from LA on his show before that happened to him too. And she was tapping her feet, like letting him know her cycle on, and that could have been a hint. I would have took it as a hint. Shit, I got almost I would have rather she got the 20 million than somebody outside the community. And at least she was yeah. I mean, I would have put a baby in her.
That much worse when it happened to you with another ethnic group, for sure.
Huh?
I say it looked that much worse for you when another ethnic group is
Yeah. Don't nobody want to get got like that, but if you gotta get got, hot damn.
Yeah.
Shit. Put it, make the donation to the community. Shit, we need it.
And that part is what I always agree with Dr. Umar. With that part. Keeping the money circulating in our community. That is important.
It is, Jamie, but I still think your point is right earlier, bro. And I'm speaking from experience. I know I got black homies, bro, that was done wrong, and white women have pulled them out of the mud. And to Solo's point, these are not 7 and 8s and 9 white women. These are like 5 and 6s at the highest. But still, they felt that embrace, and I don't judge them. They done had some swirl babies, and hey, so I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I know some stories of it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Shit. It ain't even just the ones that were unattractive. Like it's some of the dudes that you would consider attractive that had that experience. So shit.
What's on your mind, Talia? Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say real quick, to be honest with you, shit, that's a Mari Hartwood story. A lot of people
what's the story?
He's married to a white woman. She's not attractive at all, in my opinion. I don't mean that. I mean, I'm not gonna. This is my opinion.
I agree.
So there you go. And that's
and and this is not me shitting on, but we don't know what she did to upper her value to help pull. We know she was down for him. And
Yeah.
like I've always said, like I think when that happens, somebody naturally becomes more attractive to you. I believe that is a thing. So she pulled him out the mud. She helped him with his career, and look at him now, the most notorious black gangster on television in black cinema. For those of y'all who don't know him by his name, Amari Hogwood, I'm speaking of James Ghost St. Patrick from the iconic hit series Power. That was his story.
Somebody break the silence.
Well, I'm about to move on to the next
All
slide.
right, all right.
That's what I'm about to do. So now, this one right here is a good one, people. This one right here is a good one. I think it's kind of crazy. You feel me? Like, this topic, when to protect black women. So I've heard on a couple of emphases before of, black women feeling unprotected and stuff like that. And I'll give my apologies for, to the sisters that do feel that way. But at the same time, a lot of sisters have messed it up. That makes it more difficult for us to protect them. Because we got some really good sisters out here that deserves, to feel protected and appreciated and respected. But you got a lot of them that does a lot of bullshit that makes us say, yeah, I ain't getting involved with that. Like, for instance, to give you a few examples of what I'm talking about. So you got some sisters that will start something with a guy. She's dead wrong. She'll call up her brother, call up her uncle, her daddy, whoever it is. He coming over there to defend her, and she was dead wrong. Like, you find out she actually was smashing another dude, and he caught her, and they got into a heated exchange. Let's say he didn't put his hands on her, but he yelled at her and stuff like that, and it got to the point that he was like, you know what, get out my house. And she flipped it and said to you, he just started going crazy on me, started throwing my stuff out the house and accusing me of stuff that's not true. She done manipulated the situation. Now dad's coming over there, or your brother or whoever coming over there to defend you. She's actually dead wrong. And now you in a conflict where it could end fatal. But you looking at it as, I gotta protect our women. Like, what is your sister, your niece, a woman you're interested in, which really sucks if that's the case, your daughter, you feel me? And seeing so many cases of that, some men are starting to check out to the point they're not doing it. I'll give a very quick experience for me before. I remember when my cousin had an issue with her baby daddy. I'm not gonna name anyone, but it was a conflict. And me and my cousins, we was getting together to go and help her, defend her and stuff like that. And our uncle seen this and was like, "Don't y'all go over there. Y'all stay y'all ass right here. You don't know what the situation is. She could have been on manipulated, a whole bunch of stuff. And having y'all going over there, y'all can go over there and get hurt or even killed over some shit that she done started that really not what she's saying it is." And the worst part is, after y'all possibly go to jail or even killed, she gonna still be with that man. So ever since then, after my uncle kind of put me on game with that, I started looking at it differently. Like, if I'm gonna protect you, I gotta know exactly what's going on, every detail. So with that being on the stage, I got a video though. And in this situation, I'm not going to share my opinion on it just yet, but I want y'all to see this. Also, this is for educational purposes and stuff. Everything we said, we're not saying anything of that we're going to say in this podcast is true. All of this is alleged, and also fair use agreement is in play. But I just want to show this video here where I think these brothers. Well, I said I wasn't gonna share my opinion, so let me say that. But this was wild to me. Give me 1 second to pull it up, but I forgot. I gotta pull it up a certain way. All right. We see it on the screen? Yeah, we do.
Yo, this is sick. Oh, nah. Slam this in the door. Oh, my God. Slam the door. Slam the door. Oh, my God. Yo, what the fuck? Oh, nah.
It's almost hard to look at.
Don't get out. Don't get out. Don't get out. Please do not get out. Please do not get out. Slam that knee. Please do not get out. Yo, get him. Get him. Oh my God. He getting in the car. Oh, bro. What the fuck? Yo, please don't get out. Oh. Oh. Nah. What the fuck? Yo. Who dog is that? Yo, please. Yo, hit the dog. No way. Oh, yo, hit the dog. No way. Oh my God, what the fuck? No way. Please. Oh, yeah, stop the dog. Stop him. Yo. Nah, you gotta run that nigga over, bro.
Now, kudos to the brother that walked up. I didn't catch that the first time I saw this. But as you can see, there's a brother that did walk up and it looked like he had a 2x4 and knocked it and hit the dog. In this particular situation, in my opinion, you have, come on. Like, clearly this is something that's wrong. Somebody didn't take care of their damn dog. Some kind of way this dog was on the loose. And these niggas are sitting in the car coaching them on what to do. They're women, bro. Women are afraid of cockroaches. What the fuck you think they're gonna do with a pit bull? Like that, like to me, that's just weak. I didn't hear these niggas blow their horn. They could have tried to maybe run the dog over themselves, because y'all said at the end of the video, run the dog over. Nigga, you're in a car. Why don't you run the dog over? If you don't want to get out and maybe you worried about the dog attacking you, why don't you just try to run over the damn dog with the car? You're in one. It's two of them, by the way, because you hear them talking to each other, and then a brother finally came up with a 2x4 and put an end to it. So I'm gonna open this up for y'all to y'all give me y'all opinion, but I think, in this opinion, these brothers, damn near are cowards. Like in this, now if it's a man and a woman having an altercation, it's different, because some of the time you don't know what the situation is, and you can get caught up. You can end up losing your life. But bro, it's a dog that is clearly viciously attacking these two sisters, and they're trying to help each other. You saw the one of them tried to help the other, and she ended up getting attacked because she was trying to help her other. I'm assuming homegirl, sister, whoever she was to her. But definitely interested in hearing y'all opinions.
I'll start off with Ali C. I'm trying to find it. Ali C. She said that's a deep-rooted hatred not to help. Oh, there it is. That's a deep-rooted hate to not help. That's Ali C. Darla say, OMG, that pisses her off. Ghosting say, who? The actress who plays the, that must be to the last topic. Yeah, super salute to the brother who calmly, confidently walked up over to the end. Like, that was a pit bull, Jamie. We spoke about that earlier before the show started. And they remember that was my only question. I like, bro, because our pit bulls are known to have, y'all know this, like vicious locks. Like, I'm surprised she was able to get that motherfucker off him. Like, usually when they lock on you, that's a wrap. So shout out to that brother who ain't had no fear with that 2x4. Super salute to him. I agree with you, Jamie. The brothers in the car. Well, I agree with Ali C too. They could have blew the horn, drove near the dog to try to get the dog if they didn't want to get out. You know what I'm saying? And I'll pass the mic from there. Yeah, that was tough to watch there. Shit.
Yeah, that was crazy. Those are definitely cowards. If it was me though, I would have shot that dog.
Straight up. Keep going, Talia. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't leave home without it.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Yes.
I agree with this, Fist. He said if two people can't beat a dog, we have bigger problems. So I would have to, before I fully agree with you, you are speaking of the two males, correct? Because two women, I can understand why they weren't able to beat it. But two dudes, yeah, you should be able to beat a dog.
Which proves Ali C comment that it's just a deep root. And that's you placed that segment at a great time because we just got over the resentment segment, why black men resent black women. So it seemed like they were like, hey, you know.
Yeah, that's
damn.
I don't had an altercation with a pit bull before. Actually. Motherfucker tried to jump up. I called him while he jumped up, popped him in his nose. He took out.
Good, yeah. I know some horror stories about them motherfuckers when they lock on you.
Yeah, they got. Yeah. I had two pits when I was a kid. One of them Nightmare. When she lock on.
Yeah.
And I remember one time she got to fighting with this dog in our neighborhood. It was another pit. She got it locked. We could not get them. Actually, my mama, I guess she had experience with it. She knew what to do. She had to get the dog off him because what she did was she went and got a broom and she stuck it in her mouth. For those of y'all that ever have this experience, this is how you get them off. Okay. She got the broom, stuck it in her mouth, and basically forced the broomstick down her throat to the point she had to let go.
All right. Shit.
For me, I just think that this video just reflects the state of the black community. Of course, they should have gotten out and helped them. Whether you grab, we usually have like shit in our trunk that's like hard, whether it's any damn thing, anything could have used to hit that dog and stop them from doing it, from that dog from doing it. I think that their unwillingness to get out of the car is just a reflection of where black men is at, their willingness to protect black women that they don't know. And I ultimately, to be honest, I blame that on black men because I think that you guys should be in charge of our communities. You guys should be the ones sort of dictating what's going on, and you should be protecting black women whether you know them or not. But then if we were to say that this was a man instead of a dog, I think that when we're talking about protecting black women in an instance where they're getting into an altercation with a man, I think that the primary goal at that point is to make sure that neither party is like going to create like a physical altercation. First thing is to separate them and to make sure, everyone is separated to try to de-escalate the situation. then it's to get her to a safe space, get him to a safe space to make sure that these people are separated. If black men was in control of their communities, like if you had a brother, if you're a brother and you got a sister that's dating a boyfriend, I would assume that you and boyfriend would have met, you and uncle would have met, you and like these, you would know these black men because you guys operate in a community. And so, if there's an altercation, I fully expect you guys to, if there is an incident, I fully expect you guys to work together to be able to figure it out. That's my idea of what black men should be doing in situations like that where you got a altercation between um, a romantic partner and this is your sister. I feel like if you guys were policing the community and um, uh, what I would say in the community leaders that you guys will be able to resolve that. And if you guys were in the families, making sure that the families were good, maybe this something that we could have prevented prior to it getting to this escalated situation. Maybe he's already came to you and told you that he tired of your sister being disrespectful or doing this or doing that, and you were then able to check her. Maybe that's the scenario instead of letting it get to a point where now you and him shooting at each other because y'all have never addressed the issues in their relationship. That's what I would think that black men would want to do. I would want to meet the dude that is dating my sister. I would want to meet the black man next door to me. I know who he is. He knows who I am. We in charge of we run the street. We're in charge of the community. That's what I assume. So that would be my that's my perception of what it is to protect black women. It's not only we it's not that doesn't mean that you just take the black woman's side. But if you see a black woman being harmed or about to be harmed or seeing the potential of them being harmed, that you're able to step in, address it with another man, because both of y'all are leaders in the community and being able to resolve the situation. I mean, that is what I would think. It's no guns, it's no violence because you guys are pillars in the community. You all respect each other and you guys all represent the people who are responsible for the other people in our community. That's what I would assume that you guys would be doing. Um in order to make sure that black women are protected. Now that doesn't mean that she get away with doing the shit that she's doing. No, you gotta check her on that shit if you brother or if you dad or if you uncle. If you're the man responsible for her now, you gotta check her on that. But that doesn't mean that you let her boyfriend beat the shit out of her and you do nothing because you don't want to be involved. No. You have to step up and do what it is that you think is right in that situation. So that's my perspective on the dog video that we just made and the example that was given to us about, she called you over here to do something.
Well, I can agree with some of your points. Yeah. No, that'll protect them just randomly. That shit dead today. I'm sorry. And I don't. I mean, I get it. You being a woman, you wouldn't really understand it, but it's just way too many emphasis where we see our people that we know, brothers, you know what I'm saying, friends, get messed up, caught up in situations where it could have been fatal or you just went to prison because you were sticking your nose in something with something that possibly was domestic and stuff like that. So unless you know for sure she's being wrong, I ain't I ain't jumping in it no more.
Okay, but what if black women took on that same position when it becomes you guys versus the police? What if we sat back and just watched police just kill you guys and we trying to figure out whether you right or you wrong? Like, but what if black women took on that same position when is when the George Floyd situation? We only knew what happened to George Floyd because that black girl stood there and recorded it. That's how we knew about what happened to George Floyd. So what would be your response to that? Should black women just sit back and let the police do this brutality shit against y'all primarily and say I'm not getting involved with that because he was doing this, he was speeding, he wasn't complying? Like, should we take that same position?
I don't think y'all had an option because y'all the mothers of black sons.
And y'all are not the fathers of us?
It's a different connection. Clearly.
What do you think about that? If you're gonna say that you're going to ignore a black woman going through something because you don't want to get involved, can black women then say we're not getting involved with the police brutality?
Y'all don't have that option, so y'all the mothers.
But y'all don't have that. How do y'all now have the option though to protect us? But we gotta stand up for y'all. We gotta fight for y'all. We don't even know y'all.
The solidarity black, and I'm gonna say black mothers have when it comes to standing up for black boys, and let's say sons, is that a black mother can empathize with another black mother when she see a black mother lose her son to police violence. So y'all have been on that battlefield. So I don't want you to take this, even if it is a disagreement, don't take it the wrong way. What I'm saying is y'all don't have the luxury to just sit on the sideline the way black men may do. You know, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying y'all solidarity comes from you wouldn't want that to happen to your son.
And you wouldn't want that to happen to your sister either.
Clearly, these niggas don't. They don't. Yeah, I mean,
but Taj,
what?
Taj, how is it that you say that black men are not expected to protect black women if she's in a altercation with another black man? Y'all have no responsibility, or maybe sometimes y'all do. What if black women took on that same position when it came to police brutality? That I may or may not have anything to do with that. Shouldn't we both be protecting each other?
Yeah. I mean, the way it go, we should be protecting y'all. That's just, I mean, every other culture does that. I mean, even Puma Fist is in the comment section, rubbing it in that, you know, he's surprised nobody didn't yell out World Star, pretty much saying that's just the norm in black culture community. But no, you're right, Solo.
Sorry, but who now who should take lead on that? Black women?
No, us. No, Solo. One of my favorite statements from you is when you say that. That's like a clip. No, and hey, black men, we're pretty much, as Jamie often say, niggas too busy stunting on other niggas, so we not banding together as a black man brotherhood to take control of our community. So until then, a lot of us just do our thing on a personal level until the community meeting is ready to be had. You know what I mean? But
so what about if black women took on that same thing? Well, they
don't have that option. Tamil, you understand what I'm saying? Like to live.
But how is it that y'all have an option to sit back and just wait? Because my next question to you was gonna be, what if now, you know, what if black women then said, well, the police brutality, that's really a black man thing, so we can just sit back and just wait on us to pass policy to protect black people?
Every black man is the son of a black mother in most cases. Of course, you have
and we the daughters of black men.
Right, but if we allow history to be the judge, have black men been there? Come on now, that's a rhetorical question.
Can you tell me the exact point on why? Because I'm not sure.
The point I'm making. I've been a part of a few movements where solidarity is the key, camaraderie is the key, and the camaraderie and the solidarity. My bad for using these big words, y'all. When it comes to black women, is that y'all are black mothers. So when you see that happen, it's almost painful for me to even name some of the names. You know what I'm saying? When y'all see that happen, y'all don't want that. Y'all can't fathom that happening to your son. So when you say black man, every black man was once a boy, once a son, in most cases of a black mother. So what I'm saying is, from the outside looking in, it looked like y'all tap into that solidarity.
Okay,
you know
okay.
Whatever case you want to call out, when all these cases of the black boys, the men being killed from police brutality, you always see the black mothers band together. History has showed us that. Every
Okay,
now,
let me.
huh?
Yeah, go ahead. My bad. I thought you were done.
Yes,
Taj,
yes.
Taj,
Mhm.
I think I want to know, why is it that black men can pick and choose when they want to protect black women? Because that's essentially, I mean, y'all protect us until a certain degree, and then you guys sit back and wait on the community. That's what you said. So why is it that you guys get to pick and choose what black women win, and when you guys protect black women when it comes to a physical altercation or argument, whatever, with another black man? But then when it comes, you guys can pick and choose when to interfere. But when it comes to the police brutality, against y'all, black women are expected to rally around y'all and argue for police brutality.
But
Okay.
y'all don't necessarily rally around grown black men. Y'all rally. I mean, and you're right. Black men have been victims of police brutality. And I mean, you a black woman, Talia's a black mother. Only y'all. I'm not speaking for y'all. You know what I mean? I'm a black man, not a black woman. But I love our culture and I study us. And to me, that's what it is. Y'all can connect. It's almost like when when President Obama said, if I had a son, he looked like Trayvon. And that really resonated in our community. We don't have to get political with this, but everybody understood what he meant. Now that did come from a melanated brother, a black man. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, he worded it in such a way like, yo, if I had a son, and he was telling the police community, like, yo, that could have been my son, y'all did that too. So that was a black man speaking out, with the power, the pulpit he had to speak out. But Jamie,
But I
you
would,
huh?
Yeah, I was
I
going
would
to
just
it.
say
I'm trying to stop you
this
down.
last thing. I would just say this last thing. I say that black men should protect black women the same way y'all expect us to stand up for y'all when y'all going through shit.
Well, we
I
stand
don't.
up. Like Jamie said earlier, we stand up for each other. If you notice that, I mean, that's how you get gangs. So you don't see black women standing up for a black man when we going at each other because we don't really need y'all for that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, nah, we gonna handle that. You know,
But it's an imbalance of power. I think that's it's not necessarily a gender or a race thing. To me, I'm talking more so about the imbalance of power. When it's a black woman and a black man, of course he has more power than her. When it's the police versus y'all, of course the police has more power than us, than y'all. So when it's y'all being the ones being subjected to that oppression, we rally around y'all. So when
y'all
it's
rally
black
around.
women,
Mhm. Y'all
when
rally
it's black.
around y'all sons. Y'all, even if it's a grown black man that's
But then
still.
but in the same example on the woman's side, you're rallying around your sister. Have you never seen, have black men never experienced, don't believe black women are going through domestic violence relationships or going through these heated relationships with
Yeah,
these
and
men?
we spin the block for our sisters when it comes to our female relatives,
No,
nieces,
but
mothers.
you're saying that you guys get to pick and choose. We don't know these black
That's what
men.
reality
We
say.
don't
I'm just
we don't
reporting
know what,
reality.
right, but Taj, but I'm saying that, is it the same? We don't know Trayvon. I don't know Trayvon Martin personally. I don't know George
But
Floyd personally. I don't know Philando Castile personally. But we rallied around him anyway. But you know this girl personally. We're talking about a sister that didn't called you. We talking about a girlfriend that didn't called you. This somebody you know, and you telling me that you picking and choose where
no,
you gonna
no, I didn't
protect
say
her.
that, Solo. I think most black men, when they come to their family members, they female relatives, they know and got love for it's no question.
But what about, okay? So what about the incident about the dog thing?
They didn't know
It
those
doesn't
women. They
sound,
clearly didn't
they
know
didn't
those
know them,
women.
right? But
Mhm,
they decided not to support them, right? Not to
mhm,
help them, right?
mhm.
So we don't know Trayvon, we don't know Castile, we don't know George Ford, but we still stood up for them. So why
Right.
can't it be the same where we're both standing up for black people that we don't know?
I mean, without allowing this to hijack the conversation, Black Lives Matter was created by black women. So that helped my point, right? Like, so that was black women, I'm sure some of them were black mothers that came together and said enough is enough. And they created, for what it was worth, when it was at its peak, it was a powerful movement created by black women and black mothers that black men joined to add their muscle manpower to the movement at its best. We're not talking about the scandals and all that stuff. So that's just, I'm using that to make my point, Soto, that black women, biologically, y'all just have that the maternal instinct. Even if you go to the animal kingdom, mama bear, how often do we hear about the mama bear? Where's papa bear? Shit. Even in the animal kingdom. Let me say this while we're on the subject. I'm passing the mic. Out of all animals, when it comes to mammals, only 3% of the fathers stick around. So think about that. When it comes, and people are within that 3%. I want to make sure that's understood on how I'm putting it out there. So think about all the animals, animals that got a heart, blood, stuff like that. Only 3% out of all mammals, including the human animal, stick around to help the mothers of their offspring raise them up. So it's like people, and we don't do a good job at it, but we still should be honored on Father's Day because we're within that 3%. I'm struggling already to name the other animals that do it. The lions stick around. Jamie, help me out if you could think of any. It's people, lions, the elephants don't even stick around. So at least, I mean, do we get some credit for being within that 3%? For the fathers that do stick around, think about that, y'all. There's a lot of damn animals on this planet. And only 3, fact check this, all of us got smartphones. It's only 3% of the animal kingdom where the male father sticks around to help the female mother raise the offspring. And I can't even think past humans and lions. The lions stay, name another animal. The ducks don't stay. You always see the mother duck with her ducklings. I'm not trying to bail male father humans out. I'm just about the science of the world we live in.
Pigeons.
Pigeons, the fathers stick around with the pigeons?
Yeah.
All right, so the male father pigeons stick
Pigeons
around.
actually only mate with the same male. If that male dies, she'll never mate again.
Didn't know that. So shout out to the pigeons. So there you have it. So pigeons, lions, humans.
I would say you guys start, if 75% of black children be born to married women in the house, then I'll give you guys credit.
Well, I was trying to let y'all get down, but I had a lot to say about what.
Go ahead, James.
So with a lot of this situation, like I said, it's a reason why. I think when it comes to the police stuff, it's kind of different. First off, I think Pullman Fish, he kind of hitting on it a little bit of the direction I'm going with that, when he said, correction, Black Lives Matters was created by the Tiny Hats. It was funded by George Soros.
That's true. Go ahead, Jim. Yeah. It still served its purpose at its positive peak. I'm not defending Black Lives Matter 100%, but at its positive peak, it served the purpose of what Solo was saying. When it came to police brutality, a lot of people wanted Black Lives Matter to get involved with black on black violence. Go read their mission statement. That wasn't their mission. Their mission was we're not going to allow the system that we pay tax dollars to abuse us, to use our money to abuse us. That was their vision and mission. Another group needed to be set up to go after black on black homicide. That wasn't Black Lives Matter mission statement. My bad, Jack. Go ahead.
But yeah, the moment I seen it, I was like, that is some kind of central intelligence agency involved with this. Mm-hmm. And it so happened to be 100% correct. And I want to address something Ali said. She said, when white girls and people dog y'all, you want the black women to support y'all. Actually, I can speak for myself, and probably a lot of brothers think this way as well. No, we don't, because we don't expect nobody to protect us, because it's always been like that.
Yeah.
But y'all naming a bunch of people that, black women was on the front line for, sure they were. But here's the thing. They were manipulated to do so. It didn't just come from a national a damn, I can't even speak right. It wasn't just a national cause, like where they just did it naturally. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna just do this because we want to. It was manipulated. And what I always tell people about all the people that she named, the Trayvon Martins, the Sandra Bland, the Korean Gaines, who else? What's the other brother? Orlando Brown. Not Orlando Brown.
Yeah.
What's the other dude? His last name was Brown.
Yeah, I remember him. That was damn, I know exactly who you're talking. Mike Brown. There you go.
Mike Brown.
Yeah, Mike Brown.
So what do all of these people have in common? I'm pretty sure I would have to give y'all the answer to the test, like Ty said.
No fathers, which I didn't want to go out on
No,
them, but it
has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
What all of these people have in common is it happened the year of an election. And I be telling people this is manipulation. The Democratic Party purposely make sure they capture something of black people being murdered by police or something like that and show it to us to say, look at the racism that is going on, so that they can get us riled up to remember America is a racist country, to vote for Democrats to help put a stop to this racism. Go and look at the years. You're gonna see each time it was on an election year. They do that on purpose. I've been telling folks just this past election, they did it.
So can I ask you a question really quick? So are you saying that, I just want to make sure I'm following you. So are you saying that the only reason why black women joined in on the Black Lives Matter movement and created the Black Lives Matter movement is because of Democrats? And then are you saying that prior to that we wasn't on the front line with y'all, or we was prior, and during segregation and all of that after slavery? Was we were on the front line with y'all at that point as well, and at this point? That's what I'm trying to, because I understand Black Lives Matter, but my point that I was making was that we always are standing on the front lines with
Y'all
y'all.
been on the front lines. I would like to hear Jamie answer to that, but no.
Are you saying that we didn't do that prior to Black Lives Matter, or
No,
that we
y'all
haven't
been on
manipulated
Yeah.
into doing that for Black
If
Lives
you
Matter?
count Harriet Tubman, hot damn, that was beyond the front line. So what's any thoughts on that, Jamie?
No, I'm not saying that. No.
Mm-hmm.
But what I am saying is that when it comes to the police brutality thing, that's been manipulated by the Democrats, is what I'm saying. Strictly the police brutality thing.
But you guys are we are going through police brutality, right? So that's a real thing.
I'm not saying that I named some sisters in the names that I gave.
No, I'm saying that it's not, the police brutality is not something that the Democrats are making up, that it's a real issue in the Black community, right?
I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, but what I am saying is what they are doing is putting a magnifying glass on to make it seem as if, look, they're the ones that's causing this. That's what they're doing. They're saying this side is the one that's causing this. They support this. So you need to vote for us to put a stop to this. Oh, now this here, I have no statistics to prove it, but I've always had a theory that to go as far as saying they are intentionally creating these situations so that we can do this. Like the George Floyd one, I absolutely believe they intentionally did that. Make sure it got captured. Because keep in mind, this is the legendary one that they used to keep Trump from winning the election in 2020. So what I'm saying is they use this on purpose to make shit worse than what it is. We're not saying America don't have any racism. We know that's bullshit. But what I am saying is that they're making it worse than what it is, making it seem worse than what it is.
I
And they're
think
using
that
it
they
for that.
go ahead. My bad. I thought you were done.
Go ahead. You got it.
Oh, I was just gonna say I think they use this as a I would say that they choose that to highlight because they want to scare us into voting for who they want us to vote for. But I would say that police brutality has been a issue that the black community has been dealing with for generations. This isn't. I don't think it's something that the Democrats are sort of facilitating. Now, if they're highlighting it, yes, I completely agree with that to get votes and to scare us into voting for who they want us to vote for. But I think the original thing that we were talking about was that the fact that black women have been stunning. I mean, anytime we're protesting, I mean, the civil rights movement, black women was right there with black men trying to get through that. We've been together the entire time, all the way up until what we like to say the 80s, Taj. The 80s, we were together, going through the same stuff, going when they were putting, you know what I'm saying, when they was unleashing the dogs on us, the hoses on us, they was lynching us. They were doing that to everybody. I mean, all black people. So my position is that black women have been right there standing next to black men when it comes to everything. And even when the state decided to mass incarcerate you guys under the crime bill, when they started breaking up our families, we still stayed in the community and sort of held it down. I mean, of course, they didn't take every last black man, but we did kind of like take over. I mean, they put a third of our men in jail. So I would argue that we've been sitting there next to you guys in the same struggle, under the same segregation, under the same struggle that you guys have been going through. It's 1 million black women in the Philadelphia prison system. 1 million. So you guys are not the only ones going through the shit that's being brought down by America. So black women has been subjugated to the same system against black women and black men, and we've been standing there to support you guys. I think the movement was the Black Lives Matter movement. Of course it was a sham, right? Of course it was a distraction, right? Whatever. But I don't think that's what started black women from riding with black men, black women from riding with black men. I think we've been holding y'all down since the beginning of time.
But you got to look at it from the perspective that we're the protectors. So if why I say white? I ain't even say white. But if a woman is, manipulating stuff with a woman and stuff like that, a man. Let me put it like this: a man, we're the ones that you're gonna go get when something is going wrong. Like if a man that's bothering you, you're not gonna go get a woman. You're gonna go get a man because men are the protectors. On the flip side, we don't have nobody to go get. You're gonna be like, hey, you're a man. You need to handle that shit. You feel me? That's how it is for us. So when it comes to me saying we got to be cautious over who it is we choose to protect, it's because our lives are on the line. So we're not going to put our lives on the line for a random woman that could be in the wrong. She could be doing something dead wrong. And here we are sticking our nose in something that ain't got nothing to do with us, especially when it comes to domestics. Now, if I see a police officer just straight up manhandling her, and obviously what he's doing is unnecessary, that's a totally different story. Because regardless of what she's done, the police shouldn't be doing it. But
And don't
like,
you agree
it's a
that
domestic dispute. Some of the time, I don't see some atrocity, some very evil deeds being done by women before that I can be like, okay, I see why he beat your ass. I'm just being honest.
and black women could say the same shit? These YNs be out here robbing, stealing, and killing. I understand why the white man shot your ass while you was running away from him. You see how
I agree.
stupid that sounds? That is insane. If that's the
No,
case, then why we do any of this?
if you just could kill, what I'm saying is, see, I try to be honest and keep it real. I don't try to be biased. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna support us first. But if a YN just killed 10 people in cold blood, like he just, I know for sure this nigga just annihilated 10 people, and I'm the police, and it's my job to protect the citizens, right? And I'm coming in. I know this dude just killed 10 people. So killing my ass, and I'm the police, is easy work for him. So am I probably going to be more than likely ready to shoot him? Probably so. Because at the end of the day, folks got to realize they're not robots. They're humans. They have families just like everybody else do. So if I know that going into this situation, I'm probably way more likely to shoot. It's like Tupac said. I said this more than once on this podcast before. The reason why the black community shoot other black people so quickly like that is because they're afraid. You know this nigga's done killed 5 people in the hood already. So if you get into a conflict with him, you're afraid that, hey, he's a known killer. I need to take him out before he takes me out. So why do you think it's any different for the police? It's not.
Yeah, they don't. I do a lot of research on that. I just heard this latest statement that they don't feel like their life matter when it comes to the YNs. Like even that clip I sent you, I text you yesterday, Jamie. One of the FBI ladies was saying that she had a chance to engage a YN as he was passing away. He had just got shot, and the YN with his last breath had enough time to tell her, hey, I didn't think my life mattered. So a lot of, and I'm not justifying these. I wish I had the power to figure out how to help them, but a lot of them is like a cry out for help, and they feel like if we can't get y'all attention no other way, we just gonna go on a killing spree and get y'all attention that way. And it's something we have to address. I'm not saying put them at the top of the priority list, but I'm learning more and more about this. You know what I'm saying? And it bothers me a lot. And that's it. I know we got other priorities to focus on, but that kind of gave me a different spin yesterday, coming straight from an FBI agent. And it happened where I'm from. So that really, I'm like, man, how do we get to the bottom of this shit? And a lot of these dudes, man, they just don't have, they feel like they ain't got shit to live for. They want to be remembered. And if the only option they see of them being, I'm not justifying this shit, y'all. The only option they think the best option they have of being remembered is going out with the most body count. It seems like that's the option they taking. And I'm not from the most dangerous city on this planet. So I can only imagine how it's going down in other cities across the country. You know what I'm saying?
If I could offer a recommendation for black men, that's one of the things that I think black men could do today. Is these YNs should be on our top priority because they are the future, right? There are other people that's gonna come after us, and so it is our responsibility. And what I would say for black men, that I would love to see you guys, and I do see some programs, but it's not on a national level, but I would love to see it get there, is that you guys are in our black schools and you're grabbing these young black boys before the gangs do. You live in the hood with black people, you at the school, maybe you got 5 little boys that are home with single moms, and you are their role model. You're showing them, let's entertain this, let's talk about this, what you want to do, what you want to get involved with, because that's something that I think that black men can do right now that doesn't involve them telling black women what black women need to do. I think that you guys could go into the community, grab up these young boys, not the ones that's already slinging dope and killing it. It's probably too late for them. But if we work on our 5th graders, 6th graders, and you keep them in your pocket all the way up to their young adults, and maybe you've helped them figure life out. They got a career, they got a trade, they in college, they doing whatever it is that they're doing, they're law-abiding citizens. Then you would then encourage them to go to the schools and pick up their little mentees that you bring. Now they following them. I think that it's very important for us to get a hold of our black boys and black girls and start snatching them up before the streets do.
Yeah,
That
that
doesn't
shit.
involve black women. That
It
doesn't
don't.
involve
Solo.
telling black
No,
women
you.
to
I
do
got
this
water in
and
my
do
eyes,
that and
sis.
do this and do that.
No,
Nah, how about y'all go in there and grab our boys
no,
and
and
teach them how
everything
to
you
be
just
men?
said works. And I just like Jamie. I sent him text yesterday. Again, y'all. I'm not trying to make this shit about me, man. The year I left is when that shit got off the chain. I had a solution across the country? Hell no, but I'm gonna take care of where I grew up first, and my classmates' children are killing each other. I'm from a small city, 6, 7 exits, that's it. And my classmates' children are literally killing each other. Motherfuckers who went to school together can't even be cool no more because your son and killed my son. And Solo, you spot on. Jamie got a text message in his phone right now where I can pinpoint the year I moved and left and moved from Hollywood, Florida to Hollywood, California. The shit, and I had a little homie who I was trying to groom, like, bro, keep this shit unified or these niggas gonna start killing each other. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. I mean, mothers and all. So you're right, Solo, and you so right. I know it worked. I got it down to a science. If you could reach them by the 6th grade, you can save them. That shit fucked me up, y'all. I hate that shit, man.
That's why I think you guys need to start, because the YNs are up on the list because they're the ones committing the violence. Really, let's be honest. It's only
They
a
don't think
small
they
group
life
of our
matter,
population.
Solo. They
What you
don't think
say?
they life matter. These niggas,
But
it's like,
because they don't see the future. But if
right.
you instill that in them, they will see more. They will do. They will want to do more. They want to see more. They want to do more. But you can't let them be 21, 22.
Yeah, it's too
All they
late.
know
Yeah,
is the
you can't.
streets.
Yeah. They
Then they
can't get that
crash
late. If
out.
you don't, they got it down to a science. If you don't catch them by the 6th grade, it's almost over. And their way of making a name for themselves is going. If they can't rap, they're like, damn, I can't rap that good, so I'll just be the killer.
Right, but why
Y'all
can't
gonna
black
y'all gonna know my name
women?
one way or the other. So I'm
But
gonna just go
why?
murk me a few niggas, and y'all learn my before they get me and take me out. Y'all gonna know I wasn't nothing to play with, and that's what they doing.
But
I
the
can't
reason
rap,
why is because
huh?
that's all they see. That's all they're dealing
Right.
with. TK said something in the chat. It's probably the first comment that I've agreed with. Is the video games and the music. I mean,
Yeah. Well,
we
that video
glorify
game shit is
that,
serious.
even though. But what's the difference between me listening to that music and you listening to that music and still
The
being able to enjoy it, saying, "Oh shit, that shit hard," and all of that, bump to it and all of that, but not actually act on that type of behavior. We understand that,
the
but our
video
kids,
games.
they are
What?
not being taught that. I mean, I think they're being taught.
They
I
not
don't think
being
that.
taught. No, the
I think
OGs
they
ain't.
are. I think they know
Nah, not what.
right.
Yeah.
What I
Well,
think they know what's right and wrong. I think it's what they get,
yeah,
what
but
they are
they're being
glorified for. What they get They get glorified for being shooters and killers and
right.
selling dope and
So
all of
why
that.
wouldn't they
But
do
if
that?
black men
If that's
showed up at 6th grade and showed them how to be law-abiding citizens, be that man figure that they can look up to, like, that's what I want. I want that. instead of them glorifying celebrities, Gucci Mane and Jeezy and all of them, then that will give them another option. Because when the
It
black
ain't
man
no
is in a
option.
household, when
It ain't
black
no
men is in a
option, Solo.
household, that is an option. That is an option. You guys need to get in the classroom and grab a hold of these YNs. Like I
That
said, the
works.
20-year-olds are way past that. It's too
Yeah,
late. It's gonna take some serious reforms. But I'm talking about what's stopping you guys from building this national program, or maybe in your community, like you said, and grabbing the boys.
and that works. Yeah, the mentor shit works. I know that for a fact. Cause I'm telling, I
Y'all
was
need
the
to grab a
guy.
hold of
I
them
was the
because
guy, and what I did before I moved, I let everybody understand. Man, our parents went to school together. Your grandma probably know my grandma. I would go to all the different hoods, and it was like 4 or 5 hoods that I would go to, and they understood that. And then artists started working with each other. This right before I met Jamie. I moved to LA in 2015. So everybody, niggas from Hollandale, will work with the rappers from Danny and all the different. I know y'all know these neighborhoods, but this is where I'm from. So they understood that. Yeah, man, go do a verse. So and street niggas used to tell me, yeah, I ain't even fuck with them niggas from that side of town. But when I heard the homie do a song with them, I'm like, all right, I'll open up and see what if they got some cool ones over there. And that shit was working. So when they didn't have that mentor or role model to show them how to work together, that shit went to the wild, wild west. And I'm talking about mothers got killed and all. So it's just that shit. Yeah, you right. So you spot on, Solo. It takes a mentor to get in their lives. And that's the shit that hit me last night when the FBI, because the FBI lady, it's a show called Feds, y'all. Go watch this show called Feds. I think it's on HBO Max, season 2, episode 5. And this shit happens. See, when it comes to the big cities, I know that shit is out of hand. But when it happens in small towns and everybody know each other, that shit hit deeper. And that's what it was. They like, man, we ain't going, motherfuckers don't give a fuck about us. And the only way we can make a name for ourselves is going out, getting, lifting up our body count. So y'all take it from there. Let me go blow my nose. I'll be right back. Yeah. All right, let's get back to it. What y'all
I just
talking
noticed
about?
I'm on mute, bro. My bad. I've been talking like hell and it's on mute. I don't know how I even got on mute. Yes, I did.
Can
I
y'all
listened
hear
to
It
me?
was on. Yeah.
it. So what I was saying is Solo is definitely right about what you were saying about teaching the kids and stuff like that. You got to get a hold to them way beforehand. But I think what's also going on is niggas so worried about where their next meal gonna come from that they are not thinking about that.
Right.
So we gotta find a way to put a balance on it. And I think slowly it's gonna get to that point if we can have more fathers in the home, because more fathers in the home and they're monitoring what's going on with their kids, then that cycle will stop. Because like statistics has proven that more and more fathers are starting to be in the home. So that's a great start. But he said they're being raised by mothers, single mothers, and don't know how to be men themselves. That's also true.
Yeah. And the mother's pretty much letting them run wild. They can't control them. So the mentors, like the good point you making, Jamie, with the fathers, but I think the mentors, we can get the mentors involved. And I'm not looking for the easy way out, but you have a better chance of getting the mentors involved than trying to force a father to go back home. You know what I'm saying? So the mentor, I know for sure, bro, I can say this from experience, the mentor shit works. You let a young blood know you believe in him, bro, that man gonna fly to the moon and back for you. And it don't take.
I agree with that, but look, I said this while I was on mute, so this part didn't get out. The mentorship absolutely works, but typically mentors come from people who kind of become somewhat successful and they decide to give back to the community. That's typically where it comes from, normally. Do we agree there?
Yeah.
Okay, so the problem is we don't have many of them. Most of us are struggling in the hood, not thinking about that shit. So, and then the ones that do good, they scared to come back to them.
Hell yeah, understood. Shit.
So that's where our problem lie with that situation.
I mean, y'all always can stop creating single moms.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, but Solo, that goes back to what we were saying earlier about that goes beyond people. I mean, even when you look in the animal kingdom, but you gonna tell the animals that too? Like, it's only 3%.
Taj, I'm not finna compare raising raising kids with the lions in the jungle. They need both parents. You only getting a mentor if you don't got a dad. The mentor is for the single moms that don't have a dad. If you got a dad in your house, I assume that he doing good and he the positive image that's instilling these values in him. Right. But if we got 2/3 of our kids not being raised in a 2-parent household,
that's the
then
reality.
that we need to figure out how we're going to spread amongst our men, amongst our kids. We got 100 men to be mentors. We need to spread them around our community.
So you beat me to it. I was just about to say that, and I'm not trying to put any more responsibility on our women, but if the women can reward the good man that carry, because that shit ain't cheap. It's exhausting. Some of these niggas use sympathy as a hustle. Like, hey, look, young blood, I believe in you, but hot damn, show me some progress. You know what I mean? Like, show me you ain't gonna just I can't do it for you. You know what I'm saying? I can show you how to do it, but I can't do it for you. That's what I mean by sympathy as a hustle. Like, I believe in you, but I'm gonna show you the game. So if the women say, man, that's a good brother, that brother really trying to help. Support that. Hey man, can I fix you a sandwich? I see what you're doing. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. Man. I only got $30 on my EBT card. Hit them some Gatorade for whatever, anything. You know what I'm saying? The mentors get exhausted. But to your point, Solo and James, and Talia still with us, which human resource y'all think we have more access to? Mentors or trying to force the fathers to go back home?
Well, I mean, I think that it should be both. I don't think we should pick. If black men are gonna collectively say, hey, we're gonna stop having sex with women that we have no intention on having a family with, or we're gonna start creating families, and no more black children are gonna be born without a mom and a father living in the same household. That's a pledge that y'all need to make. And when we're talking about, because you still have women who come out as single parents, that it doesn't matter that their child has. I mean, it's times where the dad becomes incapacitated, he's not alive. Like, so it's other. We still gonna have mentors, because if you're a good dad and your child is in his classroom, and you know that his best friend, his mom is always picking up and dropping off, then you know now that there's no dad in there. Maybe you talk to mom. Mom said, yeah, his dad, died, in a car accident. Then you still, okay, now I'm gonna is it okay with you if I take him under my wing and let him be, make sure he's straight, make sure he got a male figure. I mean, we need both.
Look, we gotta stop doing this. Ali, I love you, but we gotta stop doing this. The stop making females think of mother stuff, bro. That stuff has been killed years ago. That shit is dead. It's like Takari said, single moms should also stop making babies with 6 different men they met at the club while drunk and off drugs. That is happening way more than men are just having bad intentions, knowing they're not going to take care of their kids. It's happening way more. I keep telling you, majority of the men aren't doing that. We can't do nothing about the small percentage that are. The problem is majority of the women are attracted to the niggas that's willing to do that. That is the problem. We can't do nothing about it.
Oh, okay. If I could respond to that, I don't give a damn how she ended up pregnant. Both of you guys made a conscious decision to lay down and have a fucking baby. If you met her at a club and she was drunk and high and you fucked her, then and she comes up pregnant, you now, guy who wanted to fuck that I met at the club, you now have a responsibility to that kid. I don't give a damn how you met her. You still have the responsibility. That because she made a bad decision, that doesn't excuse him. So I would say that if I met you at a club, or if I say that you got 3 baby mamas and I'm signing up to be the 4th, I don't know why anyone would do that, but I'm signing up to be the 4th. You still, black man, have a responsibility. We don't say, oh, he's just one of the ones that won't do right. So we don't try to correct him. We're not gonna say him. And if y'all are willing to do that, then y'all as black men who are willing to say that's her fault. She dated a black man that wasn't no good. Got all these baby mamas he won't take care of. All these kids that he won't take care of. You black men who don't have kids, you now have a more responsibility to be involved in kids' lives who don't have dads, because you think what he did was excusable. You think the fact that him having 3 baby mamas is excusable, because we're not going to force him now to come in and be a parent. That I don't think that if you met him at a club,
Y'all talking about small percentage, small percentage.
But they still need to be held accountable and responsible for
So
this kid.
you, so
We
Solo,
hold them accountable. We can't do nothing about it. That it's killers
Right.
in the world. We try our best to deal with killers, but guess what? It don't matter how much you regulate them and try to tell them no, you're still gonna have killers in the world. You have grapers in the world. We try our best to deal with all them, but you can't deal with all of them. Now, in this situation, with the single baby mother situation, unfortunately, we're trying to deal with that as well. But unfortunately, the woman has the ability to choose. We can't do nothing about who y'all choose.
for real.
But
y'all choosing Pookie Ray Ray.
But Taj,
Y'all choosing Pookie Ray Ray, and they want the good dudes come raise y'all badass sons.
Hold on, and one more last little thing to add to that, bro. Hold on.
Why is it that you guys as men are not holding them responsible? Because she didn't
These niggas are terrorists. What the hell you mean? We don't want to deal with the fucking Pookie Ray Rays. These niggas are terrorists. What?
So I mean, I don't know how about it's both of them? How's both of their faults? Because I guess what I think Ali is sort of hinting at is the fact that you guys only sort of down make it the black woman's fault for
No,
being
it's
a
not.
single mother.
No, we're not. That's what y'all doing.
It's black woman's fault that she is a single mother with how many other kids,
It is.
whatever.
I'm gonna tell you how it
And
is.
what about the black men? Why aren't they in their kids' lives?
Because Pookie Ray Rays don't care to be in their kids' lives. That was a
Oh,
sex baby.
and what are you guys gonna do about that?
We're
What do
mentoring.
you
My
mean?
answer
What
is
are
that
we gonna do about it?
Well, yeah, what are you guys gonna do about that percentage of black men that's in the community that
what
refuse to take care of their kids?
what I did about it, past tense, is anytime I saw a youngster that had talent, I would do my best to connect this talent to resources. Short answer. And it worked for years, from the early 2000s until I moved to LA in 2015. And that shit was clicking. We had a music scene going. And then, you know, without that guidance, the shit falls apart. And now, and if the OGs don't really care, they just benefit however they sending the fucking hits. You know what I'm saying? But you know, so it takes a person that care, and that person who cares need reinforcement. He need human resources. He need the women who are the mothers of these little killers to help us out. Shit, these niggas are stone cold killers. And like you said, if you let them get to high school, it's over. You got to catch them in middle school, 6th grade. We got this. I was on this city board. It was called the African American Advisory Council. We did the political science on this shit. If you don't get their ass by the 6th grade and start putting them on the right path.
Look, this is another thing. I don't said this before. Actually, I don't even know if I said this one before. Not only is most men, black men, don't have any kids at all. I know I've said that before. But to add more to it, most men in America die without having children. More than half. We die without having children at all. We also know you got to factor in the ones that's married. So what I keep trying to say, you keep on trying to put the direction on the men for dealing with the couple of bad apples that's doing this that we're talking about. And the thing is that no matter how much you, especially in the world today, no matter how much you do to try to prevent it, that's going to be there. So what I'm saying is that if you're choosing to lay down with that small percentage that's willing to do that, we can't do shit about it.
We can't do shit about that, James. That's real spill right there. Them niggas, good luck trying to change them niggas, huh?
But
you can't change
first
the
of
children.
all, Jamie, you have brought it up because I believe this is a Kevin Samuels quote. But I thought I sent you something in the link that debunks
and it was bullshit.
That whole argument, because by the time men get 60, they have majority of the men have kids by 60. So what? It's not. I don't know.
You said majority of men have kids at 60.
By the age of 60 years old, most men have a child.
What I'm trying to tell, yes, but look at what you're saying. That's talking about kids. That's talking about the ones that do have kids. What I'm telling you is that majority of men don't have kids and they die not having kids. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I don't believe that's the quote. I don't believe that's the quote.
And Jamie,
I don't believe that's the quote. I believe that the amount of men who have babies increases as they get older. So I don't believe that's really what the numbers are saying. Most men by the age of 60, they have at least one child. Now we're talking about age 30, 20, 30, by 40, most, I think at that point, most men have kids. But, you know what? I try to make it as even as possible. I swear I believe that it's very easy for black men to turn around in the face of oppression against the white man. I'm just saying, this is just my opinion. And this has been my stance since all day. I feel like it's black women's fault. in the eyes of oppression of an enemy that he does not want to fight, don't want to fight the white man, he's gonna turn around and it's black women's fault. It's black women's fault. It's black women's fault versus fighting your real enemy. I don't understand why it has to be it's black women's fault. Why can't it be something that we all need to work on in our
That's your first
relationship?
time saying that. It's something we all need to work on.
But it's
And the good men, the
always
mentors,
women's
need
fault.
resources.
But it's
Listen.
hard to fight a handicap match in any scenario. If you're trying to do something about this, and then on the flip side, whatever it is that you're doing, the alliance that you're supposed to have is working against you. It's hard as hell to win that battle. I mean, shit. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's hard.
Well, you know what? If you think that we're working against you, what the fuck is the white man doing? What is the
The
white
same
man
thing.
doing?
You're right. Y'all on the same team. That's
What's
what
the
I'm saying.
white? What's I mean,
That's
y'all all by
natural.
y'all
That's natural.
selves.
What?
Let y'all tell it.
Y'all on the same damn team. That's why I've been in blind.
Well, I mean,
I said that a
Jamie,
few
you
shows
don't have
ago.
to tell me that you think that. Obviously, you think that.
Yeah.
I can just listen to the way you speak about black women. I
Uh-huh.
know that it is all black women's fault for everything going on in the black community. It's the black woman's fault, and it's gonna always be the black woman's fault, even when it's not our fault. It's you gonna figure out a way on how
No,
the fuck
it
it's
ain't
gonna
y'all
be our
fault. I'm
fault.
gonna say it ain't y'all fault.
Shit.
So let me say this before y'all do the back and forth. Black women, specifically Black American women, we can't control who you're attracted to, but at least support the brothers who are mentors with some sort of resources. They don't even have to be financial. We get it. They not your type. You want to be with the Pookie Ray Rays. All right, that's cool. But to call on a good man to come put y'all sons on the right path, that requires resources. That requires,
Todd, I reject what you just said. You in the same breath. Now we've talked about black women having all these standards that we think that if we go less than that, we settling for shit that ain't really important, but we don't want to settle. So you can't say that black women want Pookie and Ray Ray, and at the same time we won't settle.
What?
Which one is
yeah,
it?
I'm glad Jamie said he kind of lost
Which
me.
one is it?
And you
You
usually
say
don't. I
you
usually
no you my point is you said that we want Pookie and Ray Ray. So
the
black men
stats.
that don't hold a candle to us, we want to mess with men who you believe is low vibrational.
Yes,
But
I
in the
understand
same
that.
breath, our standards are too high, and we won't settle.
Okay, yeah. So it's not a one size fit all. I get where you're going now. So pardon me if it came off like a one. It's a one size fit all for all Black women. That's not what I'm saying. To the stats that Jamie has shown us over and over again, that a lot of Black women overwhelmingly have babies from Pookie Ray Rays. Correct, Jamie? I got that part right.
I don't know if I can put it on Pookie Ray Rays, but for sure they have children. Majority of the children are being had by the same type of dudes that already have kids. Yes.
All right. And what do we call those
Which
type of dudes?
typically be a Pookie Ray Ray.
All right. So give me a percentage. 60%.
Like 30%.
What? Hold on. What percentage are we talking about? Let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly.
What percentage of Black American women in the United States are having babies with the niggas who don't give a damn about raising these kids? That the nigga
What
just didn't
percentage
pull
of
out.
women are having doing that?
Yeah.
And what age are they?
It's a pretty high percentage.
What age are they? What age is Pookie Ray Ray? Because it depends on because
Pookie Ray Ray can be older.
the study, but then you don't know if he a Pookie and Ray Ray and don't give a fuck about these kids because this is his first baby. Because you just said that we're having babies. You guys,
No.
we were having the babies by the same. That's not my point. My point was, it depends on the amount of Black men who have baby depend on their ages. at like 20 years old, it's 20-30% of black men have kids. At 40 years old, that percentage increases. At 60 years old, that percentage increases. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
so it's so when they're young. So if we're assuming that the Pupuki and Ray Ray is us having teenage pregnancies and pregnancies in their 20 years old, and they out in the streets and doing whatever, they don't give a damn about raising these kids, then it's 30% of black men have kids at 20 years old. Then it gets in as they get older, more and more black men have kids. At 60 years old, 70 something percent of black men have kids. So that means that as you guys, like of course at 20, majority of you guys do not have kids, right? At 20 years old, only 30% of black men have kids. But as you guys get to 40, the amount of you guys that have kids increases. But once you get to 60, 70% of you guys have kids. That is the study.
All right, so real quick, so Darla tag LEC saying we can't win is really sad. Some folks in here got some hate in their heart for real. Like, what's going on in the comment section, Darla?
And I'll respond to that. It's because I don't know if this is just I don't know. But as a black woman on this podcast, and I'm just speaking to you directly on what it feels like when I do this podcast, is that you two as black men have what we would call a lot of smoke for black women. And a lot of the issues that black women a lot of the issues that's going on in our community, it seems as though ultimately at the end of whatever the situation is black women's fault, according to you guys' responses on the podcast. And a lot of times, even when I try to flip it to make it seem as though so I can see if it go hand in hand, where the same rules apply to black women as they apply to black men, it doesn't appear as though that is the fact. It doesn't appear as though that if black women do the same shit that black men do, that you guys are willing to provide that sort of sentencing. Like it's her fault, right? It's his fault and it's her fault if they do the same thing, but it's opposite, right? So when we're going through this podcast and we're talking about things that is affecting our community, it does seem to be ultimately at the end of you guys' reasoning to be black women. And that's what I think that they're talking about in the podcast, because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Ali and Darla says this a lot in the podcast, that it sounds like when you guys are giving your opinions about what's going on in our community, that it's always black women's fault. So that's what they're getting. So at this point, they probably be like, damn, like, how many top 6 topics we're going to talk about that's going on in the black community where it ultimately is the black woman's fault. And like the example that I used a few weeks ago, I said that if we have 100 topics and 93% of them are what black women need to do and only 7% of them is what black men need to do, it sounds like you guys are harping in on what what black women need to do. And so it gets, as black women, it gets sort of like, damn, like, is this all our damn fault? Like, all we had to do, we had to step up. Like, we had to step up out of our traditional position to carry on this community. And it just seems like you guys are not happy, which I completely understand why. But then when we flip it on you guys, it would be nice to hear from you guys what it is that black men need to do in that same instance, and how black men play a role on whatever topic that we're talking about, just so it appears to be a balance of who's like how we can now whose fault when we're talking about fault, but also how it is that what it is that we can do to fix it moving forward in the community outside of what it is that black women need to do, because I think that we get that a lot. What black women need to do, what black women need to do, and another thing is that we get stereotyped very frequently on this podcast. And so, I think that a lot of black women who don't fit those stereotypes, not saying that they don't exist, But a lot of women who don't fit those stereotypes, we don't neglect that it, we don't deny that it exists, but it's sort of like, is that the only version of Black women that you have encountered, or do you have positive feedback for Black women? Because I'm sure that there's more than the negative stereotypes of Black women for us to sort of talk about.
You want
So,
to go ahead.
so I've addressed this more than once, and I got two things to say to this. The first thing that I did address it with was that, like I said, the system that's trying to do things to us, trying to hold us down, are using the women to do so. If you look in the comments, of course, the Black women that's in there, they're gonna feel like that because, like Cairo always say, women are emotional creatures. They're gonna see it as you're just attacking us instead of actually trying to get to the root of what we're talking about. That's just women's nature. That's why it doesn't bother me when you say this. But if you look at it, the other men that's in there, some of them are white men. If you pay attention, look through the chat. They're saying the same thing. They're even going as far as saying it's not a Black woman thing, it's a woman thing. That feminism has destroyed us in general. We just so happen to be a podcast that deals with Black issues. So we're talking about Black women. But that's actually an issue that's going on worldwide. Well, nationwide. I mean, I say worldwide, nationwide. They're saying the same thing that we're talking about. So that's there. And then to deal with what was the other point? Dang, I just kind of lost it. Another point that I was going to go at. It'll come back to me. But anyways, I definitely forgot that point. The next point I was gonna make.
And I would completely agree with Allie. She made a comment on there saying that there's good and bad on both sides, but something like
I saw that comment.
so
And
I think that's the
I've
same
been
thing.
said that. But the
I think
problem
that's
is the little percentage in our side is doing a large percentage of y'all. See, because since you guys are the carriers, a bad seed can impregnate, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say it's one dude that's bad and it's 10 girls let's say it's 10 dudes is bad and it's 10 girls is bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? He can, since he don't have to check out for 9 months, he can keep going. So he can spread his seed and impregnate a bunch of those women. And then they create a bunch of babies of women that might do the same thing. Now it's a lot of them. That's what's happening. And what I'm saying is, even though we would want to, if we had the power to stop all of them that's doing it, we would, but we can't tell our women to not lie down with those.
Right. Yeah, I'm sitting that one out.
But so how is it that you could tell Black women to stop laying down, but you can't tell Black men to stop?
Because we're at each other. If I can take
unless it's a grape, you have the ability to not lie down with him. You choose who have sex. We don't. We choose who have marriage. So that is something that the Black woman can do. That's not something we can do.
And I think that that's something Black men can do. You can be talking to the Pookie and Ray Rays and telling them stop having kids that they won't take care of.
And are they gonna listen?
But I wasn't.
You know how good pussy is? Niggas ain't gonna listen.
Okay, and Black women ain't been listening. So what the hell do you want us to do? We're gonna sit back and let them do it, just like we're gonna sit back and let y'all do it. Just like y'all gonna sit back and let them do it. It's so detrimental, but y'all are gonna sit back and let us do it. And again, y'all supposed to be the fucking leaders in the community, but that's not the point. That wasn't the point. I was talking about Allie's comment. I was just gonna follow up with that. I wasn't talking necessarily about single mothers. I was talking about the violence. I was gonna say it's Black women that are creating these stereotypes that are just
It's in the notes.
compartmentalized on all of us. I mean, generalized on all of us. You see 100 black women at a club now. All 20 million of us are in the club. It's that can happen. But then when we go to the violence, is it fair for black women to? We say, okay, 10% of y'all are extremely violent, ready to kill, hijacking, stealing, doing all of that shit these YNs doing. Is it then fair for us to generalize you guys and say all of y'all are doing it? All of y'all got attitude, all of y'all
That's not
are
fair.
these same. That's not fair. So why do that to black women? Because you got 20%, 10% of black women are doing this, they in the club, they got attitudes, they this, they that, they this, they that. But y'all generalize all black women and say that's what all of us are doing. It's so hard to find a black woman because we all want this, we all want that, we all want this, we all want that. But then them YNs be in our neighborhoods tearing it up, but we're expected to not generalize y'all. So I think that that's something that we all could do, is just stop generalizing each other for a certain percentage of us that is doing it. And it's just not a black man thing. It's just not a black women thing. If we supposed to be riding together, then it's going to be shit that we do that y'all don't like, and it's going to be shit that y'all do that we don't like. But it's not for us to just hound in what black women are doing. And when you guys should be holding each other accountable. Black women should be holding y'all accountable. We should be probably holding each other accountable. But I don't object to men holding women accountable, especially if you guys have a familiar relationship. But for it to be black men and you guys saying, I mean, that we ain't got to worry about them because we can't control them. But then you guys are expecting us to stop single mothers from these traumatized girls from having all these babies with these men. I mean, who should take the initiative? Us or y'all?
We're taking the initiative. I put the proposal out there. All my only reply to black women is the good men, the mentors who are trying to save our sons and nephews and young men. We need more resources. That's my only. I'm not trying to tell black women what to do. I'm not trying to tell you who to be sexually attracted to. Hey, if that's your type, that's your type. But when it comes to making our neighborhoods a safe place to live, the men who want to make that happen need support.
Okay.
That's
Look,
a tough battle to fight. Mhm.
I remember my other point, and I was gonna put out something. So, what I was saying, back to the other point, I was saying about majority of them die without having kids at all. So, like I said, majority aren't doing it, but most are the women in our community. They have their first child between the ages of 20 and 24. So, what does that tell you? That tells you that they're having kids with a small percentage of dudes.
Okay,
That's
so
what I'm
what
saying.
percentage of how many black women, what percentage of black women are having their first kid between 21 and 24?
It's like 30 something percent.
And how many black men have kids between that same age range? What is the percentage of black men who have kids at that age?
I would have to look that up.
Because I'm thinking that it's about the same amount. I
It
think
could be, but that still proves my point.
But that could be. I don't really. It sounds like it's equal.
What I'm saying is, if majority of them don't have any kids, because I'm looking at one of the statistics right here. It says here that majority of the men in general, they don't have any kids, period. Even throughout their 50s, they don't have any kids, period. So what I'm saying is, if the majority don't have any, period, we know that's not the case for the women. It's starting to become the case because women are starving to not have them at all. But the ones that created this generation of YNs, that wasn't the case. They were having a bunch of babies by a small percentage of guys. that they were attracted to. What we would call the Pookies and the Ray Rays.
So how many black women? What percentage of black men have kids between the age of 21 and 24?
Let me look that up for you.
All right, so
Because I'm
LEC,
thinking it's about the same.
You could be right.
LEC gave us some clarification, so it's just some back and forth going on in the comment section between two of our regulars. So hopefully, we can.
I've been seeing 10K. He has a very bad interpretation of what black women are, and it may be the women that he's experienced in his life, the women that his friends have experienced in their life, but they're still gonna put that stereotype on all 50 of us. So you can't go to the club and then be mad you see black women at the club. You can't go to the strip club in the hood and then be shocked that it's primarily black women in there dancing.
Right.
I mean, we at some point I was in the club. What's in our 20s, early 20s especially, we all were in the club.
Yeah.
And I mean, so are we then going to say that all black women are in the club? I mean, at some point in my life, I was at the club every weekend.
Hey, Solo, the answer to that question is basically 25%.
All right, we'll get something
So
to
a
drink.
fourth of y'all have had a kid by 24.
Well, this one here says from 20 to 29. 24.
Okay, so in your third, by the
24%.
time you guys are 30s, by the time you guys are 30, a fourth of you guys have kids.
You said what?
I said by the time you guys get 30, a fourth of you guys have kids.
Basically, yeah. So that's still a small percentage. I'm just saying.
A fourth is not small.
Yeah.
One every four of y'all is not small.
Like 30?
30, that's 1 out of 3. I mean, that ain't good either. I mean, that's not 1 out of 10.
And it also says right here, overall, 46% of black men aged 15 to 49 have fathered a child.
So what percentage of that is?
46. So they're still under half, and you're already 50.
Okay, so how many women have kids by the age they 50?
Hold on. I'm gonna play that video for you.
And it also says you have at least one kid, not counting the motherfuckers who got multiple. So I mean, I don't think this is sort of helping.
What percentage of them have it by what age? Tell me again.
I mean, the age that you just gave us.
By their 50s?
Yeah, how many women have kids by their 50s? So yeah, I mean, I just think that
87%.
Yeah, you are TK. You are. It's okay.
Yeah, it's 87%.
Yeah.
So
No, I wasn't at the club making no babies because I knew that's not the life that I wanted. I mean, TK, you have said some suspicious shit about black women in the comments today, and I mean, whatever. But black women can. I mean, black men can do that. They can degrade black women, talk shit about black women. They can do that. That shit is nothing. That's
But
nothing.
anyways, let me go to my other one my thought that I had lost. I'm gonna bring it back about the topics. I actually had no intentions of even going to this, none at all. This topic here that we're on right now currently was more so talking about and shaming the black men that was in that car watching that happen. That's what this one's supposed to been about. It got redirected to this when you pretty much was kind of saying that we should should protect them in regardless of what the situation is. And then we're trying to tell you that's not how this shit work in today's time because a lot of women are scandalous and come up with bullshit that can end up making it very unsafe for us. So we got to be strategic about who it is we protect. That's how it came up.
And my response to that was, do we now be strategic about which one of you guys get killed by the police that we
What
stand behind?
you ask me, it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
I like if you want go out in the streets and protest. I mean, I don't think black men would care if you stopped doing it. I'm just being honest.
Y'all heard that, black women?
I'm
Sit
just
at
being honest.
home.
That's
Sit
how
at
I
home
feel.
and protect yourself because you don't know what these police officers would do at a protest. So sit at home and protect yourself. And TK, if I could respond to that, I saw that message, but if you, I mean, it means nothing to me for you to look at me and think that I'm one of the good ones, but your general perception of black women are bad. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, well, that's great. You said something good about me, but then you've been trashing black women for the rest of the chat. I'm not saying that you were. I'm just using it as an example. You saying that I'm a high caliber woman means nothing if you have such a degrading sort of perception of what black women are. So, I mean, thank you, but that's just like white people saying, "Oh, you're one of the good ones," but or I'm willing to marry you because you're one of the good ones, but I disdain black people, the rest of y'all. But you're good. You're a good one. You've proven to me to be a good one. So I'm willing to marry you and have a family with you, and you share your resources with me. But I think all the rest of y'all are the rest of black people are violent. So I mean, thank you. I mean, so that's my response to that.
Hey TK, I'm gonna tell you this. That's normal, but I can give her 100 praise. She'll ignore that shit. Won't even notice I said it. As soon as
I
you say something
again,
negative, she gonna hear that.
absolutely, absolutely. Because
So
because
that's
I'm not
typical.
here to represent myself. I'm here to I represent black women as a whole. Fuck that I'm doing good. I don't know how many times I've said that. Fuck that I'm doing good. I'm talking about the women that ain't doing as good as me. That's who I'm representing. That's who I'm gonna fight for. That's why I be representing for the single moms so bad. I'm not a single mom, but it's black women that are single moms and they need to be protected, not because they made a bad decision. They're not worthy of protection because they at the club or they having kids out of wedlock or they got 2, 3 baby daddies. They're not worthy of protection because they made bad
Who said
decisions.
that?
That's not me.
Who said that though?
I'm talking about I'm talking about the reason why I don't care if you give me a compliment if you are talking shit about black women. That's an example that I was using. So no one said that. That was an example that I was using.
Yeah, but typically when examples come up, it's derived from something that was said.
I mean, you guys do blame single mothers with 2 baby daddies. Do you or do you not?
We blame them for
I
what?
mean, you think that they put themselves in that position.
I mean, they did.
Okay,
That's no
okay,
way around
exactly.
that.
That's why I said because she's made some bad decisions in the past, she still deserves to be protected. So that's who I'm gonna
Nobody
represent.
never said they don't deserve to be
But
protected.
I
That's part of
wasn't
the context.
talking about you.
I get it, but you're saying that as if
But I
we
wasn't
said it on
talking
this
about
podcast.
you. I'm not talking about you.
You said on this podcast. It's only me
I
and Tasha
I'm
D's on the
not talking
podcast.
about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the way you guys feel like single mothers can be thrown out. That's why I represent for them. Is because according some black men don't believe that women who've made mistakes in the past they don't deserve to be protected. So because I got my shit together and I'm a high caliber woman, I deserve to be praised. No, all of us deserve to be fucking protected and praised. And that's why I represent for the single mothers because who else gonna do it? Who else gonna do it if I don't? I never said that all black women are high caliber. Did I say that? No, I didn't say that. Absolutely not. I didn't say that.
Anyways, man. I mean,
I,
courtesy to
I,
Ali, she
sir,
wanted me to play this video. I'm gonna play it for her.
we do it by ourselves, darling. Girl,
Oh shit! How this get on mute? Oh,
and we started choosing better. We get faulted at that. We can't win.
Than the males, man. The women ride harder than the men, man. The same women that we disrespect on every level of the game. So, man, get yourself together and check out what you're doing. I find out that the black females are more real than the males, man. The women ride harder than the men, man. The same women that we disrespect on every level of the game. So, man, get yourself together and check out what you're doing. I find out.
all right. So that's pretty much what he said. To make this very short, I agree with him. Oh shit! I agree with him. I do see a lot of when it comes to a lot of different conflicts. Women do tend to seem like they're more fearless than the brothers are. I just got to be, just from my experience and from what I be seeing, I do agree with that. Regardless, now let me be clear on something that I said earlier, probably like 20 minutes ago. What I was saying is I don't think um, black men would care if they were to stop protesting because how we looking at it is that shit ain't gonna change nothing. However, you are being exposed to the front lines and stuff like that to be dangerous. So I do think in a lot of emphasis when it comes to protecting something, they do go harder than a lot of these niggas. A lot of niggas are pretty damn weak these days. I can agree with Pimp C on that. Now I'm pretty sure this probably was said maybe 20 years ago. I don't know when he said it, but it had to.
Damn, bring me up to speed. What Pimp C, what the OG Pimp C had to say?
I'll play it real quick for you.
All right, thanks. I had to go take me a little dessert break. Hello, you all right?
Females are more real than the males, man. The women ride harder than the men, man. The same women that we disrespect on every level of the game. So, man, get yourself together and check out what you're doing. I find out that the black.
I wish we had the whole thing to this though, because me personally, I hate small clips.
Mm-hmm.
I hate small clips because you can make something say anything with a small clip.
Right.
Like we've seen that manipulation tactic been done so many times, but just simply off what we're saying, I do agree with that. Here.
Yeah.
So I agree. I just think y'all would. I just wish y'all would treat us better. Um. Okay. So my response. I didn't know of anyone else because I was about to respond to a comment. My bad.
What?
Oh, okay. I was gonna respond to TK.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's important. I think that again, I think you're generalizing black women because even if we say, okay, 10% of black women are doing all this shit that you look down upon, what about the other 90%? Like, are we subjected to the same punishment as these people, or the same judgment as the 10% of black women are doing? Are the 90% subjected to that? Are we now exposed to that? And my next question would be, and what about white women? If 10% of white women are on OnlyFans and doing all the shit that you think is beneath us, do you generalize white women like that for the exact same thing? Because I think that's the issue that we're having. We're not saying that those things don't exist in our community. We're saying that women who do not participate in it are being generalized into that, where you're saying all black women, all black women, all this. That's what we're saying. So it's not that we're saying that it don't exist. So you can say, you can go on whatever platform and see all these black women We're not saying that it doesn't exist. We're saying that the other women who don't participate in that, why are we being subject to that as well?
White women lost the plot a long time ago.
You know what? I will say this one thing that they got this new TikTok trend going on right now where white women are catching their men on this dating app. And it's like, damn, white women are really going through some shit. It's not just it's not just, and I think that I will say that I think that white women, they do put up with, I would say, probably more. I think they men kind of treat them really bad. Like really, really bad. I mean, so it's like
I agree. That's what I've been saying. So why do we get attacked so hard? I'm like, bro, they got it worse than ours.
Yeah, you play it right. Yeah,
okay, but check this
you
out
play it
though.
right into your
So,
hands.
but Taj, listen to this though, Taj. This is my point.
Yeah,
Taj,
and we get treated the worst. That's why
okay,
I
but
don't
look,
get.
this is my point, because you guys think because you're doing better than white men that we should applaud you for doing what it is that you guys are doing. That's just like, I'll be honest, slavery. If black women are getting treated worse on the in the fields, and white women are getting treated better in the house, are black women supposed to be looking to be in the house to be in a better situation than the house, or should we say, "Nah, I'm running away regardless. I'm not willing to accept being in the fields or in the house. I'm not willing to accept neither one of them. I want out." So I mean, just because the scenario is that white men are terrible, black men being bad is still bad enough for us to complain. Like, you guys are not. I mean, if white men are on a 10 and y'all are on a 9, are we supposed to give you guys kudos for that? Or should we say, nah, we want you at a 2?
If y'all don't, then we might as well use the method that white men use, because white men run their household with an iron fist. Like what I know about, like they got a whole scale on how they run their household. And the women, we've addressed this before on this platform. Where do you think the Stepford wife concept comes from? It don't come from us, huh?
I don't know what that is.
The Stepford wife is where what we've been taught. She's pretty much she stay home. She do what her husband tells her. She's pretty much, they got movies about this stuff and all. So, and that's, within American history, the black American women has literally had more freedom than the white women. Especially when you go post, I won't say Civil War. Let's go from, I don't know, I don't want to waste too much time trying to get the timeline right. But white women have always been pretty much under the foots of their men. And that ain't a one size fit all statement. But when you study American history, yeah, they got I've seen it before. They got a fucking chart. And they
niggas was passing down, and their husband was passing down wealth. All the white women was sitting down saying, all I gotta do is outlive him, all this shit about to be mine. And that's
but what about the son? The son follows the father.
Yeah, so but he's gonna be.
No, the son's going just like Jesus said. The son's going to do the will. What Jesus was a cold dude too. What did Jesus say when his mother and brothers was outside? I'm here to do the will. He said, y'all are my mothers and brothers. I'm here to do the will of my father. You can kind of associate that with how they get down. So to your point, Solo, it's like, oh, damn, if y'all don't appreciate the cooperation that we've kind of been socially engineered to almost have to do, shit.
I mean, the thing is that you want me to give you credit for that, but yeah, you guys won't give black women credit for anything. I'm not giving a black man credit for doing the bare minimum.
We give y'all credit all the time. What are we talking about?
No, absolutely not.
Yes, we do.
Absolutely not. The bare minimum. No. And then you say things have now progressed into modern times. I mean, absolutely. Y'all want credit from us. Y'all don't have to give us credit. That's not fair. That we supposed to be pouring into y'all. Just pouring.
Okay, let me ask you something.
And
Let me
then
ask
we
you
supposed to sit back and absorb that bullshit from y'all. I mean, I don't.
let me ask you something. Name me just two Black woman platforms that their platform is basically based on uplifting. For the most part, most of their talking points is uplifting Black men.
I don't watch that.
I know you
I
don't.
don't.
They don't exist.
No, I don't watch that type of content.
It doesn't matter. Don't nobody
Yes,
watch
it
that.
does.
That's the
I
point.
mean, I'm sure it's somebody out there.
It's not. If they do that, they're struggling. They don't get nothing. But
Right.
there are massive. My point of asking that is that there are massive platforms shitting on Black men.
Just like y'all, like you just
Let
red
me
pill
hold
podcast
on.
of black men shitting
You
on
see,
black
you see, you
women.
see. No. So you see how she automatically reverted over to try to defend her?
Absolutely. Because y'all
But you're
always
not
want to
even
have
getting
pro-black
what the reason
women accountable for the shit that the same shit y'all do.
but you're
You
not
can bring up some
you're
shit that
not allowing me.
black women don't do. I mean, if
Hey,
you're gonna bring up a
let me have my
podcast,
point. What I'm saying is the reason why I asked that is because there's none out there. However, there are several ones of Black men that are uplifting Black women.
name one.
Dr. Umar is one of them. What do you mean?
I mean, Dr. Umar don't have a podcast though.
Bro, Dr. Umar is massive, and we know he does that. Steve Harvey does it. What are we talking about?
Steve Harvey, does he uplift
What's
black
that?
women? I
How the
don't take
Awakening
Steve
does it.
Harvey
Come
as
on, it's
uplifting
lots of
black
them.
women.
I can keep going.
I
It's
don't
lots of
take
them.
that. I don't take
You see how she's
that.
trying to reject all of them that I'm naming?
I
But you
no,
can't
I
name any
didn't. I
of them
didn't
where they
reject
uplift
that.
Black men because they don't exist.
Oh, I don't watch that.
It
I never
doesn't
said
matter
it
if you
is,
don't watch it.
but that's
Nobody's
and
saying there
I
isn't any.
refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that. But whatever. I
There
mean, I
isn't any.
can't
I'm
name
telling
one
you.
so it doesn't exist. That's not.
I'm not saying don't nobody have any. What I'm saying is there isn't any that has a massive platform. No one. There isn't any.
Only one I could think of, I can't even, that don't even count because she married to a white man. We gave her enough promotion earlier. So
And she don't uplift Black men. That's not
she
what she do on her
don't.
platform.
You're
That's
right.
I'm talking about. Name the woman platform where they uplift Black men. There isn't any.
I can't think of any. And
Nobody can. I'm telling you.
that proves the power struggle point. Yeah.
That proves what I'm talking about is that they talking about some pour into us like we pour in. Y'all don't pour into us at all. We got Black men to do that for y'all. Y'all don't do that for us at all.
Yeah. Those
Anytime
the
a Black
simps.
man have anything that's even close to holding Black women accountable, they have a major issue about it. But you can shit on us all day long, and we'll just take it and just leave it alone. We're like, hey, they gonna do that anyway. Why? Because there's so many, we used to it, but at this point.
Ali C say there's some on TikTok that do it. What up, Puma Fist?
Wait, Ali is talking about. I know exactly what she's talking about. First off, that's something that's new.
That's true, TK. TK gave Cairo a shout out. You got it, James.
That's something that's new. There is a lot of Black sisters that are surfacing now that are trying to do things to help us. But that I would actually say that that's probably more so because it's profitable. They're noticing that Black men are starting to tend to those sisters that do this. But prior to Kevin Samuels, there were absolutely any. But also prior to Kevin Samuels, There were multiple ones bashing black men, and there were multiple ones that was uplift of black men that was uplifting black women. We always have been doing that. I can name so many.
So how many podcasts, how many black men podcasts can you name where they sit on there and bash black women? I know one off the top
I
of my
don't
head.
watch those.
I mean, yeah, there's some, but that's what I'm saying. This is a new thing. I said prior to Kevin Samuels. So basically 2020, before 2020, you did not see any of this. It wasn't until he really didn't bash women the way folks try to put it out there.
Right.
He just highlighted a lot of things that people didn't like. But his platform wasn't about bashing black women. But anyways, before that, men didn't even speak on this shit. We didn't even, we just took the shit that everybody used to dish at us, including our own sisters, talking bad about us. The only group of women in the world that we hear our men ain't shit, they ain't this, we don't need them. We hear that shit. We used to hear that shit all the time before Kevin Samuels, and we still hear it after him.
What you want us to do? Cry for y'all?
Nope.
Do you think we're supposed to be sad? Like we standing here under the
I'm proving a
oppression
point
with
for what
y'all.
you said. Y'all talking about pouring into it. What I'm saying is we are pouring into it.
Please, we've been supporting y'all, raising y'all kids for decades. Please, ain't nobody finna give us. No one cares about a fucking podcast. We've been dragging this community because the black man been out of the picture for so long. Please, please, literally, please. I hope you don't think that we're supposed to, other than support you guys in whatever endeavor. We're not gonna be sitting down, crying.
We could use y'all support in the mentor endeavor. I can tell you that much.
I would love to see it. I would love to see black men doing more.
Yeah.
That's leading the community, getting in and taking charge. That's where your respect is gonna come in from black women. I'm just saying. Now that's one of the things Dr. Umar said, is that once y'all start being leaders in the community and stop blaming black women for every damn thing, that's when y'all gonna start getting respect. We're never gonna respect you guys sitting on the podcast doing nothing in your community, not telling us what we've done wrong. Oh, yeah. When we've been the ones left to take care of the shit that this government has done to us. What you guys telling us what we did wrong? How is that about to change our dynamic if that shit ain't been working? Y'all been criticizing us since 2020, and this shit ain't working. When are y'all gonna start working amongst each other to start getting shit done instead of trying to force this? You did this wrong. Because I mean, I don't really hear a lot of, this is how we can come together and fix this. That ain't what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing it. But I did want to respond to a comment before I shut up.
Okay.
Solo, you don't want credit, you want retirement money, and make it clear every show. Now, TK, now you used to praise me about that. Now you got a problem with it. You think, let me not go there. You think, what? I don't understand what the problem is. You wanted money just like I did. We both put work towards our money. So what's the problem with that? I don't understand if that's trying to be an insult or something. Yes, if I got retirement, if I got all this shit coming into this relationship, of course I want another motherfucker with it. Right? What's wrong with that? You praised me about that previously. Now you got a problem with it now that I don't agree with you. I don't know what the problem is. Puma, really quick. Puma. Jesse Lee Peterson is what we call a coon. So you
Hey,
talking about him a real one?
What Puma talking
Todd,
about?
Todd, do you know who
hey,
Jesse Lee
I was
Peterson
just about to
is?
ask him, do he know who that is?
Do you know who that is, Taj?
Puma?
No. Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah. I looked though. I scrolled past that comment so fast. Puma
Taj, you gotta watch your
trying to
videos.
indoctrinate us, huh?
No, but I understand why Puma like Jesse Lee Peterson because white people like black
Great
people
White
who
Hope.
want to submit to their bullshit. Like
Mhm.
if you, long as you're willing
Hold on, Solo. Hold on. You got a problem with the Great White
Assimilation.
Hope?
What?
You got a problem with the Great White Hope?
That man, y'all for real? That is like that's a cool. Like that man
That
is a
nigga.
hot fucking
Hey,
mess.
when he used to say that shit, bro, I'm like, what the fuck is this nigga
That
talking
man is
about?
a hot fucking mess. And all of his
You
audience is
believe
white
that?
people.
Hold on, you
What?
believe that? Oh,
I don't
man.
think I ever given that dude 10 minutes of my lifetime of attention.
Hell no. I learned about him because he did a debate with Dr. Umar.
He
And
did?
Dr. like a complete disgrace. Like I was so disappointed. I'm like, damn, and he an elder.
Damn, for real?
Damn.
Did I see that?
Yeah. That was a quick read for me. When I kind of saw what he was on, I didn't give that dude no attention.
I know I seen him. Damn, I think I may have saw that shit. Yeah, I did. I remember now. Because Dr. Umar said there's levels to this cool kingdom. I remember he said that shit.
Absolutely. It is. Because you genuinely do have black people who just don't know. That just don't know. And I think that we have to give them room to wake up because I know for me, it was parts of my life where I wasn't conscious to this shit that's going on in my life. I grew up in Memphis. I was whatever. Like I just thought that this was just the regular shit. But like growing up and then like realizing like the world and shit, like there's no way in hell you could think like Jesse Lee Peterson. But I see why white people agree with him because he excuses white people of all responsibility of what the fuck is going on in our community and say we should just believe in Christ and put, Christianity back in our system.
Hey, Puma Fist, you're gonna have to sit this one out on that Jesse Lee Peterson one. Because I don't think you'll necessarily understand coming from our perspective on that. Because the things that he says, like I'm not saying everything that he's ever said is wrong. I've seen bits and pieces of him. He's definitely not a person that I watch on the regular. But I know one of the things he said that was crazy was that black people, we need more white people, babies in the world because they keep balance and black people are all violent or some shit like that. I'm like, hold on, are we talking about we talking about the same most violent race of all time?
That's why his base is white people.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
love to hear that shit. They
I'm
love
like,
to have a
this
black
nigga
person
tripping.
to agree with that bullshit that they got.
Yeah.
That's what they want a black person to agree so they can
Right.
say, see, he understands.
Nice.
I did want to respond to a comment really quick. So what happened to marrying for love or because of God's will? In fact, you won't marry a person unless they retire you. It's sad. I mean, first I'm gonna address the second part of your question first, and then I'll go back to marriage is love.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you won't marry a person unless they retire you, I mean, I think that's I think that that's barely retirement if I have to like cook and clean for you, especially if you want fucking kids. That's barely retirement. That's a full-time fucking job. So that's what I'm signing up for. I'm leaving one job to go to another. Now you letting me sit at home and do nothing where I'm sitting there, I can hire a maid, a cook, and all of that, then that's I mean, hell yeah, I'm signing up for that. But you still gotta be right mentally. You still gotta, I still gotta trust you, and you gotta have like the mental shit that I want. So it's not so it's not that I just want to be retired. I don't mind cooking and cleaning. What I'm not gonna do is marry you and struggle, right? And I'm definitely not gonna be the breadwinner and marry a husband that's supposed to be the provider, right? So what's wrong with that? That's white women. White women don't get faulted for that. when they marry for stability and money and shit, the only people get faulted for that is black women. I'm not going for that. Okay, then the second part of your question is that what happened to marrying for love? I think marriage has really nothing to do with love. I think marriage is a transaction. I'm going to do this for that. I don't really believe in loving someone unconditionally. My love is definitely conditioned upon you doing what the fuck you need to do. I'm just saying.
I love when you keep it real.
Out here.
Man.
It's definitely conditioned.
One thing I will give
But
Solo,
I think men, our shit is conditional anyway. I've been saying that.
yeah.
None of my love is conditional.
Solo says the shit the average black woman don't say. So I give her credit for that. Like it's the
Yep.
stuff we kind of know how y'all think, you'll actually say it. So I do appreciate that part.
I mean, if you're doing shit that you're going to hinder our relationship and our partnership and our marriage, then the love stops there. I'm not going to forgive you for an act of betrayal because I love you. No, that goes to your character, and you're not the person that I thought you were. So I'm not going to forgive you for that. It's certain shit now. I asked you for pumpkin pie, you brought back lemon, petty shit like that. That's, I ain't finna divorce you for that. You lost your job, maybe I may not divorce you for that. But you go have a baby on me with another motherfucker, then that's an act of betrayal. And so, like,
I agree with you.
my love is conditional. That shit is over with.
That's
So
some good
if
shit.
I'm not gonna love you unconditional. You get that shit from your mama.
Right.
I'm
I
not
agree with that.
your fucking mama.
Right.
So it ain't no marrying for love. Love will come. And I'm gonna look at 1 year of marriage, I'm gonna love you more at 5 year of marriage, at 10 year of marriage, at 15. My love is gonna continue to grow. Marriage is about love. I don't know if y'all made that joke. When I be divorcing people, they don't be in there fighting over fucking love. They be over there fighting over fucking money.
I heard
This is
that.
what this is about.
Yeah, you
You
said
let
that
them
earlier.
you know what? I really think that a lot of black men like to do that. I married for love when they want to date outside their race.
What?
I think a lot of men, they like
That's
to claim,
bullshit.
I'm married for love as an excuse to date to marry outside of their race.
No, we married for love with black women. What are we talking about? We marry
I
our
still think
sisters
it's
at a very
transactional.
high rate. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about black men who say they marry for love. I don't think
And this is another thing.
black men are
So
marrying for love.
marriage, I keep telling folks what they consider is marriage. They're thinking, like she said, the business thing. But marriage in the kingdom of God and stuff like that isn't that. Obviously, he's not talking about a damn piece of paper. So I think that's what it gets confused with. I keep telling people, marriage back in the day, was a unity of two people agreeing to be with each other there, to thick and thin. You know the vows and all that. And that's way before the governments and stuff was created and getting involved. So
I will argue women was dating for money and stability, and their parents were pushing them to be married, to get the fuck up out of my house because I'm tired of you. Need to be married. You need a man to take care of you.
But I'm talking about a time period before, all of that was going on.
That's the ancient part of marriage.
Yeah, damn.
This love shit came afterwards. That's the Western way that they're trying to.
Well, yeah. Okay, I agree with that.
No,
I agree with that.
Yeah, Jamie, the research around the time we was doing Shacking Up, I was producing Shacking Up. The research I did, Solo was spot on with that. The ancient purpose was resources. They used the word
I had
resources.
to retract what I said. I agree with that.
Yeah, it was more about from the women's side, it was more about resources. And men, it was more for us, it was more vain name, like spreading your bloodline.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually got a clip. I mean, The clip is from Megyn Kelly, this lady who passed away, who did a lot of research on that, and that's what she said. I know it's not from our culture, but I think it's, it's still relevant. And she said the same thing, that women really put their focus on resources, not so much love.
Hey, but
And,
hold on.
yeah, even the family.
You got another comment. I just went.
What happened? What did it say?
You got a good comment. He said
Solo will be
Solo
single
will.
forever.
If she ever meet a wealthy man, she would not like him. Wealthy men have no time for that bullshit she believes in, and it's a relationship. She needs
I think she
a
do need
beta
a
man.
He right about that. The
He
beta
will
man.
not be wealthy. He will not be wealthy.
She needs a beta man, and he will not be wealthy.
Didn't I say that last week?
Yeah, I think he's spot on with that. Both of y'all are spot on. And Solo, you sort of swayed me that way too. After I understood how you think more, I think he's spot on with that. What up, OI?
I told you, bro. You're not gonna get that type of guy.
Yeah, you
Well,
don't need a beta man.
I mean, you got, but the single shit is not the worst case scenario for me. I'm just saying.
No,
Like, you're saying that I'm gonna be single forever means.
So he's not spot on, because I don't want that for you, Solo. I don't want you to be single forever.
I don't know why I have no problem with it.
Right, you enjoying your life. We get that. That last line is what I meant. So I take the whole. I'm not saying that 100%. I don't want you to be single forever. But she needs a beta man, and he will not be wealthy. Well, that part right there, she needs a beta man. I won't even say the last part.
Yes, but all I see, the only men who are willing to treat women semi good, because I feel like I'm asking for the bare fucking minimum, are beta males. Apparently, these alpha males, they ain't looking to provide.
It's pure dominance.
I don't
You
know
hook up with
what
an alpha male,
alpha
Solo.
men-
It's pure dominance.
I don't
with
know
that.
what alpha men are looking to do with their wives. They're looking to
It's
do
gonna
for
be
their
natural
wives.
dominance.
But I will definitely say that
Like you gonna submit.
I just want to be
naturally.
treated right. I just want to be treated right. I want to be treated the way I treat myself. If I'm now have to make sacrifices,
You might end up with a Sigma male like me. I'm more of a Sigma male, thoughtful. We thinkers. Beta male gonna kiss your ass. Alpha male is gonna be natural dominance. You ain't gonna even have no say.
that's what I want. That's
You
what
want
I
the
want.
natural dominance?
Because to be honest, just because I have an opinion, what that makes me strong? That makes me a strong woman because I have a job, I have my own car, I got money in the bank. That makes me dominant. That makes me want a beta male. I mean, so what it is about me that makes
So
you
you
guys
might
think
be a
that I
good
want a
fit
beta
with a
male?
Sigma male. I don't think you want to be dominated like that. I think you might submit naturally if if it's the right type of guy for you. But you might be a good fit for a Sigma male too, because we like to be challenged mentally, because that sharpens the thought. And by the time we at the end of that sword, it's the sharpest sword out there. So I don't know, Jamie, what you think is the best fit for her? Either a beta male, but you always say you want a man to lead, but I don't know if you would naturally submit to the right alpha male. I could see you doing that, but you've got a taste of the good life so much that you might not want to give that up to where you being.
But why would I have to give that up?
With the alpha male, you probably gonna have to give that up. Yeah,
Give
with
what
alpha male,
up?
give that up.
Give what up exactly?
Give up. Remember how last show you said that stuck with me when you said I'm having the time of my life. I know how that feels. I know how it is to have a time in your life as a single person, and you just enjoying life. You like a bee, you going from one flower to the next, and I don't mean necessarily, sexually and all that, but just from one flower, you enjoying life. I get that 100. That's the reason I ended up in my situation, 40 something, and without a family, as far as my own family of procreation. Because I was busy enjoying my life. I enjoyed my 20s was off the fucking chain, y'all. I'm telling you, my 20s, I wasn't thinking about no damn family. 30s,
I was just gonna ask you really quickly, but if I meet an alpha man today, why I gotta give that up?
Jamie, you got some thoughts on that?
She don't want to hear nothing I got to say. She never do.
Yeah. So Solo, I think you would be a better fit with a Sigma male, because a Sigma male will embrace your intellect. A
And the
sigma
alpha
male,
man not.
no. Alpha male is gonna be.
He
Have
ain't
you
no
ever
alpha
seen?
male then.
No. Huh?
He ain't no alpha male then.
Well, let's define it. With everybody in here, let's define what
Yeah,
that
let's
is.
define it. You guys define alpha men. Alpha men for me.
For me, the alpha male, the women submit. All right, so if you put an alpha male, a sigma male, and a beta males, the beta males are chasing the women. The alpha male can just stay whatever the hell he are, and the ladies gonna come circle. The alpha male ain't even got to use no game. I mean, we could talk from human to the animal kingdom. I know you want to stay in the human kingdom. The alpha male can just chill. The women gonna form around his power because he what's the word? He exude. You feel the power coming out his presence. The women feel safe around him. The sigma male is more strategic, thoughtful. We moving through life, figuring we 10 steps ahead of the alpha male. If an alpha male and a sigma male ever clashed, I would say 9 times out of 10, the sigma male gonna win because we thinking, all we're gonna do is neutralize his power. The alpha male just got brute force. And once we take that away and it just come intelligence, it's a wrap. So, but women love power. So they don't really care about the intelligent sigma male. They want because if they can get in the alpha male's mind, like what you talking about doing, and you might be able to pull it off, you can manipulate the power that they have. But if it's a true alpha male, your intellect ain't gonna matter. It's gonna be, I've seen it. The Pookie Ray Rays are pretty much the alpha. It's bitch, shut up. I tell you what to do. This what you doing Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. You know what I mean? When you around me, you ain't got no opinion. Is that not how the Pookie Ray Ray? I seen it. Them niggas don't play with they chicks. Huh?
I don't take them as alpha men though.
Well, that's my all right.
I mean, pretty much with the alphas, pretty much they're dominant in their horizon. Like sort of what he's saying, like pretty much what I say, that shit go, bro. That's what
I ain't got no say so. Go ahead, man.
Now I also do think this, and the problem is too many women aren't feminine in today's time. I'm just being honest. I actually got a video of this brother that's sharing some details of what I talk about all the time. And I was like, this is brilliant. It's 100% facts. It's too many of our women that are trying to compete with the man and show their way of value by doing things that men do. And that's not what we hold valuable.
Right.
It's if you are a feminine woman that is submissive to him and you know how he operates, then you'll be smart enough to know how to strategically get whatever it is that you want out of him without making him feel like you're emasculating him. So to me, but yeah, the alphas for the most part, they're gonna control the alpha. And like he said, they don't have to chase because you're gonna go to them.
Right. Even in the animal kingdom, you got to see it with the lions or any animal. The monkeys. Like you just see the female monkeys or lions just go around the alpha male.
It's like the what animals is though? The ones that damn, I can't think of what's the name of them. But the ones that got the big old horns. They actually do competitions where they run and drill into each other. Like they bump, headbutt each other until one of them submit and lose. Sometimes they horn get broken off and they be fucked up. And whoever wins that, ram, something like that, and whoever wins that, the female that's in the area automatically goes to them. And they
look
go
at
back.
that. So look what OI said, Solo. Alpha male has wealth and many women. When an alpha male calls, you come. No back talk. I'm gonna read that again. No back talk. One more time, Solo. No back talk. Sigma male is more for a traditional family. So there you have it.
Okay, so I don't agree with. I don't categorize an alpha man as simply like a dictatorship. Like he tells me to shut the fuck up and I shut the fuck up. That his power and all of that. I'm talking about regular black men, not black men with millions of dollars. Like I think alpha men are men who can be leaders in their family. If you just want to limit it to family, they are able to provide, protect, but they're also like they hold a leadership role in
Mhm.
their and they take lead in their families. Like their wives aren't sitting there trying to figure out what it is that they're gonna
Mm-mm.
do next because
Right.
he has it taken care of, right?
Right.
And so to me, he doesn't demand anything from her. She is willingly submitting to him,
Yeah. He
right?
said
That's
that.
what makes him an alpha male. It's not that he don't take no back talk. Is that she doesn't want to talk to him because she's not gonna want to talk back to him because she trusts him to make the
Got you. That's okay.
decisions,
All right.
right? So
Uh-huh.
it's not necessarily of what he does to get it's not the response that he getting. It's the energy and the effort that he's putting out to be the leader over his kingdom, which is his house, I'm assuming. So it doesn't matter if he makes 100,000 or 60,000 or 50,000. As long as he's a leader, he's able to correct his family, take care of his family. He's able to have decent relationships with his outer family. He's able to hold his friends in line. Like he's just able to lead, and people come to him for advice because he's level headed, he's intellectual, he has the
I
ability
don't know
to.
about all that,
I
but I
I
hear
mean
you.
I mean this is the alpha male in my mind.
Got you.
This
My
is the
bad.
alpha male. This is the alpha male. I
Uh-huh.
mean, I I I mean,
We got some good comments too. Darla, we coming to you. Oh, I will be back. Uh-huh.
I'm just saying that's the alpha male for me. That's what
Okay.
I'm looking at as top tier men because alpha men are the top tier ones, right? They're the ones that are top tier.
I don't. So, well, let me read Darla comment because Darla, I think you're more describing a sigma male. So Darla say, I would think an alpha male. I'm glad you said I would think. I would think an alpha male is confident. Sigma males are confident, secure. Sigma males are secure, financially stable, and can make sound decisions and respectfully leads. Verse insecure ego maniacs that want to dictate just because he has a dick. All
I
right.
agree with that, and that's what I feel like y'all were describing. A motherfucker who, oh, because I make a lot of money, oh, because she does what I say, that makes him an alpha male. I don't agree with that.
All right.
Just because he has power, that doesn't make him an alpha man. That makes him a man with power.
All right. So the way let me see. Hold on, darling. I'm trying to get back to you.
Completely agree with Dollar.
Oh
Yeah, too.
shit.
I just think she actually describing a sigma male as well because our thing is once we show you our thought and idea is sharper than what you have, and you don't see, you don't have to submit to the brute force with us. We gonna intellectually show you that our ideal is sharper, our thought is sharper, and when you don't submit to that, then like, oh, I said, okay, we might leave you where you are because now you're wasting time. You waste energy, time, and it's like, okay, you just don't believe in me, so I'm gonna show you better than I can tell you, and I'm gonna move on. That's more of the sigma male. The alpha male, but like, oh, I said the alpha male will walk away from you too. Like, is their way or the highway? But like you said, Solo, you're gonna naturally submit. I made that point too. I'm trying to scroll back up. All right, here we go.
And I just hate that. I think one of the primary things black men have to fix is that you guys have to stop equating your masculinity or equating our masculinity or femininity on based on the amount of money that we make. Like, oh, because she a business owner or she make a lot of money, she's not feminine. Oh,
It
because he
typically
doesn't
runs.
make a lot of money, he's not masculine. Or if he make a lot of money, he's more masculine. I would hope that it's more to that than
It
what
is.
masculinity
I've
is.
been
I would
around
hope.
so I've been around so many dudes to where they'll have more money than me, but when you put us in the room with women, they hate the fact that, damn, why if I got more money than this nigga, why are the women gravitating to him? I don't know what you call that. I don't know how you want to, and I'm not trying to, I'm just sharing my experience.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Money has nothing to do with masculinity. Fuck no. Not even close. Like, it's a nigga that got $100 to his name can be way more masculine than a nigga that's a billionaire. So,
Right.
no, that has nothing to do with it.
Right.
But I also think that a woman that is wealthy can be feminine. She can. But typically, the ones that do have a lot of money tend to be a lot less feminine because whatever it is her perfection is normally requires her to be more of a masculine thought process in order to thrive in whatever the field she's in. Like you got the Candace Owens of the world that's very feminine and she's rich. So she's an exception because of what she does. But if you work in corporate America, more than likely it's gonna hit you.
Well, my response to that saying that, because I was asking you guys about alpha men, and you guys, not just you guys, but in the comments, you guys, I think it was more about like the one who has power or money or like sort of those things. So that's why, in dictatorship, of course, in an alpha man, he has the ability to dictate. So is there anything about his leadership roles do you think makes him an alpha male, or his intellect? Does that make him an alpha male?
Is even when it comes to the fellas, I like to network with Sigma males because they're more strategic and thoughtful. Alpha males think brute force is gonna win, and I just seen it too many. Even when it came to the drug dealers and the dope dealers, the guys who thought more outlasted the guys who had the brute force presence. So I just like intelligent thoughts. I like psychology. I like strategic moves. And I think alpha males depend more on their perceived dominance, and that don't always think. I mean, I hate to let's just go back to slavery. What did the slave masters do? They found who the alpha male was amongst the slaves. Now think about this. The slave masters weren't necessarily, if it was a man-to-man situation, that alpha male slave would have slaughtered the one slave master. But the slave masters were strategic. Okay, let's pinpoint who the alpha male is. You see that guy right? Okay, go get him, bring all the fucking slaves outside, and show them what we're about to do to the motherfucker who they think is King Kong. That takes Sigma male strategic strategy. Throw a net on his ass, right? Throw the net on him first and let everybody see he can't get out this net. Do what we got to do to subdue him. Tie every fucking limb to a horse and let them see what we about to do to their King Kong. So where's the alpha male power at that point? Now the Sigma male is watching, and the Sigma male, that ain't gonna be me. So this is how we gonna move.
Oh, AB, what are we tripping about? And Earl, what's this? Earl Joseph. You said negative. If you lead with money, you will be treated as a trick. I agree with you, but I don't understand why you're saying that because nobody on here has said anything about leading with money. In fact, we said your money has nothing to do with your masculinity.
I just think maybe we have a perception or a different perception or opinion about what we think alpha males are. I think women probably have a perception of what we think, because I think women, we're equating alpha men with the top tier men, right? Doesn't matter his money, but top tier men. Because
I will say this. I think we all can agree that the men with the most money are typically the men that has the most women. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, we can.
So I think that kind of cuts into your argument right there.
Yeah, it does.
But are they alpha men?
They might not
That's
be
what we're
natural,
talking. Just
but women
so,
gravitate to money, to Jamie's point.
but we're talking
So,
about alpha men, and you just said
right. But if
it
you
don't
put
equate to money, so it
it, but
can't be both.
that's what women want. That's what women see as security is money. So if
Yeah,
you put that
yeah.
guy Jamie is
I
I
talking
said
understand.
about,
masculinity. I didn't say nothing about alpha. I said
masculinity,
it has nothing to do with your masculinity, money. But alpha, money has a lot to do with it because money is power.
And I
right?
think that I think we have just a different perception on what we believe alpha men is. I think that women have a perception on what we think alpha men is when we're
Well,
talking about the
we got
toxic,
AI. I'm about to hit AI right now. Let's see
and
what
y'all
AI
have
got
a
to say.
perception of what y'all think the men at the top need to have.
Because I'll say this. I think if we could take a poll, we surveyed a bunch of women and we gave them a choice. That you can have a filthy rich man, but he's not that masculine. Let's say he ain't gonna be able to lift things for you, fix stuff for you, do all masculine, manly things for you. But he's financially stable. You ain't got to worry about nothing ever in your life or your children. Ain't never got to worry about nothing in your life. And the other one is he's super masculine. He'll be able to protect you from invader. He can fix stuff. He's masculine. But this nigga broke as hell. You're gonna have to rich. You're gonna have to all the time be working to make ends meet. I'm pretty sure a majority of the women are gonna take the guy that's financially stable.
Yeah. History shows that. Yeah, they love money. What up, Jay? I see you, Platinum Jay in the house. So yeah, no, yeah, I've seen that. They gonna gravitate. Women gravitate to the money.
Yeah.
Money grant options. Alpha male dominance without no money. What can you really do with that besides feel safe when you out in public with him or when y'all out? But you can't, you can't take that to the bank or you can't take that to the mall.
Earl, I don't know what the hell you talking about, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no clue what the hell you talking about. Because what I said was that masculinity is not tied to money. But the word when you're talking about alpha means dominance, bro. Like
Yeah.
to be able to be dominant in wherever the hell you at, you're gonna be dominant.
Yeah.
If you got a whole bunch of money, you can be 4'2" and 100 pounds. If you got $100 billion, you can make mountains move. Whatever you lacking, you can pay somebody to fix what you lacking.
Yeah.
I would just say that I think black men 70,000, 75. We got an electrician here. He can definitely be an alpha male. It just can happen. He can be a fucking electrician. He can be a plumber. He can be a mechanic.
Sure.
He can be
They
alpha
can.
male.
I agree with that. I'm not saying you can't.
I'm not saying that you're disagreeing with me.
But what I am saying is that when it comes to them, alpha, just what ties to them is dominant.
Yeah.
That's what's tied to alpha. They don't really, alphas don't negotiate really.
Right. So you show up to the club with an alpha and he bumps heads with another alpha bouncer at the door.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Sigma shows up and say, "Hey, baby, check this out. This is how we about, the chick who is working with her Sigma male, while the alpha is at the door, and the girls are sitting there seeing who's gonna win. The alpha male bouncer got a ground to stand too. And the Sigma male then kind of slid right past them. slip whoever, whatever he had to do, and boom, they already in VIP. And while the other two alpha males out front bumping each other's chests on seeing who's gonna give in first, or who's gonna be the ultimate alpha. I just never cared to waste that much energy, especially with a dude. You know what I mean? So that's my thing. Like, man, let's be strategic, save as much energy and resources as we can, and get to the destination we're trying to reach. So that's always been my thing. You know, that's why I think I chose not to be an alpha. I don't really care to, you know, even with the homeboys I grew up with, like I knew, like the alpha of our camp, he knew that when it came to intelligence, I was sharper than him. But I understood he looked more like the alpha. Like, bro, you tall. You know, when we out and about, you look more like a leader. That don't mean you're gonna be telling, and my whole crew was like that. Like all of us was our own people. Like we ain't gonna agree with everything you say, nigga. We'll let you play the leader role when we out and about. You know what I'm saying? I probably get all of us some more hoes, but you know, and that's just how we were. All of us was kind of like we held our own, but we played into the aesthetics of what we knew people would perceive.
When I think about alpha man, I think my mind goes to leadership. That's where it goes.
Yeah.
It don't really go to money. It don't really go to dominance, your ability to control, your ability to I think it goes to your ability to lead your tribe, the people that you're responsible for. How can you lead them throughout this world? If you're responsible for your mom because your dad passed, your sisters, your wife, your kids, how do you lead them as the man in their lives that you're now responsible for them? That's how we determine if you're alpha male or not.
Okay.
Can you agree, or what's your opinion on that? In order to be a leader, you have to be dominant in some way, right?
I don't like the idea of using the word dominant.
So that's what you don't like the word. Gotcha.
If I can finish what I was saying, I don't like the word dominant when it comes to men over women. Dominance is when you have a equal playing field. When you're talking about men amongst men, then he can be the dominant man. But when you're talking about men who are supposed to be sort of above women already, you don't then need to dominate us as women. No, you need to lead us, make us follow you, be a leader, have problem resolution skills to lead the women into whatever it is. I don't think you guys should look and assume that you're an alpha male because you get to force women to do stuff. But if you get them to voluntarily follow you because they trust you to make decisions, that's how you become the alpha male.
You know what,
because
y'all?
you're able to dictate.
Let me share this with y'all. Let me get y'all thoughts on this. Y'all just made me think of a movie premiere I went to. It was actually for Predator. And in the movie Predator, the one that just came out, one of the movie lines goes, the alpha male is not the one with the most kills. The alpha male is the one who protects the pack, who makes sure the pack is good, the pack is safe. That's in the most latest. Y'all just made me remember that line having this discussion. So I don't know if that was their philosophical, how we given our philosophical interpretations of alpha males and all that shit, but that came straight out of the Predator movie. Because
you said Predator, to lead the pack.
Yeah, in the Predator movie, they said the alpha male is not the predator with the most kills. You know, that's what the Predator was doing. In any Predator movie, they out,
so like dominating.
Right. Through kills though. But in this particular Predator movie, they're saying that ain't the alpha male. The alpha male is the one who protects the pack of predators, the one who makes sure everybody is protected. But
I'm about to move on with this. I'm gonna share this last thing though, just to because I mean we've been going back and forth with this for a while, and AI pretty much hit to the T of what I said. I just so happened to look it up, and it to the T what I said basically. It's hold on, goddamn. I think I may have
It's
added
kind of
the
blurry from my end. So yeah.
I think I added the wrong thing though. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, but
That's
I'd
fine.
love to hear what it said if you could.
Give me a second.
'Cause I was trying to pull it up too. I just couldn't get the Gemini, the AI Gemini on this.
So right here, I put in define alpha man. It says an alpha male is broadly defined in pop culture as a dominant, confident, and highly successful man who acts as a natural leader. I just got through saying that dominance is tied to it, and then when you are dominant, when you're a leader, you tend to be dominant. I just said
that. You did say that. Yes, you did.
And they said it to the T.
Yeah. And it's that one word. Now you said it, Jamie. Point made. And it's that the dominant word is what don't make me an alpha male. I don't like to dominate people. I like to see what your natural. You know what I mean? I don't like to force you to do nothing. That's why I don't really care to be a director when we do the movie stuff. I'm more of a producer. I like bringing people together, and pointing out your talents. So now, you said that though, Jamie. To credit to your point, you definitely said that. Dominant, confident, and highly successful man who acts as a natural leader. That remind me of my homeboy. But he wasn't really super dominant either. But ain't too many people test him, and it had a lot to do with us being around him. And it was more of an image thing with us because all of us could hold our own, and he knew that, so he never tried to force his way on us. But when we stepped out in public, he was in the front. Facts. Look at the wolf pack. The alpha male is not in the front. He is roaming down. I appreciate that, Jay. So that kind of confirmed what that movie Predator said. So good looking out, Jay. And that still coincides with what Jamie is saying. He said, so did you know that about the wolf pack, Jamie?
Yeah, because you're put in the best whenever you're not in the very back, but like more so like maybe one away from one spot away from, or possibly two away from the back. That way you in the position to still be close enough to give out what we're gonna do next, be able to oversee what's coming, and still be able to direct the ones behind you.
Got you. So good looking out on that, Jay. So that definitely that's how that movie Predator described it as well. So it was clearing up that it's not the predator with the most kills ain't the alpha male. It's the one that with this definition say that Jay just put up. Facts. Look at the wolf pack. The alpha male is not in the front. He is roaming to protect the pack.
Yeah, and remember, just we better go to the last topic.
Right.
But remember, we had this discussion a little while ago, and I told you, alpha is not always the most physically imposing person. Remember, I said, I don't know if you remember us having this conversation. Mm-hmm. I was like, it's not always that. It's who's able to be dominant in the room in whatever sort of way. It ain't always just brute muscle strength, and it's not always about who can whoop whoever's ass.
Oh, even alpha, I agree with
dominance, and dominance can be done in different ways.
What about intellectual dominance? Like if you could just show.
Yeah, that's where I was heading to.
Because that's when people kind of take, when I, for lack of a better way of saying it, like when I might outsmart somebody, I notice sometimes they have a hard time accepting it if they feel like they can overpower me. So what would you call it? But I don't go for that shit. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna just give you some space and let you figure this shit out. I'm not about to waste no energy going back and forth with you, but I just gave you the sharpest thought in this conversation. Take as much time as you need to process this shit. And unless you can out-sharpen that thought I just gave you, we ain't gonna be able to move forward until we come into some type of agreement with the best idea. With me, the best ideal wins. So if it takes you a week or two to outwit the ideal I just put out there, all right, the elders are in the front, mid, in the wolf. Okay, Ali C said the elders are in the front, mid, in the wolf pack to keep the tempo interesting. I've never really studied the wolves. The elders are in the front, mid, and that's dope. So the alpha male wolf pack is that he's just roaming the perimeter. I like that. So then the alpha male is what I suspected. Okay, Darla. That's from Darla. Woman is only looking for money these days. I agree with you, OI. I don't, yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of sad.
It is. But hey.
All right, though. Let's go ahead and go to this last topic because we was on that one a hella long time.
Yeah.
Last topic of the day, people. I've been talking about this briefly here and there. We kind of touched on it Wednesday and probably last Sunday as well about how China, in my opinion, like I said, is absolutely about to become the next great superpower. And the moves of what's happening here is pretty much aligning with what I've been saying. You pay attention to what's going on. Remember when I said it on this podcast, when Trump first attacked Iran, I'm curious if anybody in here can remember what was my response to it. What did I say about Trump?
When he first attacked Iran, I can't recall at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm thinking, I'm trying to remember what you said about that, but then when Trump first attacked Iran, what did you say? Well, like what was his reason or what was his angle?
Nope. I said, what did I think the outcome would be?
That if Iran made him blink or kind of put up a fight long enough or strong enough, something along those lines, right? No
okay,
China.
so basically what I said is the moment I seen that he had went ahead and attacked them, I said I think Trump just made a fatal mistake. That's what I said.
Yeah. It came as soon as you said, before you can get the word fatal, I'm like, yeah, you did say that. Go ahead.
I'm glad Golson in the comment that Golson be lurking, boy. But he said, like you be, he'll go, he'll take a while before he say something. And you'll know he's still up
what up,
there.
nephew?
But I also did say that China and Iran will team up, and that has absolutely been happening.
It has.
So yeah, absolutely. In the shadows, it's absolutely been happening. So look. So America, when they first did this thing, Trump was under the impression he thought that this would be a quick war just like Venezuela. That's what he was under the impressions to believe. Unfortunately, as we know, since we've been going on more than a month, going on 2 now, that wasn't the case. And why isn't that the case? Because of China. They're playing a huge part in it. So he's telling me that China is in great debt. Okay, don't really mean much. China is cleaning. Russia is also benefiting as well. Folks, Russia's benefiting. They're both, and those are the 2 countries that I said might team up on this. Those are the 2 countries I said, and they're both doing it. That's what's crazy. China has been funding Iran. They're the ones that's supplying them with the materials they need to keep making missiles. Also, they're the ones, because basically what America was planning on doing was drowning their economy to the point that they had to play ball. That was working initially, but why didn't it work? Because China scooped in and made a deal with them like, hey, we'll buy your oil for you for a good, reasonable price. So they lowered the price. And now they're funding them to be able to keep up. Now America is starting to exhaust their military, like they're losing in a lot of things. America is losing a lot of their military their military bases. A lot of their military bases are being destroyed in the Middle East, bro. They're getting, and then on top of that, what makes it so bad is it's making America, the other states that's there in the Middle East starting to lose faith in America. That's also happening. So now they're starting to question: is America the alpha?
I like how you did that. I like how you
They're
did.
questioning this now because they're wondering, like, America, what the hell is going on? Y'all, because keep in mind, these other small countries that's in that area, they don't have strong militaries. They rely on us to protect
on America, right?
So the fact that Iran has been going fed on them for, have been tearing their ass up. People, places like Saudi Arabia,
Qatar,
yeah, all of them, they were like, damn, bro, why the fuck we getting hit by some shit?
Why we getting
America, what the hell is going on? Right. That's what's happening. And there was actually, Trump was constantly making, promises and stuff that he not been able to keep. Like, for instance, he's saying that, he basically, the way he was saying that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be open a long time ago. That shit it ain't been happening like that though.
Right.
And now that, they had a meeting to basically with the other neighboring countries on whether or not they can use military power to just force them to open it up. And the biggest thing is America's starting to lose allies because in the midst of that voting, one of the countries that's supposed to be one of our biggest allies actually voted. No, I'm not even talking about them right now.
All right.
And one of our biggest allies have been allies for us for quite a while, actually voted against it. Why? Because they were benefiting as well. And that country is France. France has been our allies for a while, but now even they were like, hell no, we ain't with that. America. Life's good, life's getting good over here. Shit. We ain't with that. So also another thing I want to kind of point out is you said America never had allies. I agree. Allies aren't real. Allies are nothing but people that are temporarily there with you when it's beneficial for them. But as soon as something else comes that's more beneficial, they'll turn the other way. Like, hey, you on your own, my boy.
Yeah.
everybody is over, out for themselves, bro.
Yeah.
It's no such thing as that shit. And Solo, remember I was on when I was talking on Momo's live, and some of the people were engaging with. Remember, I told you, on the average, a lot of the great empires, they tend to go down within 200 to 250
years. I've heard
years.
that for
What year is America approaching?
250.
250 people. America is on their last legs. And not only that, I believe that it is prophecy. Because in Revelation, Todd, I know you don't subscribe to Revelation very much.
But I'm open to hearing, the interpretations. And if it makes sense, go ahead.
It talks about this great whore of Babylon. I think if you're familiar enough with Babylon and how they described it, I think we can agree that America is modern day Babylon. And it talks about how the rest of the nations drink of her wine of fornication and things of that nature. And it also talked about how America's going to get burned with fire. And it also told the people to come out of her because America is Babylon is falling, which is the same thing as America. So with all of that being said, even this peace treaty, that's temporary peace, well, I ain't gonna say treaty, but it's ceasefire that has been initiated. China, even the one that stepped up to do that. China played a big part. Even Trump admitted it. China played a very pivotal part in getting this ceasefire done because shit was getting very bad very quickly. And as we know, Trump was threatening to go nuclear, but nobody was going to support him. Even the Pope was saying that nigga out of his mind, talking about doing that, And Trump was completely losing his shit because technically America is losing the war right now. Even though from a military standpoint, we're not losing. But we're losing in multiple other ways.
Yeah, economics and all that. Yeah.
Yes, we're losing in that. And that what goes to what I was saying, the tactic that China is using right now. China is using the same tactics that America previously used. It's like we're getting our own playbook put on us. So back in 1979 was the last time that America used it. When the Soviet Union was going to war with Afghanistan, America was the one who was funding Afghanistan so that they could withstand the Soviet Union.
Right.
And they thought, just like Trump thought, this was going to be a good, quick war that we can make quick work of them and get this shit over with. But America helped them withstand it. And what ended up happening is they exhausted themselves and now they're no more.
Yep, Soviet Union, right.
The same thing is happening to America right now, except China is doing the funding. So that Iran can outlast us. And I'm telling you, and then on top of that, we're in great trade war with China right now, with the tariffs and shit. And on top of that, Trump has a meeting set next month with China. He's supposed to meet in Beijing or some shit. And it's going to be in regards to those tariffs. So with them at war with Iran the way they're doing, and China being that China is buying 90% of Iran's oil right now. 90. So they got a lot of leverage. And they're like, hey, hell no. You want something done about, we know you want that Strait of Hormuz to be opened up and shit like that. And you want some negotiation to be done. So this tariff bullshit that you talking about, that shit disappears, my boy. Like it already done got so bad that Trump had to lift the sanctions that he had over Russia. Now Russia's benefiting. That happened last month. You saying all that about China's in a huge recession. China is up and up right now. They're coming up. You can believe that. Matter of fact, another example of when America did this, the biggest one. Well, I don't know if I'll say this is the biggest. Probably is the biggest one. Because another example of them a country exhausting themselves and then falling out of power. Great Britain did the same thing when they was at war with France. When they was at war with France, what ended up happening in the midst of that great war? America rose up. They ended up buying Louisiana and shit like that from France because they needed the money to support the war that they were doing. Then, and after 2 world wars, look at Great Britain. They lost they no longer was the universal currency no more. It became us. We benefited from that the same way. It's multiple examples of this. And China is doing the same shit right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And China, not only that, the motherfuckers are expanding. They're every fucking where. From a population situation. Look, they're all in Africa. They in the Caribbean. They damn so here. Like I'm starting to see so many of them. Even in my hometown city of Memphis, the motherfuckers. I'm like, bro, I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. China is the country we need to be looking at. Fuck all this other shit that we've been talking about. That's the biggest threat to America. I'm opening it up for other folks who wanna. I know. Oh, you got a whole lot you're saying down here. Read some of his.
And then while you're doing that, Jay says, so do y'all think it's good to get out of NATO?
Shit, probably. I just think America's thinking, bro.
Ali C said, yes, indeed, prophecy. In agreement with what you were saying earlier.
And so, just so I can chime in really quick, um, I would agree that this is prophecy, and that's probably why I don't agree with the notion that China and Russia is supposed to become this great power next, because I sort of like to predict the future, just like I like to line up history with what the Bible says. And so, it's my understanding, now you guys could correct me, is that when Babylon falls, baby Babylon falls, that's when God is supposed to send his son down here and like establish his forever kingdom. Or does the Bible say that after baby Babylon falls, that another nation is supposed to be the new superpower? Because it was my understanding that when baby Babylon falls, that's when God is supposed to come back and establish his forever kingdom. Is that the story, Taj?
That's the Christian story. The nation of Israel story is the Messiah is a military Messiah. He wins the world war and establishes world peace from New Jerusalem. And it's
Taj, that's what I said. I mean, we don't agree on the character, but the story is that after World War III, right? Because this is what we're calling this Iran war. After World War III, baby Babylon is supposed to fall, and then God sends the Messiah down here to establish his forever reign. That's the story.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think that China or Russia is about to make a move, because isn't, now Taj, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it the scripture that baby Babylon was going to be the superpower when it falls, or is it going to be another nation?
I think it's baby Babylon.
That's why I don't believe that another nation is about to take over. So that's my position on it. Now then, the other thing that I would want to respond to is that I really personally do not think China has any mission malice intent on taking the United States down. I think that with China's economy, they have a lot of middle class, and their economy is largely on exports, and so they rely on a steady economy.
Yeah.
That's what I think that they rely on.
Yeah.
So from the China's perspective, they want shit back as normal as soon as possible, because this shit is going to eventually start affecting them financially. You know, they've been able to work out a deal, and they want to help Iran as much as possible because they're part of BRICS, right? Iran is a part of BRICS, no? Isn't it the I, or is that India?
The I is India, for sure.
Okay, the I is India.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not BRICS. But I do remember watching a video from one of them Chinese commentators. He was saying that Iran and China has been doing business a long time.
Yeah.
So I don't think that China is sort of jumping in. China is saying, you know, you're my ally, just like we would do with Israel. So I'm going to support you as much as possible in this war. And to be honest, we really haven't seen Iran doing a lot of bad shit that will warrant an attack like the United States did. So I can see how the narrative is that Iran is this country that's getting picked on by the United States. And so a lot of people are rallying around Iran, wanting happy at damn near that China, somebody is supporting them and able to help them make their weapons. Now, Iran is able to manufacture 500 drones a day. So I think they're able to sustain this war, and they're willing to fight to the end, because again, here you are bombing my country, and I haven't done anything to you that will warrant that. So I think that China is wanting Iran to negotiate, even though the Iran is winning. I think they want Iran to negotiate because they need shit to get back as normal as soon as possible because they have
Uh,
a big population
they do.
that,
That's the
and they
first
buy
point.
a lot of.
You had me all the way to that point because if China is getting the discounted oil, why would they want? And I'm not saying that oil is enough to sustain the economy like the American, how the dollar does. Now we spend a lot of money with them. I get that part, but I guess we still spending money with them around the tariffs Trump tried to do. But I know this just from selling weed that if I could support you, let's say I was paying $800 a pound, and the person I'm getting the weed from is like, hey man, I'm going through some things, and I give you these pounds at $400 a pound. If you buy, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna hog up as many as I can, and I think that's what China is doing with the oil. So to your point, Solo, you don't think they would want to milk that as long as possible? Like
I
y'all
mean,
keep that.
I agree with that. I think that they're doing Iran a favor buying their oil because
Hell
Iran got put
yeah.
under sanctions,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Iran got put under sanctions, so they can't sell their oil on the market.
Right.
And a lot of these countries aren't going to buy their oil because they're being sanctioned.
Right.
China is the only person willing to
That can
buy the
afford it.
oil.
Right. And just stockpile the oil.
And yes, and
Yeah.
stockpile the
Yeah.
oil.
The one thing I
So,
remember from that, like you can't buy enough pounds of weed. I'm just making the analogy of buying pounds of weed. Like if I got a warehouse, because I know that weed gonna sell. So as long as they keep it coming at 400 a pound, and I'm used to paying 8, you gonna sell me these pounds for $400? Man, how many you got? And China
but
probably like, yo, keep the barrels coming.
But you're right, I get that as long as they can. But Taj, you got to realize if these countries, because China relies on other countries to be standing up for them
Mhm.
to export their goods. So if I'm exporting, you know, 30% of something to Japan and I can no longer do that, that fucks me up. So if I got 8 countries that I export shit to and 5 of them are going through a complete collapse because of this war, isn't
Mhm.
that affecting me more?
That's the question. That's what I was, yeah. And that's why I said
Yeah,
when you
so
got to that point, I wasn't sure where to go with it.
China wants this shit to get back as normal as quick as possible. I think China is sitting back watching the United States put this bitch down to the ground on their own. I think this is all the United States working for Israel and
Oh
doing
yeah.
what Israel it wants. And these politicians have been paid so much money that they're willing to drive this country down to the ground because they're not the ones that's going to be suffering because they're going to be filthy rich. It's going to be the regular people like
Yeah.
you
And
and
foot the
me
bill.
who
Right.
are struggling, who's going to be, making this a like. I mean, they lifted the sanctions on Russia. Now Russia can sell their oil and gas. Like, I thank you. Of course I take advantage of this, but we're watching from the sidelines. We don't want to get involved. We don't
Right.
want to have, especially not Russia, because Russia's
Or
already
China.
at
Not
war.
militarily.
And
Right.
China, I mean, to be honest, if I was China, I really would sit back and just watch it unfold, because they've already proven that their military isn't going to be able to sustain what we bring in.
Uh-huh. So now
Just
we
saying.
sort of back on the same point. You saying so now you're saying China is willing to watch everything unfold. That's a
I
different
mean,
point from what you was making earlier about they wanted to end as soon as possible.
but I'm talking about watching the United States go down to the go
Right. And so I'm
completely,
in agreement
economy
with
go
that. I think
bankrupt.
that's their strategy. Right. And their way of, because I thought, I mean, people have used God as an acronym to stand for guns, oil, and what's the D? Drugs. So if China is getting the O part of the God acronym, which is oil, like if the O in God is for oil, and I'm only using it as an acronym, you can't buy enough of that stuff. However much oil you have, that's how much power you accumulated. So I like what you just said about as far as they wanted to see how far it's going to go before it get almost to the point where America damn near got to tap out like Vietnam, or
But they won't stop. I mean, what else can you do other than to support your ally, who is Iran? I mean, they're not gonna get
in my
involved.
lifetime, I haven't seen you talking about the people who proclaim to be God's chosen people in cahoots with the world superpower. That's narcissism on steroids.
But isn't that the reason Baby Babylon is supposed to fall?
All right, then. So yeah, and China knows that. That steroids ain't even a strong enough word. That's narcissism. Give me a word stronger than steroids. They not going. So who believes that America is about to say, hey, this, that you said it before, Solo. I think it was in the group chat. Like these motherfuckers ain't. I mean, we just civilians giving our analysis on this stuff. And yeah, listen, America falls behind in a lot of categories in the world, right? Y'all know what America is number one in. I know most of y'all know this already. America has consistently been number one in confidence. That's a hard pill to swallow, huh?
That's been exposed.
Yes. But then you got, that's a hell of a
No, it's on. Just look at prophecy. Look at the story as far as you know. As far as you believe in, Taj, Baby Babylon is supposed to be in control, and we supposed to watch it fall.
Yeah.
If this is World War III, now I'm assuming that this is the start of it, then we're watching it unfold.
Yeah. And we just got to be prepared, get our houses in order.
All right, so now I was letting her get that out, but what I said then, and I'm still standing on it. China's rise to power is going to be very temporary. It will not last long. And then with World War III or whatever, because like I said, I'm not saying I think America during this time will cease to exist. I think they're not going to be the superpower no more because they're not going to be the world currency no more. That's what I believe is going to happen. We can still have the strongest military, but China is going to take over when it comes to that. That's what I'm predicting will happen.
Yeah, one more time. You said you predicting that, because I do want to comprehend your prediction. You're predicting that
I'm basically saying that eventually it's gonna come to time that they're gonna be basically the reserve for currency. Like, instead of everybody using the American dollar, the unit, basically that's the currency that all the countries mostly use is going to be whatever the name of China's dollar.
This is I never thought I would live to see world power being able to be broken down into like hood power. So Jamie, I'm with you on that. Now, and you got me when you use the word reserve. So where's this reserve currency coming from?
So, in my opinion, like I said, it's gonna. I think Trump's whole point of doing it, because that's what I've been talking about. America's dollar value has been dropping. That was a big part of why they attacked Venezuela, because they were trying to stop them from joining it. It's a good thing that y'all brought up BRICS. They're trying to stop BRICS because BRICS is the end of America, the American dollar. So they're like, hell no. We're going to force, like I said, they were trying to stop Iran because Iran is a big source of China. Remember that. But China strategically found a way to wiggle their way around and still keep that shit going. Like, hell no, nigga, we still doing it.
We're still,
We're going to just keep buying all that. And then keep in mind, they closed the scrape by
buying what? So that was my question. Where I'm trying to connect the word when you said reserve, and you was about to say it, but then you pivoted. So they're going to keep buying, and it's a rhetorical question, the oil, right?
Yeah.
All right, so that's the reserve. So yeah, all right, finish your point. This shit is
Trying to find a damn verse. My bad. I'm
It's
sleeping.
from that's what I was saying, Jay. It's from the oil. That's what will change. Thank you. Jamie didn't want. I guess Jamie do that to me sometimes. But yeah, so that's where. And Jamie, what I mean by I can connect the hood power to like the world power stuff. I've been in what they call droughts. If y'all familiar with like hood droughts, where it ain't no weed, and let's say you got a person who got a warehouse full of weed, bro, you become everybody in town is trying to track you down. Man, we can't find nothing. The prices done doubled. They want 16. I'm just like early 2000 prices. I know the price is totally different now. And you become like what you kind of describing what China is going to be. And Jay just said it. It's from the oil. That's what will change the currency power. Exactly. The currency power. I think you meant to say currency. And that's what I was trying to get Jamie to say, but you kind of danced around it a little bit, but you came to it. So yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. If the C in BRICS stands for China, Britain, Russia.
It's Brazil.
Oh, it's Brazil. Brazil, Russia. I think Darla said you can spell it with 2 I's now because I know India is part of it. So now she's saying Iran is a part of it.
Iran became a part of it later.
So that's 2 I's. Brazil, Russia, India, Iran, China. And does the S stand for something or just the
South Africa?
Oh, Lord. Yeah. So the connection I'm making from hood power to world power is that China is stockpiling the oil. So when all this shit is over, let me see what Jay said. Oil is paid in US dollars. China is going to have they're gonna have the I don't want to say warehouse, but they're gonna have the oil. They're gonna be the plug. Who need that oil? It's like, hey, y'all seen Hollywood? We heard the only nigga in town that got weed, and my customers are beating down my door, and I ain't got a dime bag to sell them. Where's this nigga Hollywood? They say he the only nigga in South Florida that got weed. And I've witnessed experiences like that, bro. The whole city be trying to find me. Bro, I'll pay double. I don't want my customers.
That's what happens exactly because you now have the the leverage to be able to demand that because it's the supply and demand.
It's supply and demand. It's supply and demand.
And I'm telling you, that's what's happening.
And you know what the greatest fear be from my experience? They don't want their customers to go to another supplier. So they'll, even if it hurts them to pay double, they probably don't want to do it, but they don't want their customers even considering going to another spot to get their weed. And that's what, so I'm comparing the weed to the oil that China is just stacking up. You say facts on the drought. You know about that, Jay. I think you meant to say facts. You said fast on the drought. Yeah, facts, right? Facts on the drought, bro. Everybody in town is looking for that person who got it. And
think about the other little small countries over there. Like I said, Iran has done a number on a lot of the bases there in America. Mm-hmm. So here's another thing. They're losing their strength in the Middle East because they don't have a lot of bases that's there, right? Like the bases are being destroyed, and it's going to take time for them to be able to build that back. You really think those countries are going to allow America to build that shit back so they can get back full strength like that, especially after suffering the destruction that they suffered from Iran when you're supposed to be protecting them in the first place? They're like, man, I don't know, bro. Why should we let them niggas come and, build that shit back when they didn't protect us the first time? You gotta think about it.
It's just interesting. I love it. I mean, I
don't think they're gonna be down with that. They're gonna be like, hey, because that's always how I compare this like women. Because in this case, smaller countries like this that don't have a military would be compared to women, because women they're gonna clinch to power, right? Mm-hmm. They're gonna always gravitate to power. So it's the same thing with these smaller countries. They're like, who is the alpha in this situation that can protect us? And America, we just got heavily attacked by Iran, So if you can't protect us, we're gonna find somebody who can.
I,
You
my
got it, Shirley.
response to that is I think they're wondering that, but when shit get real, I don't think the United States is going to give them a choice.
Right.
Those
I
are
get
the United States puppets.
yeah.
Those people do what the United States tell them to do. They were instilled in power by the United States.
Yeah.
They don't get to decide. They have no
Damn.
means
That's a good point.
to uh to sort of reject the
That's a
United
good
States.
rebuttal.
That's why they're getting attacked sort of now.
Yeah.
Because they know that those Iran knows that those countries were used as puppets, and they allowed the United States to launch missiles at Iran from their bases. And that's why the reason why Iran is attacking their oil infrastructure is because the United States is attacking Israel, and the United States is attacking their oil infrastructure because they know that the United States relies on them selling their oil in US dollars and United States making the money off, making some money off of that. So technically the United States is making oil off of these Gulf countries.
Uh-huh.
And so
See.
Iran knows that if you attack my oil and my ability to make money, I'm going to attack your oil, the United States that's in these Gulf countries, your ability to make, your ability to produce oil, and them being able to sell oil and then reinvesting it into our stock markets, because that's where they go. They invest in tech companies, and a lot of their money that they make off the oil is invested into our stock markets. So that's why you see our stock markets going up and down like that, because they are, when their oil is doing good over there, our stock market is doing good. And when
Mm.
the oil is not doing good over there, our stock markets are not doing well. That's why I don't know if you guys watch the news, but there's been a lot of insider trading, and they're talking about how these people have been making all this money off of oil. When it comes to the weekend, Trump will say, "Oh, we're gonna make a peace deal." Somebody place a bet, and then come Monday, they back at war, and these people that made it, these people have made millions of dollars. I think the
Mm.
last one he made like $500 million off of a post that Trump made just a few
Mm.
minutes before he posts. He
Damn.
placed a bet, and
Yeah.
then by Monday it be up really high, and
Yeah.
then he sell them, and he's able to profit the money. So it's really so that's why I think um Iran is attacking those countries, is because the United States make a lot of money off them. I don't think that I think that Iran is going to try to play. I don't even think that's one of their demands is to selling start selling oil in Chinese currency. When they put upon their demands as far as like what they want to end this war, that's not really one of the options. So I don't necessarily think that they're gonna take the Chinese, I think it's called a yuan, and make it the global money right now. I mean, have China tried it? I have seen that they have proposed it, but I've never seen them like go to the United Council and or do whatever it is to change it. I mean, I don't know what it is to change it, but I did see somebody propose that because they don't like the way the United States behaves and issue sanctions when you don't do what they say, and they sort of use the US dollar as a weapon. Um, I think that
Crypto. Uh-huh.
I, you know, I think we're gonna go. I think we're probably gonna go back to the gold standard, but that's just my opinion. I I so that's just my opinion.
The crypto is going to become the world currency within the next 3 years, according to TK. XRP, XLM, HBAR, I've never heard of any of these terms. Algo, the Swift/OCK banking system is absolute. But so TK showing off right now. He know this shit. Crypto gives the ability to send money international 24/7. Y'all done put the fish in the right water with this
And
finance.
I mean, with the crypto, I mean, I feel like the crypto is riskier than the U.S. dollar at this point. We're watching it go down. Crypto, is it backed by anything, TK? Is it because you know the US dollar isn't backed by anything, but at least you got the power of the United States government that's tangible. I
Right.
mean, crypto is kind of like a dark hole. Like, so I just feel like that's riskier than the dollar these days. I don't think you should have any investments in crypto. I think you should have some, but there probably shouldn't be like, I mean, a fourth of your profile.
And then TK followed up. Jay, I think I read this coming already. Oil is paid in US dollars. I read that already. TK came back with Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Ethiopia, and United Arab Emirates were added to BRICS January 2024. Okay, here is how it works. China buys oil in yuan, and the oil country buys gold. Then when the oil country wants to buy something to convert the gold to dollars, we still are the top of the garbage pile. If y'all got that.
I'm so confused.
I kind of understood it a little bit. He pretty much saying it comes back around to US having the currency power, because this line when he say wants to buy something to convert the gold to dollars, and that's where the US is still sort of in power. We still are the top of the garbage pile because it converts to the dollars, the US dollar. And from what I know, I slightly agree with Solo as far as I don't know if I understand where Jamie coming from, and I want to hear your if you got a rebuttal to that, Jamie. I'd love to hear it. I'm just sharpening my understanding from hearing y'all go back and forth. When Uncle Trump is out, what's going to happen next? Did we think about that? No, I haven't thought that far yet, Jay. XRP is a bridge currency which allows one country to send money to another country for only a fee of 0.1%. That's going to put banks out of business who charge, I'm familiar with that 3 to 6% fee to do transfers. All right, there you go, TK. Y'all done put TK in his lane with this. After the crazy stuff he's doing, cheap viewers, okay, crypto backed by gold and other commodities. So I know a little something about the crypto. Dollar is backed by gold. That makes sense. USD is power. All right, there we go. Let's get to this money, y'all. We don't really share notes on money, but I kind of like what this is doing. You know, it don't really hurt to understand how this money works. So, any thoughts?
We'll see. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I really haven't looked past what these other countries gonna do after the United States fall, because I'm under the assumption that this shit is supposed to be over soon.
He said, "Join the ball club, brother." I don't know, but I don't know if I look good with the ball here. I'll get back to you on that. All right, so TK, man, yeah, I like where you kind of going with this. It's over my head, but I'm going to get up to speed. So TK says stable coins don't fluctuate in price. USDC and USDT. Ripple, the company who owns XRP, has a stable coin called, hi, damn, you know all the fucking all right, y'all done put him in his lane with this. RLUSD. However much you hold in a stable coin, they pay 4 to 10% APY. But all right.
So like a savings account?
It just sounds like crypto lingo. I mean, that's so much shit to get up to speed on. Dollar is back, boy. Oil, we read that already. But even I know a little something about crypto. Crypto backed by gold and other commodities. All right. You look at the Forex market, it may help. I hear you, Jay. And shit, it seemed like you and TK, Jay, because I know you was kind of into that Forex stuff. You mentioned that to me a few times. But it seemed like TK know the lingo. I just it ain't enough time in the day for me to keep up with all that stuff. But hey, if you could, when people break it down and make it and it makes sense, if you can just give me the building blocks on how to get there, I'll take one step at a time. But you look at the Forex market, it may help. All right.
I was gonna ask TK about something, but I forgot the name of it.
If you were in a room with gold, diamond, weed, and cash, which one would you choose? If you were in a room with gold, diamond, weed, and cash, which one would you choose? I would know what to do with the cash, so I probably would choose the cash. Just to give you a quick answer. I wouldn't. I know I can go. I wouldn't know who to take the diamonds to, which means I got to go talk to people who know, and they gonna want to cut. Same thing with gold. Jay say he'll take gold. Crypto is paying a higher yield. That high yield savings account without any long term commitment. They pay interest weekly. Show us the way, TK. Show us the way. Y'all done put a
Hey, Takara, I do got a question. So what do you think about investing in a lot of the dielectric fluid markets? Because from what I've been seeing, I think that's on where we're headed, especially with AI. If you know anything about that, what do you think that's something good to invest in? Because with dielectric fluid, a lot of AI requires that. So since we're heading in the direction of using a whole lot of it, of AI being basically taking over all the job markets, it should be something we possibly should be looking to invest in, right? Because that's his lane. I've been through that. Like he's been talking about stock stuff like this for over a year. With this,
TK, does he have a website? Because I know my partner Jay is into that stuff. Okay, so Jay, you already doing it, so please show you. There you go, Jay. I was just about to. You beat me to it. I was just about to make the. I like to make connections. So you and TK link up some type of way. TK, you got a website or something that everybody can tap into? Because you finally got your moment right here. Like I learned from Jay. I know Jay a few steps ahead of me. Jamie, how deep you done got into it?
Oh, not deep in it,
Yeah.
Shit. Once I lost a lot of money up in the market a few years back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. So Jamie, when we used to be on set, just a second, Solo. That was maybe I can't remember the year, but everybody was talking about Bitcoin, Robinhood. So I said, I'm gonna give it a few years. Now, if we quiet down, and that's exactly what it did. And I knew what that quiet down meant. That shit wasn't going is that boom bust.
My biggest disappointment was when Dogecoin first came. When Dogecoin first hit the market, me and who, we both had a lot. I had more than she did. You said they solid investments, cool. I'm gonna add that in there. But so basically we had that. I had so much of it, bro. This is when Dogecoin was like 0.00007 or some shit. And it just so happened to move up to like maybe a few cents. And I made some good money from it, So my dumb ass pulled out, but that shit went all the way up to like $1. As many as I had, bruh. I don't know if I could say 1 million, but damn near could have came really close to it. But see, that was just my ignorance and how the market worked. Right. Pulled out way too soon. Mm-hmm. Because man, I could have been sitting nice if I would have just kept it.
Yeah.
It did go down again later, but shit, I did touch what it touched. I would have definitely pulled out there. Yeah, like, oh yeah. Fuck it. And I kind of missed it's crazy. I kind of missed the Bitcoin wave too, because I could have got a whole lot up in Bitcoin, more than what I did. Like I got something from it, but it wasn't nearly as much as I could have got. Because like when Trump won the election, Bitcoin erupted.
The first one or the first one, right?
Now this
Or the
one,
second one, the one that
this
just
one,
opened.
yeah.
Yeah. They
Yeah.
are solid investments. Jay said, "Me too. Cash actually loses its value. Diamond never loses its value and is light. Gold is heavy too." What y'all know about the microchips in the data center? If that ain't too big of a pivot, does all that stuff connect, or that's a whole different world? Because they say the microchips is the new oil.
What microchips are you talking about?
Right. I mean, I got a friend that's an electrician, and he kind of just gave me a nugget of knowledge with that, but he didn't really go any further. I know, but the two words I remember is microchip is going to be the new oil, and there's something about data centers. If you could get ahead of the game on a data center, whatever that is. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know all the details to it. But with us having, the Black Chat think tank, I'm just putting it out there. You just never know what somebody else might know. And sometimes just take that little, it might be that one piece of information to connect some dots.
So while we wait on more folks to talk about it, so about the 200, I just think that's crazy though. It's very ironic that a lot of these great empires, they so happen to crumble within the 200 to 250 year radius. And we so happen to be approaching year 250. And keep in mind, I also said that I believe Trump will be the last president. And a lot of other people, it's crazy. Like, my boy Maverick, he said the same thing. So it could be, which is, I really, really hope this isn't the case, but it could be the last president because America's going to crumble. I hope that's not the case. But I'm more so thinking it's because we're going to be fed up with this system and look for a different direction as far as, leadership.
And he stirred if y'all got time to touch on this, he stirred the wrong pots with that. Man, when you get Megan Tucker and Alex Jones, he's pretty much reviving Alex Jones. And Alex Jones, huh?
You heard what Trump said about Alex?
He said something else?
I don't know. What did you hear? Let me see if this is like
the latest I heard was from Alex, and Alex say one more motherfucking thing, Trump. And I'm gonna show you how the cow ate the cabbage. Them rednecks in the South be having some hell of a phrases. That nigga say one more motherfucking thing, Trump. And I'm gonna show you how the cow ate the cabbage. I say, Alex, what the fuck was that?
My question is, was this after the response of Trump?
It was.
In on Alice, Candace, and all of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So I got to see what Trump best response is going to be.
Trump, yeah. So when Trump said in that long ass post on True Social, Trump said, Alex, you be saying the dumbest things and something. I can't remember the other stuff, but I do remember Alex was that guy. Don't get it twisted, bro. Alex was that guy until he did that Sandy Hook shit. He was that guy, bro. I remember him. And
Trump attacked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And if it's anybody who can get them folks in the South, like Trump ain't got that kind of pull in the South when it comes to them type of dudes, them Alex Jones type of people. And that's why Alex talking like that. Say this nigga telling the president, that nigga say one more he say one more motherfucking thing, Trump, and I'm gonna show you how to count. I say what the
He must be something big on him. He must be.
bro, you
Trump, please say something so we can find out what it is.
Trump, I don't think Trump no because
Come on, Trump. Don't let him hold you like that, Trump. Say something.
Hey, Jamie, you gotta see that clip. That nigga
I gotta see it. You right.
That nigga say one more. He say I'm not looking for a fight. How he said? He say I'm not looking for a fight.
What do you see it on?
It's
It's
no, that shit was going viral. It's the Alex Jones reply. It came like 2 days after Trump did the post.
Let me try to find it.
Because
Okay.
he let, please play that shit, bro. Because that one phrase when he said, "I'm gonna show you how the cow eat the cat," I said, "What the fuck is that?" For no other reason, if we could just learn, we could just find out what the hell that means. Say one more motherfucking thing, Trump, and I'm gonna show you how the cow ate the cat.
This looks like he's mad as hell, but this might be it. I don't know, but I'm gonna pull it up.
That nigga said, "I'm gonna show you how the cow ate the cabbage."
How's the cow? It's country ass white folks.
Yeah. That's it. That's it, Jamie. That's it right there. Play that.
Because you're an idiot. You should be kissing my ass. But instead, you shit all over me and rub it in. I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place. I'm going to politically throw you down the reactor shaft in 2 seconds. You think I'm intimidated by you, Trump, the president of the United States? Oh, please don't hurt me. Think I'm intimidated by your hit teams, all the rest of it? I'm not your average bear. Like, I know a lot. And I know right where to hit everything. Oh, Jones would be on my side if I talked to him. I haven't tried to talk to you. I don't even return your phone calls, Trump. You know that. I didn't take your invites. I don't want to be around what you're involved in, buddy.
I think it's safe to say that Alex Jones and Donald Trump are now in full-blown war. It's sad.
I need to hear that line, Jamie. Damn, hey.
So this is some dude doing.
I had to see it, honestly, because Alex had been holding out hope for so long, ranting truth post written Trump.
Any of that, but because he was better for the country, the Democrats, I just took it.
Damn.
I'm just going to scorch earth Trump to get him back on track. Let's go after him viciously.
This is it right here.
I'm not your average bear. Like, I know a lot.
That ain't it.
And I know right where to hit everything. But I'm just telling Trump something right now. If I see any inkling with Mark Levin, everybody talking about me being deplatformed again, and you're calling for everybody's arrest, if I see any of that, but if you, here's the thing, you've already shit all over me.
Here it is. This is it right here.
And if you try to rub it in, I just, at that point, I don't care anymore. So if you think I've been coming after you, if you think that I'm trying to get clicks by attacking you so the Democrats that don't buy anything from me and don't like me want to put me in jail, if you think I've been on your ass, say one more thing out of your mouth. And Laura Loomer, send him this, okay? One more thing. When I've gone through hell back in your ass because you were the lesser of two evils, then I'm going to show you how the cow ate the cabbage. Do one more thing. You should be kissing my ass.
All right, Trump. What you gonna do, Trump? Oh, you heard him. Hey, don't let him hold you like that, Trump.
I played that part back like 20 times. I said, what the fuck did this nigga just say? I'm gonna show you how the cow ate the cabbage. Boy, that ain't no country.
I don't think I ever heard that one before.
I ain't never heard that one either, James. I see, boy, I'm gonna show you how the cow ate the cabbage. I'm taking a water break.
Yeah, bro. More and more, we're starting to see that politics and bro. These niggas are competing with us, and when I say us, I'm talking about actors. All of these niggas are actors, bro. They're actors that have a position of a politician. That's what it is. And I'm starting to see it more and more. You know, Maverick, For those of y'all that's not familiar, I'm talking about the Maverick Approach. Very good podcast, brother. Exposing, does a lot of great cooking over there. Very knowledgeable, intelligent brothers over there. They're shedding light on it even more of how connected the government and Hollywood really is. Like, it's so bad, bro, that it wouldn't surprise me. It's like some of the times when they're saying they're at the White House, they're actually at Tyler Perry Studios, allegedly. Takara just gave out his Discord for those of y'all that's interested. I'll highlight it. I'm gonna go on your Discord too. Shit.
I'm gonna show you. Forgot my auntie made some cabbage today. I had to go get the cabbage out the microwave. Oh man, where we at with it?
I don't know, but I hope Trump responds.
I don't think he is, Jamie. It's been
Can't let him do you like that, Trump.
Bro. I already read some posts where people coming to Alex's defense. And one dude, when he said that, I was like, man, that's true. He was like, man, at one time, Alex alone had more, whatever the word is, viewership or whatever, than like all the damn mainstream media is put together. I might be misquoting a little bit, but so we're gonna see.
I think Alex Jones represents a certain percentage of MAGA, right? So he has people that voted for him, that watches Alex Jones's show.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, MAGA is right now, they're very mad at Trump because they thought Trump was going to get in and fight the neocons,
Mm-hmm.
right? Fight the deep state. And he's not. He's actually doing everything that they want him to do, as opposed to him working for the white people in America, you know, the MAGA group. They expected him to actually do things domestically to help Americans, right? And make it easier for us. And they don't see Trump doing that. So that's why I think that like people are and then they're learning that Trump was tricked by that Middle Eastern country that we can't talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And they're very upset with him. So now all of MAGA, really, the only people who support Trump at this point are those people that we don't talk about.
Right.
Because they support him, you know, fighting Israel's enemy, who is Iran. That's the last power in the Middle East with a military that's worth fighting with.
Yeah.
I mean, you have these terrorist groups, but Iran is the next sort of the last.
Yeah, once they get Iran out the way,
it's over with.
It's over with. If they get Iran out the way, Israel becomes
But Taj, my question is, if they get Iran out the way, is it supposed to be peace in the Middle East?
Y'all heard me say before that Middle East country we can't talk about is the DC of the Middle East. So once they get, it's already known that once they get Iran out the way, they become like the baby America in the Middle East, as far as military force. What America is to the world, they're going to become that to the right now. It's Iran. Listen, we said this point before. Well, I was shocked to see, like what you just said, Solo. You got militias helping Iran out. Where's the Islamic countries? Name one Islamic country that's saying, "Hey, we gonna bang with Iran." You can't say Lebanon. The reason they banging on Lebanon is because the terrorist organizations are in Lebanon. It's not like Lebanon, the country itself. Correct me if I'm wrong. I ain't been keeping up with it that recently. It's not like Lebanon, the country, said, "Hey, we're gonna fight with Iran." No, whatever them groups are called, they're in Lebanon. I got that right? So
Yeah, but I'm trying to go ahead. I agree. No, but I'm allowing you to keep going.
Yeah, so if the Middle East is big and they don't have not one country that's standing with them, we don't know which way it's going to go. But if it goes in the U.S. and Israel favor, Israel becomes the security force in that part of the world.
But Taj, none of these countries are gonna come in behind them because Israel has already flipped their governments. If you a puppet, if Saudi Arabia is a puppet for me, Israel, for the United States, why would they come in defense of Iran?
Right.
If we have flipped Syria, now we didn't change their government and just went to war with Syria, we have demolished their country. And I now have instilled a puppet to run this country. Why would he's not going to side with Iran? That's why the militia groups are the ones siding with Iran.
Exactly.
But I asked you that because I was saying that if they get rid of Iran, the Bible says that they still supposed to be at war. Even if they get rid of Iran.
And they don't.
Aren't they supposed to be at war at all? Don't they be supposed to be at war until the Messiah comes back in that land? Isn't it supposed to be a war zone?
Yeah. And now remember that Middle East country we can't talk about. They, like me and Jamie, have watched videos where a rabbi is telling that guy, "Hey, we need you to hurry up and rush. You need to bring the Messiah into the world as soon as possible." So they have their own angle to bringing in the Messiah. And remember, before we get into Christian theology, remember the Messiah's role it's a military commander. The Messiah is a military Messiah that subdues the world. The military Messiah subdues the world and then set up shop in New Jerusalem. Remember Trump moved the capital from, he moved something from Tel Aviv. Right. All of those are strategic moves. So once the Messiah arrives, everything is already in place. How hard, if right now we're living under the U.S. world order right now, which pretty much means that America is like the capital of the world. This is the U.S. world order. Once that happens, then it becomes like that's the new world order. Now, is it going to be the Antichrist version? I don't know. That's kind of what things get a little, everybody's perspective becomes, their interpretation. But the way the narrative is supposed to go, once the Messiah subdues the world, moral law enforcement comes from New Jerusalem. And you can keep your nations, all the nations, but yeah, peace, world peace will emanate from New Jerusalem.
But is Israel supposed to, isn't it supposed to be, I'm still on the fact that this whole next empire, this shit, to me, my mind,
I'm not saying
because that is not what the Bible says is supposed to happen in the future.
Well, that's the thing. So
you don't know what time period we're at. That's the problem.
Well, they said isn't it the start of World War? Isn't it World War III?
It said wars and rumors of war.
No, I'm talking about when the Messiah is supposed to come back. Isn't it supposed to be World War III?
You would assume it's going to be World War III.
Right. Yeah. But it don't say that. They say wars and rumors of wars and all the stuff like that. And that's
But
coming
we
straight
can.
out the gospel.
But okay. So, but isn't? But I still go to America being a superpower when he comes
Mm-hmm.
back.
Mm-hmm.
So is it gonna be that we're going to another? Because the other thing to that, what makes me think this is America, because we're supposed to go into slavery into baby Babylon. So if China is about to become the superpower, we finna go do 400 years in China.
No, that we checked that box already. You could check the 400-year box. That was from 1619 to 2019.
I'm saying, but
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm saying is the story that's in the Bible.
Right.
I'm
That's
trying to make sure that I got it correct,
you got it
right?
correct. You're
That we're
talking about
supposed
Genesis.
to, the Jews are supposed to go into baby Babylon, the new in the end times, not in Egypt, right? Because we did 400 years in Egypt, that's in Genesis, but we was prophesied by Christ to do 400 years in 400 years in which we'll be scattered throughout the world by
That's the
ships, and we
reject.
will go and
Uh-huh.
do, and
But
we
it's
will
talking
go.
about Egypt there. What are you talking about? That's why I'm confused.
Excuse me.
When you're talking about the 400 years by ship, it talks
Mm-hmm.
about Egypt there.
We're not talking about Egypt there. You're talking about the Israelites did 400 years in slavery in Genesis, in Egypt. I mean, in the Exodus, that event. But then there is another prophecy for us to go back into slavery in chains and be scattered through all nations, and for us to go in slavery for 400 years, the second 400 years of captivity.
I've heard that before, but I think it's only 400 years unless you can show me otherwise in scripture. And
Oh,
Egypt,
but okay, so time out, because
uh-huh.
Christ came out to Egypt, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why would Christ be prophesying about 400 years in the future if he's talking about the past?
Look.
There's no scripture. There's no scripture to my knowledge where Christ references 400. I'm pretty familiar with the gospel.
Okay.
You're talking about Genesis 15:13.
No, I'm not talking about Genesis, because that's 400 years in Egypt.
And but remember, that's a prophecy. And
Right.
Egypt
Tell you were listening.
No, Taj. I'm talking about the 400 years that Christ prophesied that the Jews were going to be scattered into all nations, and then they would be going through the curses after being scattered. Is that not the story?
That's the story, but it's not in the gospel. That's not Jesus saying that.
That's not
That's
Christ
Moses.
prophesying that in the future.
That's Abraham. But there's only one
No,
400
this
years.
was in No, Christ prophesied.
I would like to see that.
Okay.
My memory fails me from time to time. I would love to see that. I don't know any verse where Jesus is talking about 400 years. That's Abraham. That's when God tells Abraham. I almost know it verbatim. No for a surety. It describes us to a T. Your seed would be in a foreign land that is not theirs, and they will be afflicted for 400 years. But rest assured, they're going to come out with great substance. And I'm saying you can check that box with us checking that, because Egypt doesn't have any documentation of that 400-year history. So that Trump is aware of the time, because Trump is the one who, if you look up HR 1242, we've done this before. I think Jimmy pulled it up when I was doing the reparation segment. HR 1242 checks the box of Genesis 15:13. So if anyone wanted to fact check that, if you look up HR 1242, you will see where it says it's the 400-year commemoration. So this is Trump signing. He's fulfilling prophecy. You know, Trump is a narcissist. He wants to go down in history like, hey, yeah, I checked that box. I checked this box. So he acknowledged that.
But okay, Todd. Go ahead, my bad. I thought you was done. My bad.
I'm almost done. And so when he checked that 400-year prophecy, that's fulfilling Genesis 15:13 from 1619 to 2019.
So it's a story in a book. It's coming to me where either one of the guys that was with God, Jesus,
Mhm.
He said, "How would I know?" He said it was a story. He was like, he asked Jesus. He said, "How would I know the end times? Right? How would I
Mhm.
know when the end times are coming?" This is he's asking Christ this,
Mhm.
and Christ says, "You shall be led into captivity into all nations for 400 years." Is that not? Am I making that up?
You not, but when you get to the 400-year part, you're pulling from another scripture. Christ,
Okay.
I'm very familiar with the gospel. Christ don't say nothing about no 400 years. I studied the
And they
gospel
should
more than
inflict you for 400 years, you
that's Genesis
said?
15:13.
Okay.
And that only
Okay.
appears in the Bible one time. That 400-year prophecy, to my knowledge and to the strength of my memory, only appears one time. That's God talking to Abram. Remember, we had that discussion about Ishmael. Ishmael got a different prophecy. Now, you got that receipt. Ishmael prophecy had nothing to do with 400 years. Ishmael prophecy was he would be the progenitor, the father of a great nation. No centuries attached to that. No 4 centuries, no 400 years attached to that. When it came to Israel, Abraham's, grandson through Jacob, I got that right? No, it's Isaac. It was a specific number, 400 years, and that's Genesis 15:13. And then remember, we already agreed that when Hitler was on his way out, he was like, America has pulled off one of the biggest heists in world history. He was like, well, what you talking about? They stole God's jury. Imagine that. You stole God's jury. Imagine what you think how God gonna handle that. Just imagine that. Somebody stealing God's jury.
Anyway,
No way you can hide. So it's just a matter of time before redemption is due. And you steal a man's jury, you can kind of get away with it. But if you stole God's jury, at some point in time, it's gonna be ready.
let's talk about going to Egypt again now. That is the thing. That's what I was trying to.
Right, and that's Deuteronomy, Jamie, where you will be brought back into Egypt. Right. That's Deuteronomy. I was just quoting Genesis 15:13.
I know you were. I was addressing heaven.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
So it doesn't mean Egypt, but can you give me the scripture so I can look that up? Because I know in the Bible that Egypt, what is it?
Deuteronomy 28 and 68.
That's like the cornerstone scripture the Israelite brothers love teaching. Yeah. That's
so what does that mean?
One of the first things I learned. Yeah.
What was it? What does that mean?
Huh?
What does that mean?
That's the one where we'll be brought back. And so here's the thing. Here's the connection. Right.
Okay, what's the scripture?
Deuteronomy 28:68. If an Israelite brother only had a split second.
Right. You said Deuteronomy 28:68.
68. Right. That one doesn't have
be into Egypt again with ship.
Right. But it doesn't have
matter of fact,
but that's a curse though.
Right.
That's slavery.
And it doesn't have a year mark. It doesn't have a time mark attached to it, like Abraham does.
Yeah.
I think that might be.
Hey Todd, you remember when we did when me and Haiti was doing the skit, that's the verse we was following.
I remember that. Yeah, that's one of my favorite skits too.
So I guess my question is right here when it says Egypt, what y'all think? What that mean? The place, the physical place, Egypt.
Bro, I'm telling y'all, this is the new Egypt, America.
Yeah, that's how they teach it. The Israelite brothers teach it as that's kind of like a byword for. To answer your question, Solo, it don't technically have to be the physical Egypt that we know it to be over there. Because remember, they even called Memphis Egypt. So,
but I'm saying in this context of the scripture, are you guys saying that this is a place when he says the way
the Israelites
shall
teach
bring
it
thee into Egypt again with ships?
Right. And that's us again. Who else could say they was brought somewhere on ships? Even if you talk about the before we get to the transatlantic, you had another slave trade that didn't use ships. We're the only slave trade where it's documented we was brought on ships.
So that is after slavery, right? I mean, this is after Christ, right?
Right.
Okay. So this is talking about another. Okay, but you guys are saying there's no timeline. That's where we falling at.
Right. There's no
Okay.
timeline. Right. The
So
timeline
is it so it's no timeline on the amount of years we're supposed to go through the curses in America in the Bible?
Yes, that's Genesis 15:13. That gives us the sentence. So imagine us being in court. Okay, you guys are sentenced to 400 years. And we did, though. So it's time served at this point. It's 2026.
And that's not the one that we did in Egypt.
No, because there's no documentation of that. Remember,
No
we talking
documentation
world
of
history.
what? Hold on, time out.
The government of Egypt, even the ancient government of Egypt, yeah, they had slaves, but you don't have concrete proof that a group of and I believe the Jews and Hebrews were there, but that could have just been for who knows the period of time. This is why it was so key that Trump knew what time it was. He said, okay, I'm about to check this box. And it's right there in the literature. 400 years. Of course, he worded it as African Americans, but remember that's a byword. So when you peel that layer of African American back, you got the Judah Hebrew Israelites.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm following you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that the 400 years we did in Egypt never happened?
It happened, but it's not a time, or it's not a measurement of time of 400 years. So that's why the scripture Jamie gave, it says you will be brought back. And that's, so to answer your question, it is more of what's the word, Jamie? It is, because you asked, is it a physical place? So I'm saying, yeah, the Hebrews was in ancient Egypt. But it was that for 400 years. We don't see that nowhere in scripture. So when it says you would be brought back into bondage, Egypt is a word for bondage. It's talking about the transatlantic slave trade that we did the 400 years from 1619 to 2019.
I think I've identified where we disagree, because I think that the 400 years occurred in Egypt, and then I think, isn't that in the Bible though, Taj? I mean, I'll say this individually. Like when I went to London, and I went to the British Museum, and I watch a lot of podcasts about us being a Jew, so I know this to be. I've heard this before. But when I went to the Egyptian Museum, I mean, they had pictures of artifacts that had like the people who were enslaved were Jews. So like if you look at some Egypt artifacts, you will see them like the way they depicted themselves, that they have people in bondage and in slavery, and they label those people to be Judites. Have you ever heard of that before?
I haven't.
And I'm very shocked. I mean, I know you don't believe in Christianity, but that's their argument. Their argument is that the Black Americans in America didn't go through the 400 years that's stated in the Bible. The Jews did that in Egypt. That's kind of I've actually that's what. So what's your response to that?
So you couldn't ask it at a better time. Solo, you practice law. So if we in a court of law and the judge is saying, okay, Black Americans, present your evidence, we could literally use what Trump whatever the word is, HR, we would submit that to the judge. Here you go, Your Honor, HR 1242. Now ask them to present their evidence. And the only evidence they could present would be the Bible. And if the judge say, well, okay, show us where you guys are documented of doing 400 years in ancient Egypt. 400 years, you can show us where you was in bondage in Egypt. but we don't see the time. We actually have the time mark. So let's just imagine this. Let's just imagine we're in court. What does the judge want in court? He wants evidence, Your Honor. Here's some documented evidence from the United States. It don't get no evidential than that. Now you ask them the court in the court of law, the Bible is kind of looked at as a philosophical literature, spiritual literature. So it's like, okay, yeah, that's nice, but show us some empirical evidence. Show us some world documentation of you guys being in bondage for 400 years. They don't have it.
So I mean, Egypt was colonized. I mean, they went in there and burned all of their books. But me personally, I don't necessarily agree that there's no evidence. Like, I feel like I've sat through them prove that a group of people considered to be Jews were. Isn't that in the Bible though, Taj? Isn't that in the Bible that we did like? See, isn't my understanding we did like 430 years in the Bible in Egypt? Is that not?
That
is that
number
not the story?
does sound familiar. The 430. You would have to refresh my memory with that scripture, but I think there is a verse that has that number in it. I just can't remember. But I know that the Genesis 15:13 fits us like a shit. Like Johnny Cochran said, if it don't fit, you must have quit. We wouldn't have that problem. It fits us to a T. Like, you can't deny that that's what they went through. So they would have to say, so if the judge said, hey, well, can you guys present us the evidence from the government of Egypt? They're like, nah, the government of Egypt don't have no documentation of that. So hold on, guys. So you telling me these Black American Hebrew Israelites are presenting us with the documentation of them doing their 400 years, but you guys can't present this from the government of Egypt? And they'll be like, I remember when Menachem Begin, that's the guy from Israel, was having a conversation with Anwar and a guy named Sadat, something Sadat out of Egypt. This is documented. Pull this up. And the guy Sadat from Egypt straight up told him, nah, man, we don't have no documentation of that. Not nowhere in our history. We don't have no documentation of y'all, you know. So these are government officials, religion set aside, government officials having a conversation, and the guy from Egypt saying, nah, we don't have that in our records, bro. We don't have that documentation in our world record. So again, let's go back to the courtroom. So Your Honor is sitting in the middle, like, okay, well, this is kind of hard to get around. This thing says HR 1242, 400 years, commemoration of 400 years of African-American slaves in the United States, documented to a T. Trump knew what he was doing. He signed off on it. Whereas you guys documented. I know you heard this phrase before, Solo. Documentation beats conversation. These guys on the other side of the courtroom using conversation with a philosophical book filled with spiritual literature. These people over here got government documentation. That's the difference. So Jay say, Solo, who do you think are the Jews?
Do I need to answer that? Who asked
No,
me that?
you know, Jay, he probably ain't, he just started watching a couple shows ago. So Jay, she up on who the Jews are. She speak about it all the time. But you know, just like Jay, third or fourth show. So but I'm glad he asked that question, because if you know, then how would you say it's them? If we didn't have the documentation, then that's a discussion that we could have.
Well, no, Taj, that's not my position. My position, it wasn't them, it was us. It was us that did the 400 years in Egypt, not them.
Right.
I hope you didn't think I meant them doing the 400 years.
Okay. We got
absolutely not. I'm saying that we did 400 years.
But it's not measured. It's not, and I'm with you that we was there.
Hey, I've been trying to get this out. The verse she's talking about Exodus 12 and 40.
Is what?
Exodus 12 and 40.
No, it's when Christ, somebody asked Christ while he was standing there, how would I know in the end? Well, how
No,
would I know when the end times is coming?
no, I am talking about when you're talking about. It said something about the 430 years. That's F 12 and 40.
I see it, Jamie, in red. So that does help your case. So as soon as you said 430, I remembered that verse. I said it is a verse that got to 430. So I didn't dispute that. I was like,
So that's Egypt.
yeah,
That's Egypt. The
yeah,
400 with ships is America.
right. We connecting the dots. There you have it.
So you see, you agree that it's a 430 number and it's a 400 number.
I have to. It's right there. I'm looking at it, and I remember. Yeah. So, but then
So
remember,
it's 430 in Egypt.
right?
And
I can't get
400. Now
around.
I've had Israelites differ about that, which one is which. But ultimately, it's 2 slavery periods where we do 400 and something years. Because it's
Right.
another prophecy about Ezekiel when he was held bondage, and God told him to lay on his side and lay on his other side. I've heard Israelites argue that that's another prophecy of us going through American slavery, and they've argued that that was I think 430. Either way they argue the 400, it's up. We've done the first 400 and we've done the
Oh,
second
yeah. So I'm
400.
with you now. Jamie helped you out with that, so I can't dispute that. The powerful thing about the book is that Exodus is really not a book of prophecy. Exodus is Genesis is not really a book of prophecy. You might have prophecies in there. The prophets come later in the book of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Zebediah, and all them. These is that's kind of like God talking right there. Now does the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelt, that's almost in past tense, who dwelt in Egypt was 430 years. So when you go to Deuteronomy, and Deuteronomy is not really a book of prophecy. Deuteronomy is like those first 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Those are not known as the book of prophecy. That's like the Torah. That's what we call the Torah. And Deuteronomy 28:68, which we discussed already, I guess the key word in that verse is you will be brought back. So to me, it makes sense. We could say this is probably the first one, the one you're referring to. And then we will be brought back on ships. Like that's us all day. Both of them now that I'm refreshing my memory with this. I don't see the confusion with that. That's the first one. And then you will be brought, for being disobedient, you will be brought back into bondage with ships. With ships. Hard to get around that. So yeah.
And the second 400 is going to be, it was supposed to be a more punishment because again, after the first 400, he brought us out, right?
Mm-hmm.
He brought us out after the first 400. We still disobeyed.
Yeah.
So now he's saying, now we made a covenant that if you obey my rules, that you wouldn't have to go through these curses. Now, since you disobeyed me, now you about to go through a 400 years of curses, and I'm going to scatter you throughout the world. And then I was talking about this yesterday because I was watching the Israelites, but you remember that verse when God says that, I would no longer be known as the God who brought the Israelites out of Egypt. I would no longer be known as the God who brought the children out of Egypt, but the God who brought them out of all the corners of the earth.
Mm.
So that's how we ended up scattered, and that's how he's supposed to bring us back together when shit fall apart here.
When the Messiah, yeah, that's the Messianic age. The Messianic age is pretty much the gathering. But once the Messiah set up shop, he's calling all the diaspora. And I don't even think everybody has to go, but it would be established to where you can.
So, Charles, do you agree? Do you still have questions about whether or not we did 400 years in Egypt?
Echo was making it hard for me to hear what you were saying.
I said, do you have questions, or do you still have questions about? Because I want to hear your argument about the 430 years in Egypt.
No, you convinced me with that live on air. So that refreshes my memory that it did happen in Egypt. And then, but then Deuteronomy 28:68 connects the dot. Right.
Because didn't God give that law to Who went up there? Moses?
Yeah, the first
Yeah,
5 books are all Moses.
So Moses went up there. He gave them his law, the statutes and the promises and all of that, right? And then
Right.
he brought it down to us, right? And he's
That's
talking
our
about the future, right? This is
Mhm.
past Egypt. This is past our captivity in Egypt. So I would say that's sort of like the additional punishment. You know, if I whoop your ass, I gave you 3 licks the first time, and you still went to school and act a fool. Now I'm giving you 6 licks, right? So the punishment is worse in Egypt.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that makes sense. That's crazy.
I'm gonna say this. The first one would have been 430 years. And then we know there's going to be a second one. I've been saying that I believe the second Egypt that they're speaking of is America. And we know that it's been 400 years that we've been enslaved in America. So just, although we don't have a time stamp, let's just assume that, you know, it's another 430. Let's just go with that for now. That would land us basically at what year would that be? Like 2040? Because we started, 16, slavery started, 1619. And then you do the, the math. I mean, we're approaching close to that 430 year mark.
Right.
And that's why I think America's time is shrinking, because I believe that's when the slavery ends, there is going to be the end of America. You know what I'm saying? So, and with them losing power, another one has to rise up and become it. And I still think that Rome, right now, they're still holding back, but they're going to eventually show how powerful they really are and stuff like that, because they're going to be the ones that initiate the Great Tribulation and all that bullshit. So I don't know, time stamping it. That'd be crazy, because it kind of perfectly aligns with something. Hold on, let me check this.
While you checking, I was just refreshing my memory on some world history, and it was talking about how the Jewish Europeans that we know of today, going back to like this ancient civilization, I think it was the Khazar time period, where they had to make a decision. And I think one of their scholars was like, okay, so you're telling us that Christianity and Islam is based off Judaism. And the people, because they were like, yeah. And then they responded by saying, well, we'll just stick with Judaism. Because pretty much Judaism, I'm just using that as a temporary word. If you pull that out the equation, that's like the foundation of Christianity and Islam. The Quran and the New Testament, the foundation of those two books is the Old Testament. You don't have a New Testament or a Quran if you take away the Old Testament. So that's why they was like, well, we can't go wrong with that. So that's when they made their choice to pursue. That's how they kind of got their religious identity, if you will. And I think this took place like in the 1200s, which would be like the 13th century or something like that. And I just saw it. I'm just doing my best to remember it, how. And I've heard it before, but just recent listening, kind of refreshing my memory on it. And they had to make a decision. And they chose like, yeah, you just can't be neutrons. You can't be neutral. You got to pick one. You know. And that's always been my logic. So with Christian theology, I've always been like, yo, how y'all gonna take an original idea out of the Torah and remix it? Now you had a freedom of religion to do that, so I can't say you can't do that, but that's the fact that they took the Torah's concept of the Messiah and then put their own spin on it. That's the actual fact you can't get around. It's like we created this certain superhero. You took our superhero and then you added some stuff to it. Okay, and that's cool. That's your version of it. But are you honest enough to acknowledge what the original was? And the original Messiah is a military Messiah that subdues the world through military force. And the new world order of peace, world peace, emanates from New Jerusalem.
You say you saw somewhere where the Italians are tied to Rome?
Oh, that's for sure. I'm glad to see LEC still with us. Was it 7 generations until something like that? Yeah. I'm not sure Moses got punished too. Moses, the one who kind of led them out of captivity and then passed the baton to Aaron.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, the Italians are, they are, attached to them and stuff like that. And I just think how, sacred they are. Them like Italians are pretty much like the niggas of white people. Pretty much.
No doubt.
So it kind of would make sense if they were to become out to be those people that I've been talking about. I know it comes from that direction. Like I say, if you read and know how to do the connections when they talk about that stuff in Revelation, it tells you almost verbatim exactly who this beast system, where is it going to come from, and who is it. Tells you. So that's why when all these people used to come up with these different things, trying to say, oh, it's this guy, it's this guy, it's this guy. No, it's not. That's why I always tell them, like, no, it's not. You might have missed it. So how many years will it take for China to be the superpower if they don't control the oil? So I couldn't give you a direct time stamp on it. But hey, if you want me to just give you an educated guess on it, I'll say maybe as soon as 2 years from now. I'll say about 2030, somewhere around that range. I'll say 2 years. I'm tripping. 4. Sorry. 2030. But hey, 2028 don't sound bad either. It might be. Because like especially if Trump be the last president, they would align to that because last year's supposed to be 2028. And I think somebody put in there, I can't remember who said it, Kamala was planning to run, has been talking about running again for 2028. And as far as that, I'll say this, because I've always been saying whatever the next government is going to be, it's going to be the first to stop. So if we don't end up going full blown AI, then I probably would say if Kamala actually runs, I hate to say it, and it's as terrifying as it is, I think Kamala's gonna win. But I don't think it's gonna get to that though. So hey. She said she needs to die. Because this is the thing. I think the Democrats are they're gonna try to leverage this because everything Trump does wrong. They're gonna put a highlighter to make sure you see it. So they're gonna campaign heavily on the fuck up of Trump more so than they do on how good they're gonna do. And I think that's the reason why they lost the first time. I mean, it could end up working this time, but that's the reason why they lost this past one. They really didn't even, reflect to the people, hey, this is what we're going to do for you. It was more so on that's what he's going to do to you. And I think that's what cooked them. Trust me, though, I would love to be wrong about this, but I've been saying this for years now, like over a decade, China rising. Because obviously, if I'm right about this, that would affect us. This about it. Ali, when you say I heard my grandparents talk about all this will come in our times, but I never thought it would be now. What exactly are you referring to? Before my grandfather died, he said, "Oh, that y'all are gonna see wars this world has never seen." Yeah, I can definitely see that happening with the technology and stuff that we possess and the way things are just going. Trump and his family pushed several crypto folks. He's been look up World Liberty Financial. He also had the CEO of China based to take space. So let me ask you, Zakari, you think America could be in any danger of being the superpower, like as far as from a financial, oh shit, financial standpoint? Bro, this better be AI. Yeah, it's definitely AI. Okay. 2032 is when Jesus is scheduled to return from the 11th. He is going to be pissed. What are you talking about, bro? I've been out of high school like 20 years and technology has tripled so fast. My. You say God. Oh man, bro, this is funny. I thought they cooking them in the comments. What's the 3 days of darkness, 2027? Are you referring to losing the electricity and going, dark, or what do you mean by that? Even down to Social Security, they talked to us. They said it was going to be gone before we even get old. Damn. BRICS took the power seats from the United States. Look up the Quincy. Okay. Check that out. Quincy Pact Agreement was a foundational 1945 meeting between U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt and Saudi King Abdul-Aziz Saudi.
I'll show you how we catch.
Aboard the USS Clinton. It is established in term.
See, I'm gonna show you how the cow ate the cabbage. Oh, okay, what's going on, y'all?
Where the U.S. secured access to oil and Saudi Arabia.
Oh man, you do understand we are dealing with aliens. Okay, I talking about aliens now. Nibiru will be passing Saturn. Bible prophecy says America will fall like Rome did and implode from the inside. All right.
Yeah, I do think we're dealing with aliens, but where you going with that?
Right. I didn't even expect that from OI, but he said that deal is now expired.
Okay. So that's where you were going with that. Gotcha. So with that deal expiring, what's going to be the new deal or, the new ride, in your opinion?
Solo say, so y'all can believe that the UAP is going to crack the sky, but y'all can't believe Jesus going to. I say,
I mean,
y'all got full confidence that the UAP can crack the sky, but you can't believe Jesus is gonna come back through it. That's it. All right, Solo, you got it. Hey, no, but Solo, I'm not gonna lie to you. When they confirmed that the UAPs was real, I did subscribe back to the whole Jesus crack in the sky, but then when I just, just continuing to do my studies, I went back to the original idea of how the Messiah is supposed to get it done. And I think they both can coexist. It don't even have to be an either or. They can.
As long as he get here, right?
Right. Pretty much. Yeah. All right. Oh, I'm making predictions now. Jesus will be back in 2032. All right.
Hey, so before I really dive in on that, I would love to know why you chose that year.
Yeah, that's bold. BRICS took the power seats from the United States. Look up the Quincy Pact. Even down to Social Security, they talked to us and said it was going to be gone before we even get old. Yeah, familiar with that. All the signs are here. Wait for the 3 days of darkness, 2027. All right. I like your patriotism. I like. For you to be in France, not in France, Greece. I got some strong patriotism. America will always be a superpower. All right.
So with the darkness stuff and all that crap, I ain't gonna lie, certain stuff like that be making me want to be like, man, I need to be closer to family. That shit break out in the middle of, in the middle of nowhere, bro. It's gonna be very chaotic.
Yeah.
And people, you're gonna have to have people that you can lean on when it comes to it.
Mm. And that's in you, which comment you are speaking on with that, Jamie?
Okay, so I see what he said. It's interesting because when I was doing that experiment, because I have heard of that year, and when I was doing the experiment, with the AI, I believe it said that the Antichrist is going to rise in 2032. If I'm not mistaken, when I did that experiment, that's the year it gave me. And because remember, I asked it a bunch of questions and stuff, and it was trying to cover all the stuff as much as it could, but I was kind of trying to break the code with the way I was asking it. He said 2032 is the year that it's supposed to rise into power. Volcanoes are all active. Meteors are hitting the Earth. It would be a doozy. Wait for Earth crust displacement in 2030, which will be gone. So
Platinum, I see you. Because I was on the Trump train the first go around, but now I'm against the whole government on acting like toddlers. I hear you. Yeah. I just never thought I would understand like this shit. Like we could run the government at this damn point. I mean, you used the right word with that toddler shit. I'm like, I got supreme confidence we could do a better job. You, me, Solo, and a few others. Like, y'all just give us 3 years. Let's see if we can turn this train in the right direction.
I heard of that. Takari. Yeah, let me look it up real quick though, but I know I heard of that.
Yep, I agree with that. Oh, our politics is the greatest theater ever performed. People can reach me at Discord. Jay, if you want to follow up on that, Jay, that's TK with the crypto knowledge, saying people can reach me on Discord at Takari916. And Takari just relocated to South Florida too, Jay. He down there now. He was, I think, yeah, Takari was in the 8. Damn, so that's what Jay at in ATL. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's okay. That's just a lot for me to keep up with. I don't know if I got it in me to keep up with all that shit. It's never going to be peace in the Middle East because I'm assuming the country that you don't want to name is not the people, right? That's why it's going to take us, Jay, and that's what we need to understand here in America. If it happens in our lifetime, we'll see. But even if it don't, we need to prepare the next generation to know what time it is. So it's like we're the key to bringing peace to the Middle East. And I know we don't see ourselves like that. Well, at least some of us don't. But don't be surprised if we become the missing piece to that puzzle. You say it's just a question. Turkey is the one to watch. It's a terrorist group in Lebanon. Yeah. Yep, it's a terrorist group. He said a terrorist, yeah. Iran took over Lebanon years ago. All right.
Oh,
How long is this war going to go on? Your guess good as ours, Jay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You already know when Solo quiet for this long, she done fell asleep.
Blasphemous.
Just checking, just checking. Mm-hmm. We are at the 26,000 year reset, the big one, all confirmed by Antarctica core samples. Not the first time, not the last. All right.
$50 related to Quincy Bank. It was a deal with Saudi Arabia starting that all the ports had to be made using US dollar. Deal expired, which weakens the dollar a whole lot. So, do you think a new deal could possibly be done with someone else then? And I see that. Said, be happy. We'll see the ending. Revelations is the script of the end of our civilization. Only thing worth reading in the Bible.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, hey, I must say though, throughout all of the scriptures of the Bible, Revelations does intrigue me the most.
Yeah. It read like a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Surprised ain't nobody produced it yet as a movie. Especially with the help of AI at this point.
I mean, you got certain stuff that a lot of different things that they produce that comes from the book of Revelation, like the Left Behind series was pretty big.
Oh yeah.
Although I don't agree with it, but I mean, some of it, it can be some truth, somewhat truth to it, but a lot of it, I think, was some BS. BRICS is pushing the use of XRP, which is why the world is transitioning to crypto. It also allows you to hide your wealth, unlike traditional banks. Well, that's big. Oh, down goes Solo.
Down goes Solo.
I don't know if her phone died or what happened, but fell out. Revelation is what's happening right now to the T. Well, certainly some of it. Hell, we dying down.
Yeah. Now it's been a minute since we went this long. I think the last few shows you cut around 5 or 6.
Crypto is the only asset that you can truly own without paying annual taxes unless you sell it. Real estate requires you to pay taxes every year. And if you don't, the state can take it. Yeah. Some unfortunate BS. But all right. So, any last follow-ups and stuff before we get ready to check out? Anything somebody wanted to share or say?
No, it's been another good one, another great show.
XRP. I'm not familiar with XRP, but hey.
Yeah, I ain't never heard of that. You know.
We appreciate you, Ali. Always showing up, being supportive, Ben. Do I want a help tip? Sure. What's the help tip?
It wouldn't hurt coming from a person who made it to 86. Thanks, Ali. I'll be in your, I got a layover in your city, DFW. Let me know if you got any restaurant recommendations. DFW. All right. Got it. 1 slice of butter and a pinch of Baja Gold salt in the morning. All right. Okay, you said Al Burnett, if you are close by Love Field. Got you. Appreciate that. Al Burnett. All right.
All right.
Yep, I see it right here. I just typed it in Google. Our Burnett's. Let's say Burnett's. Steak. Okay, North Dallas. Oh, it's a steakhouse. All right. Let's see one on Oak Lawn, Spring Valley Road.
Real butter, high fat. Hey, I don't know. I'm not a person to eat butter, but hey.
Yeah, I don't eat butter either. All right, Spring Valley Road. Al Burnett's, Dallas Steakhouse, Wagyu, Fine Wines.
Solo just said she going to sleep.
All right, Solo. Good night. Till next time. Y'all keep the connection strong.
Yeah, I gotta get up early in the morning too, so I'm gonna go ahead and check out. Probably get in about 5 hours, maybe, if I can get that. And because I gotta be somewhere at 8:30.
All right.
So appreciate everybody stopped through. Another great show. Enjoyed it. I'm gonna catch y'all. Some of y'all tomorrow, because I gotta do a few late nights and the basketball shows and stuff too. But anyways, I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow.
All right. All right.
I'm trying to let him get that last little thing he wanted to tell him out before I end it. I mean, I guess they can comment still to each other afterwards, but yeah. Yeah, he said he bought late. Gotcha. Yeah, it'd be like that. All right, though. Good night, y'all.
We out. Good night.